We live?
Good
We're
morning.
on? All right.
We are live.
Yes, good morning and welcome to the 2026 edition of the Loopy Looper Endurance Races presented by Endless Endurance. My name is Brian Paulson. I'm joined by my co-host this morning,
Michelle Goldberg. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. We got about 10 seconds here till the race kicks off. So in the next maybe 5 seconds or so, I'll stop talking here and we'll let you watch all the runners go through, and then we'll have an opportunity to talk about this race.
Here we go.
Woo!
And they are off. All right, we've got the 12-hour race, the 24-hour race, and the 100-miler all starting at the same time.
Yeah, what a cool format. We'll get into, talking about the formats and everything. We'll talk about the formats. We'll follow the races throughout the day. We have the relay races today. We have a ton going on here today as we get going, but this is just a great shot here this morning of seeing all the runners take off as they get ready to get going on a journey for some of them that might last up to 30 hours or so.
They are ready to get loopy. We've got 400, we've got about 400 people starting right now.
That's awesome.
There are 195 in the 12-hour, 51 in the 24, and 63 in the 100-miler, plus 63 people racing the 12-hour relay and 24 people in the 24-hour relay.
Yeah, so 6 teams for the one. Yeah, that's awesome. Yep, there's all your, it looks like, it takes a little over a minute for everyone to get through the starting gate for people to get going.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, great shot here of all the tents. Everyone comes and sets up their tents all day. They'll be here, for probably at minimum, hopefully 12 hours for those that sign up for the 12-hour and run the whole thing. And, we got a great shot there this morning of all our runners getting going on the course. So, yeah, like I said, we'll kind of backtrack here a little bit, and we'll touch on some of the some of the logistical things about this race. Like we said, this is the Loopy Looper 2026 edition of the summer race. We're excited to be here. A big shout out this morning. I'm excited to announce this. People probably know this. They've seen it online. But the race this year is presented by HOKA, which you see on your screen there in the upper left-hand corner. Very excited to have HOKA as the presenting sponsor of the race. Kind of a little bit, at least for me, I feel like for our area, of like a look we made it moment here, right? To have a major shoe brand come in and want to take part in everything that's going on here in our local running community. We're excited to have HOKA as the presenting sponsor. It was cool to pull up and see the HOKA banners. You can see them in the shot there on the track. I think it means a lot for our community to have, like I said, to have a major shoe brand say, hey, what you guys are doing is pretty cool and we want to be a part of it. Thoughts, comments on HOKA joining? Anything else?
When I pulled in, I was like, "Ooh, this is getting real."
It does feel like that. So listen, hey, any of you HOKA pro athletes out there, or any professional athletes out there, this is a HOKA sponsored race. Who knows what's going to happen in the next couple years in terms of we're seeing maybe more of a national competition show up at a race like this. But if you want to run fast and you're interested in timed events, this is really the place to do it. I have some stats later to share about that I can, to kind of back some of that stuff up. But, we have a national brand on board, and thank you to HOKA. We're excited to have you.
Absolutely. And we've got runners from certainly all over the East Coast. Which is super exciting, and I think beyond. I know I saw Ohio,
nice,
West Virginia, Massachusetts, like kind of all over the place.
Yeah, that's awesome. It is always cool to see that when you look through the names and you see that there's people from all over the place. People are traveling for this race. It's cool. I actually to share a story on that, and then we'll get into some of the race stuff. I ran the one of the other races that Endless Endurance does is the 6-day race that takes place here on the track as well.
Yes.
Everything from 6 days to 6 hours, so a bunch of different, timed formats. I ran the 6-hour race this year, and one of the guys I ran with was I think he was either from Virginia or West Virginia, something, fairly substantial. And he said he came up to run the 6-hour just to see the park for Loopy Looper, like just to
oh, no way.
be in the area and like see what it was like, and it was like a good training opportunity for him, with the time. And I was like, that's pretty cool.
That's
that like
super cool.
People are like traveling even to like the other endless endurance races that are in the area just to kind of like put themselves in Cooper River Park and yeah, like have a chance to see what the park's all about. So I thought that is neat
really
and
cool.
just interesting.
Yeah.
So that's cool. All right, so let's talk a little bit about this race specifically today here. So Michelle mentioned this at the top. 12-hour race. So it's a loop. It's a looped course. This is a timed format. So it's not a distance race. It's not there is a 100-miler, but it's, the race started with our looped timed format races. So we have the 12-hour race, so how many laps you can do in 12 hours. We have the 24-hour race, how many laps you can do in 24 hours. And then we do also have a 100-mile race, which ends up being a little bit over 101 miles because we want to make sure that there's a complete lap in there.
Right.
So yeah, those are the three sort of mainstay races. And then we also have the relays that we had mentioned. We have a 12-hour relay and a 24-hour relay.
And at 10 p.m. tonight, we've got the Glow Up. Is it Glow Up or
yeah,
just
glow
a Glow
loop?
Loop?
Glow, yeah.
Glow Loop
I like Glow Up loop.
Yeah. They're going to glow up the track.
Yeah.
So that's just it is a 3.75 mile loop. So the Glow Loop is just a little over a 5K.
Yeah.
And folks come out, they are shining with all kinds of lights and glow sticks and fun things, and just do the one loop.
Yeah.
It's a great way to bring kids out.
Yeah.
And it's approachable, and it's so much fun when you're in the longer events to see that group come out.
There's Ed. 6 minutes late on the start.
Yeah,
Come on, Ed.
A couple of people just crossed the start line a little late.
Hey, listen, if you're running the 12-hour and you're running for your own, sort of personal achievements, what's 6 minutes at the start of the race?
Absolutely. But I think that this is the greatest thing about a timed format race.
Yeah.
And certainly for anybody who's at all interested in running an ultra, but like if you're ultra curious and you want to try, but you're not sure how to approach it or what distance, do a timed event because basically the time is yours. You can do as much or as little as you want. It's your day. If you want to go for the course record and run every minute of that time, go for it. If you want to run a couple hours, take a nap, have a burger, and then go back, do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Like, it's a really, really approachable way to try to test yourself and push a little bit further.
Yeah, that is a really great point too. Again, just like speaking about the race format, whether it's the 12-hour or the 24-hour, and using that time to your advantage. Using that time, like you said, essentially that, like, however you see fit, really, which is cool. I know there's we got a great shot here of the park.
It is a fabulous view. Look at the city off in the distance. So we're just over the bridge from Philadelphia, and that's such a great shot.
Yeah, that's great. So this really is, the race takes place at Cooper River Park, which is in South Jersey. It's in Camden County. Goes through a couple of different local towns, but yeah, for the most part, right over the bridge, about probably about 5 miles or so from Center City, Philadelphia, pretty close. So this really, for anyone that may be listening outside of the area, this is really what I would consider sort of like the Philadelphia area running community, Philadelphia area ultra running community, tri-state area, right? So it's you're going to get a lot of people from Philadelphia, from the suburbs of Philadelphia, from New Jersey, from Delaware, sort of that general area. That this is kind of our one of our big local ultras in this area. So yeah, that's where we're located. Like I said, Cooper River Park. We already talked a little bit about the distance, 3.75 miles. It goes around Cooper River Lake. So if you're running this loop sort of recreationally, it's a 3.75 mile loop, and you can't really cut it short, right? So it goes around, it goes around the lake. With that being said, there's some interesting, sort of nuances for racing. For us that I think are interesting, it is a purely asphalt loop.
Yes.
So it is essentially a road race if you think about it in terms of road versus trail, and when we talk about ultras, there's a lot of different subcategories. Yeah. Although this is not on a road, like you're not the road isn't closed. You're not running in the street. It's an asphalt race, so it's an asphalt loop.
It is a blacktop asphalt loop, and it gets hot.
Yeah.
The ground gets really hot. I can see runners. So, okay. One question: is it a lake or a river?
So it's a river. This part's dammed to like make it like a lake, but Cooper River, it's like a tributary of the Delaware.
Okay.
It goes all the way. Yeah.
So you're basically in view of the water at all times because you run down one side, cross a bridge, go down the other side, cross a bridge, and come back through the start-finish area. So where Brian and I are sitting, we are looking straight at the river, and I can see off in the distance we have runners going by, and we actually have a straight view of. There's an aid station about halfway through the loop on the far side of the river. Which, even though it's 3.75 miles, folks might not think like an aid station would be needed. This race is notoriously hot. It's hot and humid. Right now, the thermometer says 71.6 degrees, but it feels like 80 degrees. It's really humid already. So we are going to have a really sticky, sweaty day, and halfway through that loop, folks are going to be very, very happy to get some ice, to get some anything cold to drink on that far side. Yeah,
this is, just you look at the calendar. We just flipped it, August 1st, right? In the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, this is a heat management race, right? For those people at the, not even just at the front of the pack, right? If you're racing this competitively or you're trying to set your own goals, as you get into this day a little bit, like Michelle just mentioned, it's in the low 70s right now. It feels warmer. Highs in the upper 80s. I'm sure it'll feel warmer than that. There's not a lot of shade here. Yeah, we got a great shot.
That's our view.
Kind of what we are looking at. Not a lot of shade on this course, right?
Barely any shade.
Yeah, no shade, really. This is a heat management race, right? And, we can talk about that as we kind of get into the day and get into, how do you have a successful day at a race like this? Thinking about things like heat management. But essentially, I would say that's like the number one sort of factor of this race in terms of running your personal best or competing at the front. It's dealing with the heat management issue.
And it's a unique heat management issue because, like, you talk about races out west, those are also heat management. Like Javelina, any of those desert hot races. Badwater just happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's all heat management, but it's totally different.
Yeah.
The humidity here, like your heat strategies, and we can
riff
for
on it
hours,
now if you want. We can talk a little bit about it. Yeah.
Heat management strategies are really different in a very humid climate like this. Something in a drier environment where the humidity is very low, the best way to manage heat is topical cooling. So you want to keep your body wet. You want to wear your long sleeve sun shirt. You want to have ice bandanas and arm sleeves with ice, and anything that keeps your body wet as that water evaporates, it'll cool you down. Here on the East Coast, where the humidity is going to be like through the roof today, that kind of topical cooling is not as effective. So it just doesn't. You're soaking wet like you just got out of a swimming pool all day long, and your body is not like the evaporation just doesn't happen, so it doesn't cool your body as effectively. Ice is still probably your number one like method to manage the heat, but you're basically going to be soaking wet all day.
Yeah. And that's something that you either have to know going in, already feel comfortable doing, maybe have practiced in some elements. One of the nice things about this race taking place in August is that, you've had June and July, to sort of prepare in the heat, to get heat acclimated. I know we had some days, even, we had some 100-degree days in June.
Yeah.
If you take advantage of those days and use it to your advantage in a safe way, you could come into a race today and totally be ready to, run for 12 hours or 24 hours or whatever your goal is. In temperatures that are warmer. It's not unseasonably warm today. So
no,
if you've
it's actually like relatively, we've had way, way, way hotter years.
Yeah. And we've also had cooler years last year, which was kind of the kind of last year was the anomaly year where it was, in the upper 70s I think at the high, and we had almost every course record broken last year, which we can talk about, as we start getting into the race a little bit more. But this year is going to kind of fall right in the middle, I think, in terms of, historical runnings of this race and what the temperatures are like today versus what the temperatures have been like in the past. Today seems, I think it's going to be right in the middle. I don't think it touches 90 degrees. Maybe on the asphalt it will.
Yeah.
It actually probably will. It'll, get right around there, but we're not in a heat warning. We're not in anything as severe as that. But most people, if you're not prepared to run for 12 hours in in the upper 80s, that's a challenge. It can be a challenge.
It's gonna feel really, really hot.
Yeah. So that'll be kind of the big challenge of the day, I think, for a lot of our runners out there as they get going. So
yeah, and what comes along with that and being like soaked all day long, even using your ice, using your strategies, that is gonna you're gonna have water running down your body. So chafing management, feet management, like taking care of your feet, paying attention to those hot spots. As soon as you feel them, you have to do something about it. I think that in a race like this, people are like, nah, I'll keep going. I'll go another loop. I'll change my socks later. If you feel anything coming on, you have to deal with it right away. So that's part of the management, is like mitigating all those little things that come along with it.
Yeah, that's a great point too. So we talk about this race in comparison to other ultra races that people are familiar with, whether it's locally or nationally. The looped course aspect of this gives you a really interesting opportunity to essentially see your crew. We'll say it's every 3.75 miles, just under 4 miles, right? So the opportunities are there for you to, exactly like Michelle's saying, like the opportunities are there for you to work on your feet if you need to, stop and sit down and have a drink if you need to resupply fuel as you need to, in a way that's like really, really accessible as it compares to maybe more mountain trail races or just trail races in general. Yeah, I mean every 4 miles you're essentially seeing aid is really
that'll never happen on the trail.
No, it doesn't. Even on flat rail trail races, you'll still get stretches that are 7-8 miles every once in a while.
For sure.
So your crew is there as you need them, which I think is one of the coolest things about this race. I mean, we were both talking about this off camera when we got here. We showed up. You show up at, for us, 6:15, 6:30, and there's not a parking spot in sight. There's 100 tents up already.
It's a party vibe.
Yeah, because there's so many people. There's so many people crewing, and everyone goes through the same aid station. And I mean, if you're local in the area, come on down and check it out. I mean, there are just people everywhere here already.
It is a lot of fun. The other thing that's really, really cool is you don't have to have crew to do an ultra on a looped race. So I think this is a race that I've come to totally without crew, and you just set up your stuff and you can be really self-sufficient. It's absolutely doable with no crew. You do not need pacers for a race like this.
Yeah.
Some people, I mean, it's an open course. It's actually open to the public. So we get a lot of people are just out for their Sunday jog.
Yeah, there were people running when I was pulling in this morning that have probably no idea a race is going on, which is sweet. I love
They're
that.
about to be overtaken.
Yeah.
But it's accessible even if you don't have crew, which is great.
Definitely. Yeah, which again makes it really cool. Look, there's a big group of people. We can see a big group of people on the other side of the lake as people kind of traverse this course. So one of the cool things about this race is, this is something that Endless Endurance does in a lot of their races. They have these kind of cool little fun elements to just kind of keep things interesting, so to speak. There's a fastest first lap award. You can't be a relay team to win it. I think it has to be someone from the 12-hour or the 24-hour or the 100-mile. So there is a fastest first lap award that they give out. Historically, we'll probably see that person come through.
I'm thinking any second.
Maybe,
soon.
It'll be soon, within the next 5-ish minutes, probably. We'll have that person come through, which is always cool.
It's probably one of my favorite award things that they do, because the rule of ultra is like to pace yourself. You don't go out too hot. You know, you don't want to show up and blow up. But to do the fastest first loop, you literally have to show up and blow up. And there have historically, we've seen people come out and burn through that first loop and literally blow up and not finish the day.
Yeah. Which is normally what happens. Last year was an anomaly, actually. On the women's side, Emmy Simon won the fastest first loop for the women and then won the 12-hour.
She won the entire freaking race and smashed the course record.
Yeah, broke the course record, too. She was like,
which
71 miles, I think.
We need to double check on that,
I'm pretty sure she won, because I remember, and we did a post-race interview with her at the end of last year, that
phenomenal.
She was like, I think maybe the only person that's ever won the fastest first loop
and
like
the race,
the race that they were in, which was
and it
really
was
cool.
her first ultra.
I think so,
cool.
something like that. Yeah, so she is the course record in the 12-hour, which is 71.25 miles. So
fantastic.
Which is pretty cool.
We're gonna see what happens with that today. I feel like all over ultra running right now, we're seeing course records get smashed, and that's been true for several years. I think we could probably also talk for hours about why, some of the factors that contribute to that. But it's always fun to sort of see what's going to happen. Here we come for fastest first loop coming in right now.
Yeah, you can hear the cheers behind us. Not sure if our mics will pick that up, but you can certainly hear it.
Heck yeah.
Let's see what we got.
He is rolling.
Let's see who we got coming through.
That's
just an applause
Erica
for
Bash
Pete.
And Pete, yeah.
Oh, okay. Bib number, it sounded like 313 was the bib number here of someone coming through.
There we go.
Awesome.
Fastest first loop.
They're giving out the award right away, it looks like, too.
That's
it looked like Erica had it. That's really cool. So let's see. I have our results pulled up here. Let's see if we...
So that was just about 21 minutes?
Yeah, 21:10. Which I can't do public math, but
dang,
that's
fast.
It's really fast.
I mean, that's fast. That's pretty fast for a 5K, and this is
a little
more than
longer.
That.
Yeah. So that was Johnny Meehan,
all right,
38
Johnny.
Years old from Swedesboro,
Hell
New Jersey.
Yeah!
Fastest first lap.
That's
awesome.
fantastic.
Yeah, that's really cool. I wonder if
is he doing the
12-hour? Let me. Yeah, he's in the 12-hour.
Awesome.
Yep. First person through in the 12-hour, so that's cool.
That's
actually interesting. The first person through was not even a relay runner, because I think if it was a relay runner, I think we would have picked it up still.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
I'm going to have to do some crazy scrolling here throughout the day to make sure we touch on everyone.
Yeah,
all right, cool.
there's so many people running this race. One of the things that I think is really cool to see is the spread of ages.
Oh yeah.
In this, so the youngest that I found was, I think, like 22 or 23.
Okay.
But we've had younger before, and I might have missed. We'll double check on that.
Yeah, I'll scroll
But
through.
there are loads of folks in their 70s. I think the oldest participant today is Al Emma, who's 86 years old and runs this race every single year. We've got another runner coming through. That's a great shot. So when they come off the loop, they come flying in on that sort of pathway past the aid station and onto the track. They don't do the full loop on the track.
Yeah.
They just kind of pass through on one side from one end to the other. That was awesome.
That might have been I don't know if it was a
that
relay
was
runner.
awesome.
I'm not sure. The age range thing, that was.
Oh yeah, it's so much fun to see the spread.
Yeah, I see 21. I know we've had teenagers before, which is always really cool. That's one of the great things about the sport and the community is that, and again, a race that's formatted this way is you're going to get people, age ranges all over the place, competitive
exactly
desires all over the place, right?
Experience levels all over the place. We have loads and loads and loads. There's 313.
Johnny.
There's Johnny posing with the medal.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Get a drink of water and then get back
Keep
out there.
going.
You still got 11 hours and 11 hours and 40 some minutes.
It's so cool because, like I said, I definitely recommend this format as a first ultra. We have tons of first-time ultra runners today. There are a lot of folks who are doing their first ever ultra. We've got a lot doing their first 100-miler, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. And it's cool to see, too, like, especially, you take a race like the 12-hour. If you're someone that's new to ultra running or you're interested about ultra running, ultra curious, I think is the term we used earlier. 12 hours, like, that's a lot of time for you to go out and, like, set a distance PR for yourself, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is so cool.
Yeah.
Like, I know there's a bunch of people, just like I was flipping through the names of, all our registered participants. Our local run group, at least here in this part of New Jersey, Run 856 is one of them. I know there's a bunch of people from Run 856 signed up, which is like typically maybe more of like a road running, like half marathon group. But you'll have, a bunch of people sign up for a race like this. It's local. You're probably going to run here on a Saturday anyways.
Like we got another runner coming through.
This could be our first female in the...
I'm not sure.
That's a good shot,
but that's
too.
a fantastic view. Okay, so you can see right where they come off the loop and shoot through that one side of the track, and all the crew tents are all lined up along the track there.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Yeah, that is awesome. That is a really good shot. That gives you a good idea of, just like what the infield of the track looks like. Yeah, just like everyone that's here.
And there's even another tent area that's off to the left, just out of view of the camera, where, look, we get to pan over there a little bit, where a lot of the 100-milers set up. So the 100-milers, they're here overnight. Historically, have always set up that you can see the tents there. They set up their tents up in the trees there. I don't know if it's still the case, but it used to be that down here on the field along the track at nighttime, there were sprinklers that came on.
Yeah, I mean,
so
they're
when
still
you're,
there.
When you're spending the night here, we've always set up in the trees there under the shade.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
That's
a great view. Yeah. It gives you a great idea of kind of what you're looking at and
it really,
where runners come in.
It's a really busy park. Like, there are tons of people that come through. Later today, there'll probably be a slushy truck that sets up down at the far end of the parking lot.
Oh, this park gets crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sure the playground today will be crazy. I mean, this park gets a lot of use. Like I said, it's kind of in an area where like 3 or 4 towns, converge, and it's right off Route 130 for people local. I mean, it is. Yeah, this park gets a ton of use. It's a summer Saturday. It's beautiful out right now. I'm sure within, another hour or two, there'll be people everywhere.
Yeah.
People will be walking over to us, talking to us about what's going on while we're trying to talk to you all.
Absolutely. And another great mention, like you talked about people traveling in for this race. I think the location of it is fantastic because we're not that far from the Philly airport. There's a hotel literally like
walking distance,
half
pretty much.
mile from here. So it's
there it is. Oh no, that's one.
That's
one of the apartment buildings, maybe.
Yeah. But I mean, like, for folks, one of the volunteers, Jeff Kirby, flew in from Florida at 1:00 in the morning, popped over here. He's going to volunteer all day and probably head straight back to the airport.
That's awesome.
So if you want to, travel in for a race format like this, it's really doable.
Yeah, really accessible, which is cool. Because as we know, like for people that do travel for races, especially ultra running races, like a lot of times they're not super accessible.
Yep.
I shouldn't say they're not, but travel is a little bit more of an issue. You're trying to get to these sort of more remote locations.
It's kind of another factor that you need to manage and consider in your energy and your logistics going into a race.
Got some runners coming through here right now.
Yeah, coming in strong.
Nice. We'll have to take a look and see if we have a female through on the fastest first lap. I know we've had a couple come through, but I don't know if they were relay teams or not. Oh, we do actually. Yeah, Tara Wilson, it looks like.
Awesome.
42 years old from Philadelphia. Just came through actually. It looked like that might have been Tara that you saw come through on your screen. Let's see. Yeah, no one for the 24-hour yet.
Do we have non-binary category? I'm sure.
I
probably do.
For results, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I would have to ask.
Yeah, we'll check on that.
Yeah. All right, let's see what else we got. I'm trying to see. Let's see what the easiest thing to do for results is.
So we can keep a close eye on that.
I know.
It's so fun in a race like this because it changes so fast throughout the day. And it's one of the beauties of an event like this. People start off hot, they fade, the weather kicks in, but there are also people who appropriately take it real chill and easy at the beginning, and then they just sort of put the pedal to the metal later on.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting year, I think, just like from a race perspective. Last year we talked a little bit about this. Like last year we had like historically cool temperatures.
Yes.
I think we had even said last year, like as the race was starting, we're like, this is probably a year where you're going to see some course records broken. Last year we had every course record except one course record broken. So, there was kind of like a bar set last year of like, where you could get to in some of these races. I'm interested to see if we have some course records fall today. There's a couple that I have my eye on specifically that I think could be interesting, which we can get, into a little bit more. But starting first with the 12-hour, I think we have an interesting, kind of look at the field where, at least on the men's side, I'll start with the men's side. On the men's side of the 12-hour race, from when the Loopy Looper races started, we had Michael Gagliardi, we had Gags, win the 12-hour a number of years in a row, right? Gags he shifted at some point to running some of the longer races, like putting himself in the 100-miler.
Yep.
And then last year we had in this sort of record-setting year, we had a 12-hour battle between two runners. We had Nick Schroeder and we had Chris Shaw. Both run 86 miles in the 12 hour.
12 hours.
Which is crazy. They're both running the 100-mile this year. So I'm interested to see. I think like on the men's side to start, there is kind of like this sort of like not void, but like you're going to have someone win the 12 hour this year that has never won it before, which is cool. Like you're going to have like a podium that probably looks different than we've seen in the past, which is cool, with some people transitioning to some of the longer races. And, I think on the women's side, it's a similar story as well. And unless I'm mistaken, our winner last year was Emmy Simon. I don't believe she's running this year. No. I didn't see her name. So you're going to have a first time, probably a first-time winner on the women's side as well in the 12-hour. That is a great picture spot right there, photo. Too. So, yeah, just like from a racing perspective and what we sort of expect to see in terms of, names at the top of the leaderboard in that 12-hour race. Like, I think you're going to see some names that, like, maybe we've mentioned in the past and we're probably familiar with, but names that haven't, won here specifically, which is cool, I think, too.
Oh, I think it's so much fun to see new folks coming in.
Yeah.
And I love thinking about, like, the strategies and the way that different people approach it. When I used to run this race, I would try to do like each loop. Oh,
that's great.
That's so cute. Each loop in like 30 minutes or less. And, if you're racing this race, you want to manage your time coming through.
Yeah.
Manage the amount of time you're at your tent or at the aid station. As you're coming up to the loop, you need to think through like, okay, what do I need? What am I getting? Sort of make your mental to-do list, come in, be really quick and efficient, and just keep cranking right back through.
Yeah, I want to do a quick kind of run pace calculator here for us.
Yeah.
So just to kind of like give you a reference point here for like where that 12-hour is for both the men and the women. So we'll do the men's was 86.25. So pace-wise, so this is the course record on the men's side, which is 86.25 miles. Again, it's a looped course, so you have to – partial loops do not count. Right. So, as we get into the race, we'll talk about that, but that's something that is super interesting just in terms of like, strategy and management. Like you want to try to use as much of that 12 hours as you can. But you also have to be aware that, like, if you finish, it's been like 11 hours and like 39 minutes, right? And you have like 21 minutes and you're that far into a race, like you might leave 21 minutes on the clock.
Right.
So there is like a management part of it towards the end. But if you were to run just from like a running pace calculator standpoint, if you were to use all 12 hours exactly, like 12 hours for 86.25 miles, it comes out to right around 8:20 pace per mile, which again gives you like a really good, I think, indication of, thinking about, like Michelle, like you said, like your pit stops and your crew stops.
Right, because
like
you have to move
right?
faster than that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
So gives you an idea, like record wise, like where this race got to last year, just like with the temperatures that we had, and and again just like with the competition too. And last year, Nick Schroeder, who won the race and set that course record along with Chris, Nick used almost all 12. He finished his last loop
it was like
with like
second.
seconds.
Yeah.
So
because you and I lost our minds.
Lost
at that
my
last
mind.
Couple seconds.
And then on the women's side, it's just over 10-minute pace is the 71.25 miles, which again is
which is bonkers
from a management
there's
standpoint.
Gags right there.
Yeah, who's back running the 12 hour this year.
Yep.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, from a management standpoint, like those are things you all have to take into account. Like just because you stop at your aid station or you stop to do whatever it is to take care of yourself, the race time obviously does not stop, right?
Yeah.
So that all factors into your pace, and those are all things you got to be aware of and keeping an eye on. And
well, and it's also interesting, like everybody's individual strategy, whether you do stop by crew every loop or whether you skip. I know I used to try to do like every other pass through I would stop. So everybody's got a little bit of a different format, but it is super tempting when you come through and you see your crew, or even just see your stuff. It's super tempting
to stop
every time. But if you're going to be doing a pace like that and certainly if you're setting out to touch that course record, you can't stop every time.
No, you got it. Yeah. The only thing I would do, I think from a strategic standpoint, I would use it as like my fueling mark, in the sense that it's like every loop I need to try to consume X, whatever that is for you personally is going to, vary and shift a little bit. But I think that's one of the nice things about the way that this is set up. And I personally like to use like around 4 mile intervals when I think about fueling. Again, that's going to change a little bit based on like if it's a trail, if it's a whatever.
Yeah, and that's why I do it more based on time.
Yeah.
But if you are like pretty consistent throughout the day, you can almost like measure it by where you are on the loop. Mm-hmm. Like, okay, coming past Boathouse, I need to be taking a gel, and then like by the playground, I need, or like whatever it is, if you're pretty consistent.
Yeah. So that is, I think, one of the kind of the nice things too. We got a bunch of people through, which is cool in the 12 hour. We're starting to see. And we're getting live updates as you would at home as well. So if you're looking for the race results, I believe the timing, it's MCM results in running, or MCM race results. You can Google search that. You can find it pretty quickly on the website. It's the first race that pops up on their website is the Loopy Looper races. And we are using the timing, the same way, you would at home. So my updates are no quicker than anyone else's, maybe a little bit slower because I'm outside. But yeah, I mean, we already have, it's crazy. We already,
back.
Yeah, we have a bunch of people like in the 24 hour already through. In the 100 miler, we have a bunch of people already through, which is really cool. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be just like a really interesting, sort of race as things get going. Yeah, I mean, a lot of familiar names, a lot of new names, a lot of people already like going out pretty fast. But hey, might as well run fast while the weather dictates, I guess.
Yeah.
For some of these.
True.
So.
It is so tempting. I think that's something that a lot of people, sometimes folks in a race like this, they will have this idea that they'll sort of bank time or like bank the miles before the weather gets hot. And so they'll go out a little bit faster and they'll be like, well, I just want to get at least like 50K done before X time of day while I'm feeling good, while I'm still fresh. And there are different thoughts on that.
Yeah,
that's one approach. Another approach is to take it easy at the beginning and sort of pace yourself slower to, extend the duration of time that you'll be feeling decent.
Yeah.
Because that kind of like going out fast, sort of air quote banking miles or banking time, it might work for some people, but for others, the energy expenditure can really end up kind of hurting you later on because you might fade a lot more quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you're burning matches. I mean, you
are burning for sure.
You're burning matches, right? That's something that I think a lot about, and I always try to tell myself in races like this, especially in like the timed format.
Oh yeah,
is patience. It's like always a word I have to remind myself.
100%. Just be patient.
Yeah.
So it's slow as smooth, smooth as
Seriously,
fast. Take
especially
your time.
like when you get to that like 90 minutes, 2 hour mark, which we're not obviously at yet, but where you're like, all right, I feel pretty good. Like maybe I could start pushing, and then it's like, if you're running the 12 hour, it's like you still have 10 hours, right?
Yeah.
So that to me is where you really have to remind yourself, like, settle into a pace that feels good and try to be patient. And I found that is way more of something that works for me.
Yeah.
I think like to go like the quote unquote bank mile route, like you have to be really confident in your abilities later in a race to do so.
To be honest, it's sort of a myth.
Yeah.
that
Okay.
notion
there you go.
that it works. Like it's just not, in my experience and observing and running a whole crap ton of races, it's kind of a myth. It doesn't usually work out. Yeah.
There you go. I mean, you got to just try to do something that's comfortable. When you just don't think, even if you feel like you're banking miles and you're running easy-ish, like once you get into that elevated heart rate, it's like you're just burning matches. Like I said earlier, you only have so much.
Heart rate tends to sort of increase throughout the day. Like you get that heart rate float sometimes. So that's going to happen anyway. There's so many fun aspects to manage, and I think you learn your body, you learn like what works for you. And I think that's one of the really cool things about ultra running. There are a lot of tips, there are a lot of things that are tried and true and well tested, and that we can teach and we can tell you about, but also you have to just do it and feel it and see what works for you personally. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. And today's a great race that gives you an opportunity to try some of those things.
Yeah.
The way it's set up, you have access.
Yeah.
If things aren't going your way, you can take a rest. You can regroup.
Yeah.
You're not out there by yourself. You're not logging miles, on a trail by yourself for hours. It is, it's an approachable situation.
I call it like a family style event.
Yeah.
All your friends are out here and your family, and it just feels like this big, warm, like it's just of course I love ultra running, so I get really sappy, but like it's a really like warm, cozy, welcoming, celebratory environment for everybody.
Yeah. Which is awesome.
Ultra is the most supportive freaking community in the world, and I think this race and what Endless Endurance has created is totally the embodiment of that.
Yeah. Yeah, especially just everything about it, the way it's set up, the people that are here. Yeah, the crew style station here.
Yeah.
I actually think the other aid station, I meant to mention this earlier, a little bit of a programming note, sort of, but the other aid station, the one we have across the river, so I actually think that one's only active for the 12-hour race.
Correct.
If I saw.
During
and
the daytime.
Sponsored by Roadkill Running. Is that correct? I believe it is.
I believe so.
I'm getting a
it's
yes
showing
from
on your
off,
screen
from
right
off
now.
camera. Yeah, that it is. Right. So our aid station across the river is going to be sponsored by Roadkill Running, which is I think like a local. Oh, I got something in my eye. Is a local apparel company.
Yep.
Run specific, which is cool that they're out there. Patrolling like our secondary aid station, which Michelle had talked a little bit about earlier, just how important that aid station is.
It really is. In the heat of the day. Yeah. At nighttime, it's much more manageable to do this full loop without the aid. You're going to be totally fine.
Yeah.
But it is really nice. And I always would kind of surprise myself with how much I'd be excited to, even if you're just grabbing a handful of ice or like something, piece of watermelon, like whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's always been really
Or even
nice.
just like seeing someone that's going to like
Yeah.
tell you good job.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like a supportive face
Yep.
is always like a nice thing too.
Yeah.
Cool. And then, so some of the other sponsors we have up in the corner. So you have it on the corner of your screen. South Jersey Running Company is up there right now is their logo. Another one of the, kind of big sponsors of the race. That's one of our, that is our local shoe company running store here in South Jersey. There's 4 locations. Huge sponsor of the race. There's a lot of people that run in this South Jersey community are tied to that running store in some way, shape, or form. A lot of us have worked there part-time over the years. I worked there part-time at some point. Really good people over there. If you need shoes, you need advice, you need gear, whatever it is running related, you just want to pop in and say what's up and talk running. Like, it's a great store to do it at.
Yeah.
People that are like really supportive and really care about running. So that's South Jersey Running Company, owned by Dave Welsh, managed by TJ Brusik, who's actually running the 12-hour today, which is cool. I saw his name on the list. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, just like that's our local shop. If you're trying to get into running, I tell this, people text me all the time, like friends I have that aren't into running or are trying to get in, or they like need advice about shoes, and they're like, should I get this shoe or that? I'm like, dude, what you should do is you should go to, if they live here, I tell them go to South Jersey Running Company, but go to your local running store and just like try on 5 or 6 pairs and like talk to the person about what you're trying to do. And like, they will not lead you astray. Like people at running stores like want to help. And I know it's like, I don't know why. I think for some reason, maybe people feel intimidated sometimes going to buy shoes. Like if you're not into running or it's like a new thing, but it's like, again, you talk about Ultra being supportive. Like your local running shop is the same way. Like, they are people there that like want to help you and they want you to run and they like want to find a pair of shoes that works for you. So
absolutely.
Yeah,
and
like go to your shops.
You can't prescribe shoes for a person.
No.
And I hear the same thing all the time. Like, which one should I wear? Should I do this one or that one? And I'm like, well, can I look at your feet? Can I watch you? So when you go into a local store, they're going to talk to you about what's going on. What are you feeling? What are you looking to do? And they're going to look at your feet. They're going to watch you walk. They're going to consider like specific physiological aspects of you and your body to try to help find what's appropriate for you and then like what feels the best and is your personal preference. So Brian and I both have spent time working in local running shops, and I think we usually end up talking shoes for a long time.
Oh, it's a big part of the sport. You gotta.
It's a huge part of the sport. It's such a huge part of the sport, finding what works for you.
Yeah, so support your local.
Yes.
Support your local running stores. I mean, especially for races like this or any like last minute needs that you have.
Yeah.
I actually think South Jersey Running Company has a tent set up over there too, just like
they usually do. I think
some gear.
Yeah.
Women in Ultra Running was another one that I saw pop up.
Yes, and Women in Ultra Running has a tent right here at the end of the track, closest to us, closest to the aid station, out supporting everyone who's out here. That's always exciting to see.
Yeah, you want to give the 30-second ad on Women in Ultra Running, or you want me? I could touch on it.
Women in Ultra Running is a group created. It's actually a nonprofit now, created by Rachel Bambrick several years ago, really to try to promote more gender equity in the sport. Historically, ultra running has, for many years, was largely male dominated, and I know for me, when I started running ultras, there were times where I was one of like a handful of women at a race, and so the idea is really just to encourage women and give them the support, not just emotionally, but like in all the different ways to try to get more women to the start line. There is a really large murder hornet flying around. Sorry for the distraction.
No, you're good.
Yeah, so ultra running, they do local events. They'll do group runs, and they'll have someone like maybe a nutrition focus. They'll have a nutritionist come out and share information, bring different things, mental strategies, all kinds of different topics. But they also provide grants for women, so you can apply for their like a grant scholarship program, because there are a multitude of different variables that impact who gets to the start line, and so they do a lot of work to try to bring more equity there.
Yeah, it's awesome. We might have Rachel on at some point.
Oh, yeah, we
I know
totally
we usually
should.
like have guests throughout the day if we can sort of figure that out. So we might have Rachel on at some point. Who, like Michelle is I'll call her founder. I mean, she is the founder of Women in Ultra Running, which is, it's actually cool. One of the things that I've thought is really cool to see kind of like from the outside looking in, is that Women in Ultra Running seems to like almost like every running season like become more of like a national sort of
huge.
brand, which is really cool to see as like something that like started as this. I actually think Rachel will probably talk about this. I think it started as like a 4-part series. She just had like this idea to like, bring people together, bring, women together to talk about ultra running and just kind of share like like tricks and tips, and then that was years ago, and now it's like becoming this national
blossomed
organization.
into an incredible community,
which is cool.
Yeah,
which is really cool.
Really, really supportive, awesome community.
Yeah. So maybe we'll try to get Rachel on later today. I know we usually do when she's here, just to kind of speak about women in ultra running, talk a little bit about herself, because she's just like another really interesting person to have in the sport as well. So. It's cool. We have Barclay Pies is another sponsor. Trying to shout out all our sponsors here.
Super exciting to have a pizza sponsor this year.
Which is so cool.
At some point, I think later tonight, there'll be pizza out on the course at some point.
Barclay Pies is really good. It's in Cherry Hill.
I'm excited.
It's so good. They have a vegan pie too. So.
Yeah, I heard they have a vegan pie
really
and gluten-free and like all kinds of options.
Yeah.
So
Barclay Pies rules. So cool to have them as a sponsor this year. I think first year for them as a sponsor of our race. Hopefully someone from Barclay Pies is listening, or when they're around later, we'll say what's up. So appreciate their support. Performance Chiropractic is another one that we had. Again, appreciate the support. As people that are in, long distance running, ultra running, every once in a while you get some bumps and bruises, and you need to go talk to professionals about it. It's nice to have a chiropractor on hand, or someone that you can go see if you're having some issues with alignment or back issues or lower body issues, and have a chiropractor that you can reach out to that's local. So Performance Chiropractic is also a sponsor this year.
I was just going to give a quick shout out to Performance Chiropractic, but that sort of practice in general, sometimes that can be really helpful as sort of preventive strategy from preventing issues from arising. I think, if you really are in this endurance sport and you're running a lot, whether or not you're racing, if you're running ultra distances a lot, it does impact your body. Definitely. And I think learning to sort of take care of your body and focus on recovery, focus on, like you mentioned, alignment, all those types of things, that's going to just help you be more durable and stronger and ready and prepared for long-term endurance.
Yeah, and trying to take care of those things before they sideline you or whatever the case is. I know now I go to PT every other week just to try to keep things in line. Just like, from little bumps and bruises that you get along the way, it's important to try to take care of those things so you can keep on rolling. Not even from a racing perspective, just to like keep yourself in a spot where you can be active and go running and do the things you want to do. So, yeah, for sure. And then I think our last sponsor, at least on the board, is Camden County, which is awesome. So Camden County is, where this race takes place. Camden County has a great events department. They're very eager, very supportive, very helpful in terms of trying to like make events happen. We really, from a race perspective, like not take over the park. The park is still open today, obviously, but there's tents everywhere. There's parking. There's people parked all over the place. And, the people at Camden County are pretty much just like, do your thing. And they make it really easy to have events. Not even just from a running perspective, they have a lot of like really cool events in the park
concerts
all year.
And stuff,
they
right?
do a free concert series here. Yeah, and they do one in Haddon Heights too, which is like 5 or 10 minutes away. It's like a little bit of a smaller scale, but they do free concerts in the summer. They do everything. There's so many events in the park all the time. It's like I said, it's very accessible. It's very easy to host events here if you want to host an event. There's a lot of like rowing competitions here too.
Yeah, we've seen some boats
Cooper
go by
River.
this morning.
Yeah, so there's a ton that goes on here. The boathouse at Cooper River, they have weddings there.
Yes.
I mean, this is like a...
Oh, I love when you're doing the race and you go by and you see people all dressed up and you're going by like a hot, sweaty mess and you get to watch a wedding happen.
There definitely
That's
could
so
be one
cool.
later. I mean, it is a summer Saturday. There definitely could be a wedding.
I would almost bet on it.
Yeah.
But also, like, you can rent out park pavilions for parties.
Yep.
Usually, we see some really big, like, family events happening in the pavilions along. So it's a fun location because there's a lot happening. There's a lot to kind of keep you engaged, and it's a fun vibe.
Yeah. So again, shout out Camden County.
Yep. Who are so supportive, even with like the 6-day that happens in April.
Yeah. Oh my God,
that's a great partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they keep for the 6-day race, another one of endless endurance races that takes place on the track, 6-day race, the whole deal. They keep the parking lot over here, which is already full. It was full this morning at like 6 a.m. But they keep that parking lot essentially like for the 6-day runners for the duration of that race, which is really
incredible.
Cool.
Yeah.
And they'll have volunteers come out and like manage the parking lot and help with like every aspect of it. So that race, a lot of these things don't happen without the support of like, the local community in that sense. I mean, people that are race directors or are involved, know that like permitting sometimes can be an issue. Or these are real, the real sort of logistical challenges behind hosting events is that, you can't just say like, I'm going to host a 50K here and just do it, right? Like there's a process, and Camden County makes it really accessible and easy. So
Absolutely.
Shout out Camden County.
I just thought of something watching the screen. There are a lot of different views and opinions on this, but you want to know a secret about ultra running?
Let's hear it.
You don't have to run the whole time. In fact, the longer you're going to go, the more likely it is that you will be. We ultra runners like to say we do a lot of power hiking.
Yeah.
But
on flat asphalt.
But for real, sometimes it's walking. Sometimes, and there are, and like that's okay. I think that is absolutely one of the beauties about this kind of day is you've got 12 hours. If you want to walk the entire time, freaking go for it. You can do, like, your pace is your pace. Forward is a pace.
Oh, yeah.
And fast is a feeling, not a number. So whatever works for you, whatever you choose or how you would choose to approach the day, it's entirely up to you. And it's like absolutely okay. So you will see folks who are walking all day long. And I've seen, like, you could do a sub 24 walking. If you have a fast walking pace, like to finish 100 miles in sub 24, you need to keep a 14-minute pace.
Yeah.
It is possible. We've got some really, really fast walkers who come out here and pretty much walk the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely
can. I think that's something that also makes it approachable for folks at all ages. I just love, it's so beautiful because you don't have to be like the stereotypical sort of marathon speedy 5K runner to do ultra. In fact, that probably won't work out all that well.
Yeah, absolutely. And walking's a skill too, which is something that like
I love
is important.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, I honestly know this about myself, which is like why I tend to stick to like what you would consider like the shorter ultras. Like I like the 50K to 50 mile thing. Because I'm honestly not that good of a walker. Like, I'm not a fast walker. Yeah. I know that about myself.
And I love the longer stuff. Yeah. And I can crank out a fast walk. It's fun. I love it.
I know. I've done races where I've been like pacing friends on, like 100-mile races or these longer days, and they'll be walking next to me, and I'm like essentially like doing like
jogging
a short jog to keep up because I'm just not a very fast walker. So I mean, it's a skill. Like when you talk about training for these longer races. I mean, and 12 hours is a long time. I don't want to talk as if it's
a
not,
really long
right?
time.
Very long time. Like walking is a skill that needs to be practiced the same way that you would, practice running, or the same way that people do, maybe you still practice tempo and threshold work, even though you're not
Absolutely.
going to run at that pace in a race.
Yep.
Walking's the same thing. Like spending time on your feet.
Yep.
Right. Like is so important.
And it's going
for
to
racing.
engage different muscles. It's going to target different specific parts of your body. So that's such a great point that you might still do like tempo, you might do strides, you might do, your fartlek workout one or two times a week. You also should be practicing a slower pace to kind of get that full range.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
No, I
Yeah.
absolutely agree. And I think it's like something that's so significant about ultra running that people, or even just people getting into running in general, like don't put as much like stock into as I think they
Yeah.
should. Like when I talk to, like if I have friends or family that's like getting into running and they're like, oh, I run at, and they'll say a pace that's like maybe slower than the pace that I run at, and they feel like maybe discouraged. It's like you just spent an hour on your feet. Like, think about it that way. Like that's a lot. You know what I mean? So I think that's also like a good way to kind of gauge things too. Is like pace is. Yeah, like pace is just a number. Like if you're spending 90 minutes on your feet, like moving, like that's amazing. Like that's great training. Like a lot of people, so
and
that's
I think
important.
more and more with ultra, what you'll see is planning your training. I recommend like planning by time rather than pace. So, you might plan your long run on the weekend. You might plan a 3 or 4 hour run rather than prescribing a certain number of miles.
For sure.
Because of that pace variation. It depends on the terrain. If you're on rocky technical terrain, you're slower.
Yeah.
If you're on that, like asphalt, it's going to be different. So all those things, it allows for whatever pace variation. If you really try to track your mileage, track your running by time rather than miles,
which is cool. And that's how this race is set up. This is a timed race, right? It's not a
absolutely.
It's other. Well, there is the 100-mile. I don't want to. I want to make sure I don't.
There's the 100-mile, which has a 30-hour cutoff, which is pretty standard for a 100-mile distance. Sometimes you get. If you ever see a 100-mile race that has more than a 30-hour cutoff, it's usually a really good indication that it's a tougher course. That it's it's got some significant element that could potentially take more time, like technicality or elevation. 30 hours is pretty much the typical time cutoff for a 100-mile race.
Yep. And that's and there I'm sure there will be people that use most of, if not all, that 30 hours for the 100-miler that we have here, which is really cool. Again, like you'll have people that are probably trying to run it in half that time, and then you'll have people that use all of that time too, which is really cool. I actually think that was Nick that just went through, who won the 12-hour last year. I think that might have been him that just went through.
As the day goes on, we'll get better at seeing. It's a little bit hard to see numbers, and we'll get used to what folks are wearing. This is Treacial Churns coming across right now. Talk about walking.
Yeah.
Okay, Treacial is a legend in the ultra running community. Is he doing the 24 or the 100?
I actually think he's doing the 12-hour.
Okay.
But regardless, the point is
he will stay steady at a smooth walking pace the entire time. He will be extremely consistent, extremely steady, but you won't see him like running super fast. And he is going to crank out a ton of miles with that kind of format.
Yeah, which is really cool. I mean, he is kind of like the quintessential, like, so there's a goal, you have X amount of time, like find a way to do it.
Yeah.
Even if it just means walking or like which is cool.
Yeah.
Bart, you were going to say something else.
I was going to say Treacial Churns is a legend in the multi-day format, like the multi-day track format.
Yeah.
So if you want to learn something about ultra running many decades ago, check him out, look him up. Years ago, there was an episode that Gags recorded with Treacial Churns on Gags's podcast, Running Times with Gags. That's a fantastic listen. Check that out.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's a cool thing about our sport too, is that like, because it's like, what you would consider like more of like a niche sport, like the people that are kind of like the trailblazers, are still like around and they're like pretty accessible.
Yep.
Which is cool, especially in like the niche side of the sport, which is like, I mean, being like runners from the Northeast or the Mid-Atlantic or doing, ultras on these looped courses as opposed to like mountain races out west. Like the people that like paved the way to do that in this area, like in this style, are like here. Like they're around. Yeah. Like they're not,
that's super cool.
They're not unaccessible. They're not, they're just, they're people that are always going to be around, which is really cool. So, and we're like super fortunate to have them still doing the races that are put on in our area. So, yeah,
absolutely.
We have a couple people through 2 laps already in the 12-hour, which is cool.
Awesome.
So again, like, these are all things that will be, especially as the day gets going, like we'll our conversation will end up being, slightly more race focused. But we, obviously you want to let the race, you want to kind of like get into the day of the race a little bit. It looks like in the 24-hour, we actually have 2 people through 2 laps.
Nice.
And then in the 100-miler, we have a good amount of people through 2 laps. So,
do we know the course record for the 24-hour?
Yeah, I have it. So for the 24-hour, the course records are on the men's side. It was last year. Thomas Creighton, who I actually think is in the field this year. I can't remember if he's doing the 24-hour again or the 100-mile, but
I'll look him up.
He's in the field. His course record in the 24-hour is 123.74 miles.
Whew.
Yeah, and then on the women's side, it's Erica Bash is 105 miles.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was the only record last year that wasn't broken. So that record's from 2023, 105, which is one loop over the. It's like one loop over the 100 mile.
Yes. Yeah.
100-mile loop. Yeah.
All right, we're looking for Thomas.
Yeah, I think I have him.
Thomas Creighton's doing the 24-hour.
Okay, yeah, so he's the current course record holder in the 24-hour, and he is... Yeah, probably just like right in the middle of the pack. Yeah, right in the middle of the pack. Thomas Creighton also, this is cool too. You talk about like the age thing. Thomas Creighton's 62 years old.
That's badass.
Yeah.
Like,
and he
that's
set
so
the course
cool.
record last year at 61, ran 123 miles.
That's
61
freaking
years old,
phenomenal.
Awesome, right? Yeah, so
I love it.
Yeah, that's like the coolest thing about our sport is like you'll have someone that's 25 competing with someone that's 60.
Yeah.
And it'll be like a competition.
Oh,
like,
absolutely.
It's not
and I feel like it's one of those things where like you talk about age in sport. My mother watches a lot of tennis, and she'll talk about somebody who's in their 30s being so old, and I'm like, in ultra, like you're just getting started.
Seriously,
like I didn't start running at all until my late 30s.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in my mid 30s, and I've had my last 2 races have been my best races, and I started running ultras when I was in my late 20s.
Yeah,
so I'm running better in my mid 30s than I was in my late 20s. It's
right.
Like, yeah, so. Yeah, I mean, it really is crazy. So that's like the interesting, like, so the 24-hour, for example, and I'll just give a quick one. Like Andrew Linder's in that race, who is the current course record holder here in the 100-miler.
Yeah.
He's in the 24-hour, and he's 29. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, the idea that you could have Andrew, who's 29, and Thomas, who's the current course record holder in the 24-hour, going head-to-head, and there's, like, a 32-year age gap.
That is
like,
awesome.
You know what I mean? Like, that's really cool.
Super cool.
Like, so,
Super
and that's
cool.
something that, like, to be honest with you, like, probably will happen. Like, you probably will have the 2 of them at some point, like, near each other in the race, as things get going. So,
I love the way it contributes to the diversity in the sport.
Oh, it's so cool.
And how, like, this is the other secret about ultra running. Literally anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Anyone can do it. And I have people say to me all the time, like, oh, how do you do that? I could never do that. I could never. And I'm like, well, actually, you could.
Yeah.
Literally anyone can do it. You just need the desire. You need to want to work for it.
Yeah.
You need to be interested.
Yeah.
There's a good view of our aid station. On the right, we've got our water set up. So runners come in off the loop, come straight in. The aid station will be on the right side of the runners. And on the left side is the water setup. So that's kind of nice because that way we don't have a huge bottleneck.
Yeah.
You can grab some food, load your bottles, and keep on moving.
That actually might be new. Setting it up that way, which is a really good idea.
Yeah, it used to be where sort of at the end of the aid station, you'd have all the water right there. But there are folks who are going to come in and they're going to want food. They're going to want support from the aid station. But then others just need their bottles filled fulfilled and they want to keep going.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you get caught up in, like, I don't know about you, but I come to an aid station and I'm looking at it like a buffet, and you're like, ooh, what do we have? So it kind of can help support the flow of folks a little bit better.
That's cool. Talk a little bit about the volunteers, because you just brought up the aid station idea, which is really cool.
Yeah, we have loads of volunteers who are standing right there in your view. A race like this takes the support of so many folks, and Endless Endurance has their incredible volunteer program called the Skeleton Crew. So when you come out, you are part of the Skeleton Crew, and there are people who help with setup in the morning, with packet pickup before the race. We've got volunteers there who are supporting the aid station, who are cooking on that hot grill later on today, who are filling your bottles, who are just attending to the needs of all the runners and supporting to make sure that folks get through with what they need as quickly as possible. We've even got a couple people who at some point today, I think, will be out with cameras on the, what's it called? The gimbal? I don't know.
Technical term.
Yeah, they'll be out there with like camera on a stick.
Yeah. I like that better. Yeah.
You got it right. I'm proud of you.
That's great.
Apparently, gimbal was correct. See, I know
nice.
I know some stuff. And there's Gags.
That's awesome.
Shout out to Gagliardi.
Yeah, it's great. So yeah, volunteer. Yeah, this is like, I think this is one of the reasons why like people love the community too, that are a part of it, is like it really is in a lot of ways like a DIY community.
Yes.
Like, you know, like the races are put on by people that have run races. The volunteers are people that are like into the sport, that are giving a lot of times like giving back their time. Like they're people that do the races and then they want to help.
I think, like,
it's
for you and I both, like that's something I love, because I run a lot of races, and I know for me, volunteers can like make your day. Like sure. I've had volunteers just bring so much sunshine and support, and I'm sure there have been times that literally they've saved my race. Just to be there. And so being able to sort of do the same thing and give back to the community is incredible. So if you want to support your local ultra community, volunteer at races, come out to Endless Endurance, volunteer, be a part of the Skeleton Crew, because what Endless Endurance does that's really unique is they have what they call their bones program. So you kind of, for the time that you put in as a volunteer, you earn bones, and bones are what you can then use to pay for your registration for a race. So if you earn a certain amount of bones, you can use that to cover at least part, or I
there's
think,
like discounts and things like that.
On signing up for one of their races. So honestly, that's unique. That doesn't usually happen, and it's something I think is so awesome about Endless Endurance. So the more time you put in, the better, the more bones you get, but also it's just like, it just being part of the community is so amazing.
Yeah, it's a good way to give back too.
Another thing
and like
is,
see your friends.
If you are, and see your friends and not have to run. But if you are ultra curious, not only but you're not yet sure if you want to even sign up for a format like this, honestly, volunteering is one of the most incredible learning opportunities. If you want to really understand what it takes and like see different strategies, see how things work, how they don't work, you want to sort of learn about, what do people eat all day? What do they use? What do they wear? Do they need to chafe? Do whatever questions you have. If you come spend hours of your day at a race like this, you are going to learn a ton through observation and engaging with people and with the runners. And I know for me, like, that's been so powerful, and then like translating that to my own running and my own experience is huge. Yeah,
it's great. I love that. I think I agree with everything that you said. Every part of that is awesome. Yeah. Volunteering is awesome. It's just like, it's cool to give back to something that you like really care about. Anytime you volunteer for anything is a good, it's a good use of time, but doing it in a community that you are already like supporting and participating in is even better. So
yeah,
we love it. Shout out the volunteers. Race doesn't happen without them, and anyone will tell you that in the community. So yeah, it's awesome. All right, let's see where we are at. I mean, yeah, just like a bunch of people through 2 laps, and again, like the quote unquote race doesn't really start, looking at the front of the packs and these things, it doesn't start for a little while. So we're holding off on talking about racing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of people are out. I mean, you're an hour and 15 minutes essentially into the day. I mean, you're into the race, you're not, you're into it. The day has started. 12 hours is still a long time. It's interesting. We talk about this race as if the 12-hour is like a 5K, as if it's like the shorter race. But 12 hours is still a really long time. I mean, like we said, last year, the 12-hour course record fell, and those guys ran like 86 miles. So that's a long way.
And
right,
the outcome came down to like the last couple seconds of the race.
So
yeah,
it's a long way to go, and it's a long it's still a long day, 12 hours. You start at 7 a.m., you're done at 7 p.m., you run through the heat of the day.
Yep.
You're not running into the night, but in the 12-hour, but you're getting your money's worth, that's for sure.
I do really like longer distances, but there's something so beautiful about a race that you can get done in like 12 hours because you get to go home and sleep in your own bed.
That's like my neck of the woods.
Like, what's your favorite distance?
Honestly, like recently it's been the 6-hour, which is like so niche, but I love it.
I dig it.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And then I think in a couple weeks I'm gonna run Pine Creek, but I'm gonna run the 50 at Pine Creek.
Heck yeah.
I think I haven't signed up. That's like the goal. But
I've done Pine Creek.
That range
That's
like 50K to 50 mile has been just like, and this is kind of like an interesting thing about ultra that is more of like a side conversation, but I think like as you get into the sport, you really need to just like do things that like motivate you, and that for me has been like the biggest thing that I've realized about myself. Like I'm not, for whatever reason, I don't know why, and I actually have like stopped trying to figure it out. Like I'm not as motivated by the longer races, and every time I've tried to sign up for one, I just like don't have a good race. So I'm going back to the things that like excite me, and like I like to train a little bit quicker, and like I like the 50K to 50 mile distance, and I'm having like a ton of fun training that way, and I've had some good races, and like I don't need to be like, for me, like I don't feel like the need to run the 100-mile or longer races because I'm finding more joy doing the shorter stuff. And being okay with that is huge.
So
that's been like my mindset the last like year probably,
that's
honestly.
Awesome.
And I'm staying that way.
I think
I'm going to try to stay that way.
There's such maturity in that. And Brian, like I absolutely love that you're talking about this because there's this thing like in ultra running where if you say, the gateway to ultra is the 50K distance. So there's this thing and this expectation, I think, that happens for a lot of people where when they do a 50K, then they're like, oh, but I feel like I should do a 50 miler, and then they do, and then they're like, they feel like there's an expectation that they should do a 100 miler. Or they should do like X longer. They should just keep going longer and longer and longer. But that is not what everybody wants to do.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's the right thing. Like you don't have to keep going just because there's some sort of like societal expectation or something or a perceived expectation that you should do that. So I think trying different things, finding your sweet spot, like you said, finding what motivates you, what speaks to you, what you really enjoy. I know a lot of people who got into ultra running who did longer stuff and then were like, 50K is my sweet spot. Like, I love that. And I think that is so fantastic and really kind of ties into like the ultra running values overall. It's like you do what's right for you and you'll be supported, and there's no overall right or wrong. Like that's totally awesome. I think that's really, really cool.
It's good.
You found that.
I appreciate that. That's been like basically my last year or so has been like, I like doing the shorter stuff. Like I'm gonna run like these like I've done 2 6-hour races, and they both went great, and I'm having fun training.
You did the
for
hot
them,
mess in the fall.
I did hot mess in the fall.
That was so much fun to watch.
That was so fun. That was a great
you had
race.
the eye of the tiger that day. That was
I
great.
I had a great time. And then I ran the 6-hour here for the 6th day.
Nice.
I actually, this is a little inside baseball for people that ran that race. I actually asked Pete to add it. So there wasn't a 6-hour, but
Hell yeah.
I had like a mileage goal in time, and I was like having a hard time. 6 hours so niche. I was like having a hard time like finding one that like made sense. Like there's not that many. There's one today actually in North Jersey, but obviously I wouldn't be there. And so I asked Pete. I was like, hey man, like you mind adding a 6-hour? Like I really want to run. And then luckily like 15 or so people signed up.
There
like
were a lot.
So there were a good amount of people.
Yeah.
So I asked him to add it, so I could run it there. So yeah, I've been like liking that distance, and then the 50 miler is not too far off from the 6-hour, just in terms of like time.
Well, again, like a 50 miler, you're gonna get to go home and sleep in a bed.
Or
wherever you are, you can go sleep in a bed somewhere.
Yeah, so
it's pretty sweet.
That's been like what I've been enjoying more than the longer stuff, and you gotta kind of do like what works with your life. I mean, I have 2 young kids.
Yeah,
just like the training, like it just right now it makes more sense to just like stick in there, and I like it and I'm enjoying it, and I'm still getting out and running and having a great time.
That's awesome. That's fantastic.
And if like the multi-day stuff is like what gets you out of bed in the morning, then like that's absolutely what you should do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you got to do the things that motivate you and like keep you excited, and especially like as you're in the sport longer too, right?
Yes.
Like your motivations might shift and change, and just like that's like just part of any. I mean that happens in life.
Part of life.
Yeah,
I think flexibility is key in ultra running and in life.
Yeah. Right on.
Yeah.
So that's been like a cool thing, and it'll be interesting to see. Like, and I mean, I think you even see it in this race here today. Like to bring it full circle. Like I talked a little bit about this earlier. Like the 2 guys that were competing at the front of the 12-hour last year are in the 100-mile this year, right? So you talk about like changing motivation or like whatever it is. Like that's something that I think is cool to see. That like even in this race from year to year, like you have people transitioning and moving distances, and Gags is a good example too. Like he won the 12-hour a number of years in a row. He ran the 100-mile a couple years, and now he's like back in the 12-hour this year. Like it's like you have to do the things that like excite you, and that doesn't always mean like an upward trajectory and distance.
Doesn't always have to be more and more and more. Yeah.
It can be anything.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
And all the different formats of running and racing. There's a world of possibilities out there.
Yeah, there was. I'll have to I can actually bring this up because the format thing is interesting. So like this format, the 12-hour, 24, kind of like this time looped format is a little bit more niche, right? Like in ultra running than your sort of like standard distance-esque races. Obviously we have the 100-mile, which is like becoming a very common distance, I think, amongst ultra running. But in terms of, I'm going to have to bring this up quickly. I think last year, this race, and again, this was a race, it was seasonably cooler, but it was still August last year.
Yeah.
I think last year for like 12-hour running, like it was like 3 of the top 5 12-hour times were like at this race or something, like something crazy.
Oh, wow. Like overall.
Like for the year.
There are stats out there, like nationwide stats, that will tell you like top 10 for overall in 12-hour racing.
Yeah, here, I got it. So this was last year.
That's awesome.
All right, so this is like just kind of cool to look at. So on the men's side, this was last year for 12-hour racing. Zach Bitter was first. He's a professional athlete, right?
Yeah.
So he was first. He ran a little over 100 miles in a 12-hour race. I think it was in Ohio. I could be wrong, but somewhere in the Midwest. But then second was Nick Schroeder, who got second here.
Wow.
Or who won this race.
Yeah.
He had the second farthest, second best 12-hour time last year
in the country.
In the country. Third was Michael DeGeorge, who I don't know if he's running today, but his was at Hainesport, which is another local race. South Jersey race, right? And then fourth was Chris Shaw, who got second here in this race, right? So, so in the top 4, 3 of them were races that like took place in South Jersey. So like
cool.
when you talk about like just the 12-hour format, like that format, like this is kind of like a hotbed area, like for this format style of running.
Looking
and then
at Ultra Running Mag.
Yeah, this is like top performances on Ultra Running Mag. And then for the women, I think the women was like the same too. So let me see where the first one was. Oh, I actually might have been a little bit off. So like Rhiannon's on here, 15th last year from Hainesport.
Yeah.
That's a South Jersey race.
Victoria Brown, she runs local.
Yep, that was from the Raven, which is I think in Virginia maybe. And then so Emmy Simon, who won our female race last year, was 19th for the in the country for 12-hour racing.
Huge.
I mean, yeah, like this
so
is like a
cool.
hotbed area
Heck
for these like types of races and these styles of races. So I always like think that's interesting too.
That's so great.
I forget when I was looking at that, but the men's one like blew me away. I was like, literally 3 of the top 4 were like at South Jersey races for 12-hour. So it's cool. Like, so yeah, I mean, it is like a little bit of a different format, and it again, like it is a little niche. Obviously, it's different than your sort of standard like 50K, 50 mile, 100K, 100 mile.
Yes.
But like it's competitive. Like this is a competitive distance. And yeah, like this area gets, we get some really competitive racing. So we'll have a chance to like talk more about that competitive racing like as the day goes on too. So just something that I thought was cool.
That is phenomenal. That's so cool to point out.
Yeah. So that's cool. What do you think? Should we take our first little break? All right. So yeah, programming note, I guess throughout the day, we'll kind of like hop on and hop back off. So we'll take a little break right now. It's, we'll probably join you. I would say probably somewhere around 9 o'clock or so, realistically. Probably like a 30-minute break. And then, at that point, we'll be 2 hours into the race. We'll have some race updates for you. We'll start, talking a little bit about the trajectory of the race. And yeah, just kind of like be with you on and off throughout the day. So if you're tuned in, stay tuned in. You'll still have you'll still have the live feed.
Keep an eye on those results. Yeah, we'll keep the camera on that start-finish area, I believe. So you'll be able to see that. But keep an eye on your folks. Keep tracking. And
we'll be back shortly. Good deal.
Hello again.
We're back.
We're back.
All right, cool.
We're Brian can't hear.
Yeah.
We're a little bit later than expected. Sorry to keep anybody hanging. I know you missed us. We're just out here talking into the void.
We're back.
Brian.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hot. Are you feeling
Yeah.
hot? Like we're sitting. We're sort of exposed in the sun. But I am personally feeling a little warm right now, a little sweaty.
Yeah.
And we're sitting on our butts.
So I felt the same. It's funny, right before we came on, I had I've had my notes on my phone for just like things I noticed when we took our little break. I was like walking around and like looking at the tents and stuff. My last note just says people are sweating. because it is hot.
People are sweating.
Yeah, it's hot. And that's like I was actually, I mean, obviously, yeah, it's hot. Our thermostat temperature reading says 76 degrees,
no
but
friggin'
that
way.
TV's in the shade too, I think. So that's also part of it. But
honestly, it feels much, much, much warmer than that.
And I was honestly actually, so like, it's hot out, but I was surprised by seeing runners as they come in. Like, people are drenched.
Absolutely soaked.
Soaked. And that could be like a combination of just like sweat and pouring water on themselves, or it could just be sweat. I don't know.
I think they're sweaty.
It's hot.
It is August 1st. So like we're talking about sweat like it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
It's actually not. It is how when your body gets fully acclimated to the heat, what you want is to start sweating quickly. You want to have that point, like, when you do heat training, you're literally training your body to sweat sooner, because that's your body's natural cooling mechanism. Yeah. On a day like this, though, because there's no reprieve from the moisture, once you get sweaty, you are just soaked.
Yep.
Soaked through like bathing suit wet.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like, it is a heat management thing. It'll be interesting. Yeah, like that is the story of this race.
Yep.
And last year we had like a little bit of a break in that, and we talked about this in the first segment. Like, we saw a bunch of records fall because of that, and this year, like, again, we're not in like extreme heat warning territory, but it's going to be in the mid 80s, and it's humid. It feels humid right now. There's not like a huge breeze, really. It's like pretty still.
Actually, I think that's notable.
Yeah.
That there's not much of a breeze at all.
Yeah, at least right now there's not. Yeah. It doesn't feel like there is. And then, we talked about it again in the first segment. Like, a lot of this course is exposed. Like, most of it's exposed, right?
Yep.
So the asphalt's always going to be a little bit warmer than like the actual air temperature. I just think that's
Think
what we're
about
getting.
those signs that you see for pet care and like awareness. I've seen them actually here posted around the park. When it's X degrees outside, the pavement is going to feel like 120. If it's 80, 90 degrees outside, the pavement's going to be extremely hot. Well, you're feeling that. Like, it actually, this black top kind of radiates heat and makes it all the more interesting. But our aid station is cranking out the hydration. They've got tons of all the products, all the hydration stuff. I saw a lot of Element over there. They've got Noon. Do we have Tailwind?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think usually I don't want to say it without.
Yeah.
Usually there's a hydration source, but loads of water. We've got a lot of volunteers filling bottles. We do have runners already utilizing ice. I've seen the ice bandanas get filled up multiple times.
Yeah.
People are doing great. They're
That's
still
good.
cruising. They're, not much worse for the wear, even though it is feeling hot.
Yeah,
it's just
feeling
an
hot.
indication of how the next several hours are going to go.
Definitely. Today's a day too where like and we always talk about this, like with just like running and especially ultra running and these, longer distance races, like you need a plan today for the heat. Like, today's not the kind of day where you could kind of like willy-nilly it and be like, oh, like I'm going to kind of see how it plays out. Like, I would highly suggest on a day like today, or just like summer races in general, like have a plan for not just, your sort of nutrition, but also your cooling strategy. Like
100%.
You're going to need one today. Especially right now, it's only 9 a.m. and it's already like, like I said, like people are sweating as if it's like the middle of the day. They're 2 hours in, a little over 2 hours in, and it's hot, and you can tell, and you can certainly feel it, I'm sure. So it's a summer race. The heat is protecting the course today, the course records today, and things like that. So that was that was like something I noticed that it was like my biggest takeaway walking around out there. I was surprised. I mean, as someone that's been to this race a bunch, like we do the live stream for it a number of years in a row, like I was surprised to see people that sweaty that early.
Yeah.
But it's hot, man. So that's it. And then one of my other notes I had, and we didn't shout this out in the first segment, but this is one of the cool kind of fun things that's happening this year with HOKA being one of the sponsors, is that there's a tent decorating contest.
Yes, and it is fantastic. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to get our camera on some of the tents that are out there. So HOKA, at their sponsored booth, they do have a booth set up right across from the aid station. They've got some fun beads and like fun stuff. They've got loads of glitter. Body glitter. I just cover myself in sunblock glitter. But yes, there is a lot of really, really fun. And you can see, I see Queer Run has their tent. There's another tent right next to them with some fabulous looking streamers hanging down. Look at all these tents. Look at the signs.
There was an Under the Sea themed one that was really
12 loops,
cool.
0 F's given. I love it. Are we allowed to say? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. I'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some good ones. I saw an Under the Sea one that was sweet. Yeah, so the tent decorating contest
really
is
fun.
cool.
And dude, when you're a runner on a course like this, little things like that are just so much fun to see, because every time you go by, you get a laugh. You see something that just is like anything that brings fun to the environment. Oh, I see some fantastic shiny streamers all over the place.
Yeah, there's some sweet ones.
Yeah, that really makes the vibe so much more festive and fun.
Tent cities are fun.
Yeah.
Whenever like Javelina's another race like that.
Oh, heck
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
to like the
I
nth
love
degree.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun to walk around and like look at people's tents and the decorations, and yeah, it's just like your central point to hang out. Like when we took our first little break, like I just walked up and down the track, like said hi to a couple people and got to check out the tents and see what people are doing, and yeah, like you get to kind of get like a look into people's next 12 to 30 hours. So, or potentially, yeah. So yeah, it's cool. It's a cool thing to see. So yeah, shout out HOKA with the tent decorating contest.
Yes.
I think they're like giving shoes out.
I was gonna say, what's the winner?
I think shoes. I think they're giving out like up to 5 pairs of shoes. Don't quote me on the 5 pairs, but
there's a
something
wear
like that.
test happening right now where
sick.
folks, so that's another fantastic benefit of having a shoe brand sponsored event is they typically bring shoes. So HOKA has, I definitely saw the Clifton Pro on the table, which is a really new, have you tried it on yet? It feels good.
Nice.
Yeah, totally different from the regular Clifton.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like snappy and peppy. Like it's completely different feel. It's fun.
That's cool.
But they've got, so if people want to switch up and try out a new pair of shoes for a loop, go for it.
That's
they can
so
do
cool.
that. It's really cool. Yeah.
That's like the coolest thing about this race is like you'll have people at the front like competing as if like why would they stop to try on a demo shoe, or it's like I can sign up for this race and get some sweet snacks and try demo shoes. It's like why wouldn't you?
It is like an open door for whatever you want. Yeah. I think when times when I ran this race, I would not have stopped to, but like I love
it's
that
on the
it's
table.
available. It is literally on the table.
Yeah.
And that's just my favorite thing about this is you do whatever the heck you want. It's your race.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna shout some names out here.
Great
just like
aerial view.
Starting to get into the competitive side of things. We'll start with the 12-hour and then kind of like work our way down. So yeah, we'll try to shout out names like throughout the course of the day here again. So we'll start with the men's side here. So on the men's side, couple names at the top of the leaderboard. Nathan Hawkins is leading the men's race right now. He's 27 years old from Lebanon, PA. All of the people I'm going to mention are through 4 loops so far, and then it's just like a varying degree of time that separates them. So it's Nathan Hawkins is leading at 27 years old. Again, he's from Lebanon. Gary Samuels is in second on the men's side, 47 years old from Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Sweet.
I think I mentioned this in the first segment, or Michelle and I had talked about it off camera. I've ran with Gary before. He came up here for the 6-hour race in April, so I've had a chance to run with him. He's a strong runner. I'm curious to see how he does today. He's in second right now. And then in third place on the men's side is our guy that won the fastest first loop still. So Johnny Meehan, 38 from Swedesboro. He's in third right now. Fourth is James Collette from Philly.
There goes Gags.
Fifth is Charles DeFalco from New York. He's an interesting name, I think, to keep an eye on as this thing progresses. He's been in like that top 5 to top 10 range in this race before.
Okay.
He's 41 years old. He has experience in this race. He's in 5th place right now. I'm sure he's kind of like easing into the day and like finding his groove. He's a guy that I think like by day's end could be like right up there chasing for the podium. Yeah, he's like a name to keep an eye on. I had him like kind of marked down when I was making like my list of people that are in the 12 hour that I know have done it before and have been in that mix.
Yeah.
He was one of the ones I had. So, on the women's side, first place right now, leading the women's race is Tara Wilson, 42 years old from Philadelphia. Currently, same thing, in 4 loops in. She's in 7th place overall, too. So that's always, we can stop and pause and talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
I always think that's one of the cool storylines of this race is like women's race versus overall race. And this happens every year, but as the race goes on and on, you'll have more women creep their way up higher and higher on the overall list, which I always think speaks to like just like women I think generally run so much smarter in these types of races, which is like such a blanket general statement to make, but you see it in this race. Like right now we have 2 women in the top 10. Like I would almost venture to guess by the day's end there'll be more.
I will bet. I totally agree.
And that like happens every year.
Yeah.
So that'll be a cool storyline to keep an eye on. So yeah, Tara Wilson, first female right now in the 12 hour. She's in 7th overall. Jolie Fenton, 37 years old from New York.
Sweet.
10th overall, second female.
Hell yeah.
And then a woman named Jennifer Hickey, 55 years old from Washington, D.C.
Hell yeah.
3rd place female currently.
Go Jennifer.
They're all through 4 loops, and they are all within 3 minutes of each other, too. So they're all like kind of right in the mix, right around each other as well. So that's what the women's and men's races look like for the 12 hour. We can quickly jump down here.
Yeah, what's happening with like our 100 mile and 24 hour folks?
Yeah, so the 100 mile is crazy right now. The 100 mile is actually like the people that are farthest along right now in this race is the front of the 100 mile pack.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
But if you think about pace wise, we've got folks who potentially could go like, what's the 100 mile record? Like they could go like a 16, 17 hour 100 miler. Mm-hmm. So, they're running against the 12 hour folks and they're trying to get a whole lot more miles done in a shorter amount of time. They're going to be moving fast throughout the day.
So that 100 mile record is Andrew Linder's record. And again, he's in the 24 hour this year, but he has the current course record. It's 17 hours and 13 minutes.
Okay. We might see that change.
Yeah, so that's what I would say. No, I mean, Andrew's a great runner. He has some really, really cool accomplishments. He's a Transcon runner, I believe, as well. Like he's done. Ran it with a vest, I think.
Yep.
So, like, he's an unbelievable runner. If I had to like pick a record that I think might fall, it's that record because of the people that have transitioned from the 12 hour to the 100 miles specifically.
Right.
And it's so early to start talking about pace for a race like that, but it is progressing. That race is progressing faster than any other race right now. So currently on the men's side, leading that race is a guy named Vincent Coltolino. Apologize if I mispronounced your name. 35 years old from Philadelphia. Second place in that race is Zach Rutherford, 30 years old from Nottingham, Maryland. They're about a minute apart, and then a minute behind both of them, almost running together, is our winner. Our 2 guys from the 12 hour last year is Nick Schroeder and Chris Shaw are right behind both of them in 3rd and 4th place. And like I said, they're like all. Like if they were all running the 12 hour, they'd all be at the top of the 12 hour. So
for sure.
They're really the ones kind of like pushing the race, pushing the pace of like all the races right now. And then on the women's side of things, currently in first place of the 100 mile race, in 21st overall is Lisa Perry. So,
hell yeah,
Lisa Perry, veteran of the game.
She is such a veteran, and You know, we talk about like everybody has their own approaches, everybody has their race preferences. We talked a little bit earlier about like finding your sweet spot. Well, this kind of format is Lisa Perry's sweet spot. This is her freaking jam. And she will just cruise all. She's like very, very comfortable with this loop format, being self-sufficient, managing herself. She won't have crews. She's not worried about a pacer. She's just gonna get it done, and probably with a smile on her face most of the time. She has a real easygoing approach.
Lisa's great, super tough. Yeah. So she's leading that 100-mile race. I actually think I want to check before I say it. Yeah, so she's the course record holder in the 100-mile race here.
Yeah.
20 hours and 49 minutes.
That's phenomenal.
And that was last
sense.
year. Yeah. So she's the course record holder in that race, which is cool.
And she's done the 100-mile. This is at least the third time.
Yeah, a bunch of
fourth.
times. Yeah. She ran, I think she ran the 24-hour at the 6-day race too. Something like that. So, yeah, I mean, tons of experience. Super tough. I mean, someone that, like, if she's in a race, like a local race like this, like, you're just going to have her name kind of like, you know, marked down as like, this is someone that's going to be competitive. She's leading the 100-mile race. In second place for the female in that race is a woman named Caitlin O'Donnell, 36 years old, from Astoria, New York. And then in third place is Kimberly Delaney, 46 years old, from Glendale, New York. So
sweet.
And then running with Kimberly is a woman named Martha Victorio, who's also from New York, from Maspeth, New York, 42 years old. I wonder if they know each other. They have like the same split, so it looks like they're running together. And those women are all within like a minute of each other. That's second, third, and fourth. And they are about 12 minutes behind Lisa. So Lisa has like a 12-minute lead right now. All on the same loop, it looks like. But, yeah, she's about 12 minutes ahead of them. And those women, second through fourth, are all running together.
When you think about in the grand scheme of the day, that's really close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was... Oh, I missed the 24-hour. Sorry.
So
the 24-hour has 50 people in it. Yeah, see, this is interesting. There's more people in the 100-mile than the 24-hour.
Yeah.
Which is, it seems like things have been trending that way with this race, where the 100-mile becomes a little bit more popular.
Well, it has a 30-hour cutoff.
That's
so
true.
like if you do the 24-hour, you're probably like some people do the 24 because they just want to get the experience of running overnight.
Yeah.
And like go beyond 12 hours and just see what happens, see what they can do. But a lot of people do it because they want to hit 100 miles. They want a 100-mile buckle. And sometimes we'll choose the alternative of the 100-mile race because they have more of a cutoff. I feel like in a 24-hour, it seems to like, I could be totally wrong. Feel free to tell me to bug off. But you get kind of folks at either end of the spectrum. You either have folks who are newer and really curious for the first time to push themselves for that amount of time and just see where they get to, or you get folks who are really confident they can do 124 hours and want to get beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's, it's funny, like in ultra running, there is this thing about 24 hours for 100 miles.
Yeah.
Where there's kind of like this notion that an air quote good time for 100 miles is sub 24. A lot of races, like that is partly sort of promoted by races themselves, who might provide a special sub.
That's what I was going to say.
Sub
Different
24
buckle.
Like Javelina for sure has a sub 24 buckle. A lot of races do. And so folks have that as like the stretch goal. Like that's what they really want. But it's really pretty friggin' arbitrary.
Yeah.
Like in my opinion, it's
I think
very
so too.
arbitrary. So I always tell folks who are going for their first 100-miler, like that's like, who made that up? I don't even know.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing magic about having to go sub 24.
Yeah.
It's great when you do it. It feels really friggin' good, but at the same time, it's just really random number.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. And that is kind of, I think that is, why we start to see more people lean towards the 100 where it's, because the 24 becomes like, it becomes something specific. Like you run the 24 for, at this point, because there's a 100-mile race, like a specific reason.
Yes.
Whether, like you said, maybe you're training for a multi-day and you want to run through the night, right? Or again, like you're not sure if you'll hit 100, but you don't really care. You're like, I just want to run the time.
Yeah, you want to try to do 100K.
Like, yeah.
And I think there are a lot of people who, if you've never done 62 miles and you're curious, like that's kind of a next distance beyond the 50-mile race. A lot of people don't feel like they could hit 100K in 12 hours.
Especially when it's hot like today.
Right. So having 24 hours to have just that little bit, have that extra time.
Yeah.
But, then there are going to be people who are like, I think I could throw down 125 miles. So
I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That is a good way to put it. So that race, the 24-hour, was the one we didn't shout out yet. Chris Flores is leading that race, 39 years old from Rahway, New Jersey. Chris Flores is another name I kind of had jotted down. I don't have like the exacts on it, but he's a name that's like been in the mix in these types of races before. I don't know if he ran last year. I could be mistaken, but I know his name has like been on the leaderboard before. He's currently leading the 12-hour race. Second place male right there in that race is Adam Chatreer. Again, I think that's another name.
I know that
looks
name.
Really familiar. Yeah.
We've seen him before.
Yeah, 31 from Morrisville, PA. Miguel Vera, 25 from Cedarville, New Jersey. And then fourth place male is Andrew Linder, who we've talked a little bit about today. He's a course record holder here in the 100. He's 29 years old. He's from Fort Washington, Maryland, not Fort Washington, PA. On the women's side of things is Heather Cohen is leading the 24-hour race for the female. 43 years old from St. Cloud, Florida.
Cool.
So, don't know
cool.
if she has a connection to this area or if she came from Florida to run it or if she just lives in Florida now. But either way, if you're training in Florida, this is a great race.
Yeah.
This is a great race to come up and run. We actually had that a couple years ago.
I remember this.
Lauren, I think her last name was McGet-Creek. I could be wrong. But she won the 12-hour race for the women, and she was from Texas.
Yeah.
And was like, here for that race. And we talked a lot about that with the heat because it was a very hot year that year. This was 2 years ago, I think. And it like totally paid off. Like the heat training, makes a ton of sense. So that's Heather Cohen. Second place is Ashley Rabel, 25 from Harrisburg, PA. And then third is Maddie Varley, 32 from Conshohocken. And those women are respectively starting with Heather in 5th, 14th, and 16th overall.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's where we're at, just like with how things are shaking out right now.
What about our relay team?
So I don't have the relay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I have them.
It's kind of fun to chat with folks from the relay end of it because there are different strategies there. I spoke to one team who each member of the 4-person relay team is doing 1 lap at a time. Other times I've seen them do like 2 laps, like everybody do 2 and then 2. And I'm pretty sure that it's up to them to sort of decide how to split things up.
So I do have them actually. They're under a separate tab.
Sweet.
A separate header. So yeah, both the relays for the 24-hour and the 12-hour are both like the farthest along on course, which makes sense.
Totally.
We've had years where like single competitors have gone toe to toe with the relay teams.
Yeah.
It seems like the relays are farther along this year. So for the 12-hour team relay, the team that's in the lead is a team called the Running Monks. They are
awesome.
6 loops in, so they're 22.5 miles in already.
Nice.
Then we have the Loopy Bandits and the Faux Bros.
Is it PHO?
PHO.
Hell yeah.
And then for the 24-hour team relay, the team that's in first is the Gender Neutral Baby Girl Mob Bosses.
They were here last year, I think.
Yep. And then second place is Philly Trail John, and then the Snack Rats are in third.
Hell yeah.
On the relay side. So the relay is a really cool part of this too. It like just gives you, you have different people on course, like you said, different strategies to the relay. Again, it just like gives you an opportunity to like be around all day. If like you're like, oh yeah, like I'll come out, I'll run a relay, get a couple people together. I think like if you're just like looking to get some miles in with friends, like
oh my
the
gosh,
12-hour relay is such a cool option.
Even the 24-hour relay, like some of the 24-hour relay team, they have like there's one team, it's Aaron Jaskowitz's team.
Yeah, I don't know if I can see the people. I'll
a
look
super sweet setup where like the 24-hour teams, they'll set up like they've got like a sleeping tent and they've got like a whole, I mean, they're like camped out to hang out with friends for 24 hours. It's awesome.
She might be on Ladies Who Loop.
Yes, that is definitely Ladies Who Loop.
I don't have like the individual names of people, but I think that's always been like their team name.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool. I mean, like I said, it's a cool way to like come out and do it. I actually think last year both relay records were broken too. Let me see.
I think every record was broken.
Yeah, except the female 24 hours, the only one. So yeah, last year it was 4 dudes, 1 loop. They ran 108 miles in 12
awesome.
Hours.
That's phenomenal.
Crazy. That is cool.
Yeah.
And then in the 24-hour team relay, Muscle Mommies ran 180 miles.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's
awesome. Cool. It is cool to have like legit records like that too. Like for a couple years, I remember like especially the 24-hour relay. Like for a couple years, the 24-hour relay record was like essentially similar to like the individual because you just didn't have as many teams doing it.
Yeah.
So it's cool to have a team last year go out and put like 180 miles up and be like, all right, this is like a legit record to go after. Like if you want to go after it,
which is stout.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, that's where we're at. Like race wise, again, all that stuff will get updated as we keep going and as these races, like, you know, they start to get a little bit closer to like different parts of the day. I noticed when I was out walking, again, just like another note I had, a lot of the guys in that 100-mile race were like kind of running together at the front of the pack. It looked like Nick Schroeder and Chris Shaw were running together, just like basically right next to each other. The 2 guys at the front of that race, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I can see comments that people leave like for individual runners. Like we don't have an open comment thing, but it looked like the 2 guys at the top of that 100-mile race like don't have a ton of ultra experience. I couldn't find a ton. Again, like that doesn't mean
that's always fun.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they don't have any experience. It could just mean like their names they haven't run races that are like on certain platforms that I would use to look at. Right. So yeah, again, like I could be wrong, but I also think that's like something that's interesting to keep an eye on too. Just like as the day goes on, like I think especially with these longer races, like I'm more of the belief that like experience pays huge dividends in these types of races, especially in races that are hot. You know, you can train on your own to some extent for these types of efforts, but even just like pinning on a race bib and going through kind of the steps of like race morning, like that stuff to me is like, you know, those are experiences golden. You can't,
it's totally replicate. Golden. And I think one of the hugest things to learn in doing ultras is fueling and hydration. And a race like this is no matter what, you know, what distance or what format you choose, fueling and a hydration, of course, you practice it on your training runs. You practice it every day. Even if you're going out for an hour and a half, an hour, those are opportunities to practice fueling. But it's in the actual race day, hot conditions, like that's where you really learn how to experiment, what works, what doesn't work. And like I think every run that you do, certainly every race that you do, is an opportunity to learn something about yourself, about even if you have the day of your life and you break the course record and you do phenomenal, you need to sit down and kind of process that and figure out like, okay, well, what worked? What could I have done different? What was the fueling strategy? Like, could I do more? Was that, was that ideal?
Yeah.
But that you really get that through the actual doing of the thing.
And that's the thing too. Like you could, you know, let's say even in training, you do a 6-hour long run, right? And you're like, I'm going to do a 6-hour long run and I'm going to manage my nutrition as if I'm running a 100-mile race, right?
Yep, that's what I do.
Which is a great practice, and you have the experience of saying, I've run 100-mile races, so I know what this is going to be like. But if it's your first one or you've only done one, it's hard. Like, your nutrition could go perfect for 6 hours, and then mile 16 of a race, it could totally flip, right? So that's something that, like, that just comes with experience, right?
Yes, completely.
Which is, experience pays dividends. But this is how you get it. You have to show up and put the bib on and, tie your shoes and go out there and see what you can do.
And flexibility is the name of the game. Flexibility is key because it might work perfect for you in that 1 6-hour training run, but the next time you try to employ the exact same strategy, it doesn't work or something gets wonky or something changed. So having I'd be happy to talk about fueling for a long time. But like having different strategies and having a plan B, having alternatives, that really, really, really is key because you have to be flexible and you have, like we talked about having a plan. Like you need to have your cooling plan on a day like this. Yes, plan, and know that at some point your plan is going to go to shit and you might have to switch it up and do different. And that's when you employ you shift the strategy, you do something different. There's always something that you can do. That's a question that I like to ask myself at any point during an ultra is if something's hard, if something's not working, it's like, okay, what can I do in this moment? Can I eat something? Can I change my socks? Can I slow down and walk a little bit? There's always something that you can do to shift what's happening in the moment to sort of unfold in a different direction and let the day flow. That's really, really, really key. So the plans are excellent. You have to have so many different tried and true things and occasionally be willing to switch it up. We talk a lot about there's this rule don't do anything new on race day. Generally, that's true. You don't want to do something drastically new and different. However, at some point you have to try. You have to employ something a little bit different. Maybe it'll be loosely tied to what you thought already worked or what have you. But you got to keep trying new things or you're just going to freaking hit a wall eventually. So,
and know that those lows are going to come, which is something that we can talk about. It's funny, even the last race I ran, I had a moment where I was just needed a vibe change, I called it. And I changed my shirt and put a hat on.
And
I was
yes.
And I said it to someone when I was running. I was like, just needed a vibe change. Just needed a change.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
There's always something you can do. And something as simple as putting on a different shirt might be, it's like that butterfly effect. It might be just that little bit of shift in the energy that switches things up for the next 4 hours.
And that's the other part of experience too, is that riding the highs and lows that I think is so significant with these longer races that you start to learn is you're going to have these high moments and you're going to have these low moments and they don't always last the same amount of time. They don't always show up at the same time. But people that have the experience in these types of races, they know how to kind of manage them and they know what those low moments feel like and they know that they don't last forever. Right. And that is what experience, I think pays in dividends and is exponentially, important.
Absolutely.
But again, how do you get that experience? You just show up and you do it. Right. So to everyone out there that's maybe listening and they're well, I don't have experience, or for the younger people that are in these races at 25 to 30 years old, they're out here getting the experience that's going to pay dividends as this race goes on. Right. And that's, as you see here, I talked about Gary, who's actually now leading the 12-hour race, right? Nice. Gary Samuels from Martinsburg, West Virginia. He's 47 years old. He was here in April running at this site.
Doing his recon.
Yeah, to give himself kind of an idea of what this race was like. And again, I understand not everyone can do that, right? Not everyone has the ability to go do recon or specific things. But, that is, I think, a big part of it. He's, he put himself through he ran the 6-hour race that day as a 6-hour training run to put himself in the mindset of like, what's a 12-hour run going to look like in, 12 weeks from now or whatever the case is. So
in that environment.
Yeah. So
you mentioned something earlier. You said the phrase settling in.
Yeah,
and I think that's a really, really big key for me. That is part of a mindset that I try to bring to any longer run, even a training run. There comes a point where you just have to sort of settle in. And what that means and ties into what we were just talking about is acceptance.
Mm-hmm.
And there will be lows, there will be highs. When you just sort of settle in, it's sort of the mindset that you're not fighting the conditions anymore. You accept. It's hot out. I am sweaty. I am working hard. These are all things that you just choose to accept and you roll with, rather than like, if you stay in the thought process of, oh, it's so hot. Oh my gosh, I wish that hopefully it'll get cooler later. Hopefully that's all you trying to control your environment and you not accepting just what is, and you're going to end up struggling. Like, suffering comes from fighting the conditions that exist. Like, if you rather simply think of it from an acceptance perspective, like, okay, this is how it is, you're gonna suffer less. Like, suffering is optional. Pain might be inevitable, but suffering is optional.
Yeah, that's a really great way to put it. And it's like, it's when I think about what you just said, sort of in that like practical, in like, what does that look like, or how does that feel? It's the idea that like, sometimes you go out for an hour run, and it's like, all right, hour, whatever. You kind of drag through it. But then there's days where you go out and you do a multiple hour training run, and you're 90 minutes, 2 hours in, and it feels like you just started.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the mindset you're looking for. Is like, you're looking for that switch where, you have quote unquote settled in, right?
Yeah.
And you're able to just like roll with the things that are going on around you. And that is like, when you're able to get to that point, that's a really huge, good spot to be. Yeah. You can't fight it all day, right?
You can't. You will burn yourself out. And I think that, like, folks don't realize the mental expense of energy. Like, emotionally, cognitively, when you're thinking about logistics, you're thinking this, you're trying to fight this, you're like grinding your thought gears. That takes so much energy. Like, your body is physically working hard enough. So to the extent that you can, try to like keep mentally a little smoother. And it's hard. I mean, trust me, you will hit lows, you will hit highs. One of the, personally in my experience, what I found is fueling is key to that as well.
Definitely.
I think people don't realize how much you have to fuel for the mental energy as well, like to stay cognitively sharp, to keep your mood balanced. You need to be fueled. I always say, low mood, eat food. Like, if I start to feel a little emotional on a run or in a course, or even in your day-to-day life, we talk about that hangry feeling. If you're starting to get emotional, have a snack. And if you're in a 12-hour race, eat a freaking Pop-Tart. And then talk to me. Like, you need to keep fueling, and it's going to keep your mood more balanced as well. Hopefully, it's not just physical.
Hopefully we have some crew chiefs, some crew captains out there listening to this right now, because you're going to start.
Feed your runner.
I mean, you're going to start within the next, even the next hour or two. I mean, you're about 3 hours into this race right now. You start approaching noon, right? So, you're 5 hours in. That's like, in a
you're
race gonna start
like
having it.
This, it's really interesting to think about, like, what are the normal meal times during the day? Because yes, you came out here and you started running at 7 a.m., but your body knows around midday that that's typically a meal time. So I always say, like, if you're doing any kind of all day, multi-day event, your body is going to be looking for a bigger dose of calories around those typical meal times that it's used to. So don't just take your gel at noon. Have a sandwich and a gel. I think, like, paying attention, like for me, like 10 a.m., I'm usually having a snack around 10 a.m. So if that's your normal snack time, increase your calories around that time, because your body's going to be looking for it naturally.
And again, those are all things that come with the experience.
Yeah.
Right. That come with kind of putting yourself in
Yeah.
the fire and doing these types of things.
I definitely learned a while ago that I would tend to hit like an emotional low around like mile 60 or so of a 100 miler.
Yeah.
And once I figured that out, I could mitigate it and
Yeah.
I could prevent it by making sure that in like leading up to that point, either in time or mileage, that I was fueling extra.
Yeah.
And I would like eat the Pop-Tarts before I desperately needed them. And it really just like that. And so now I don't hit that typical kind of low anymore because I prevent it. I manage it better from the beginning.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the kind of stuff you learn from doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. I mean, and that is all things that, like pay dividends here today. And that's why you see in our sport, you have people, like succeed and do well into their, 50s, 60s even. Like, because they just
dude, I'm old.
gained those experiences.
Yeah.
No, come on now. What is the that women's age range? What is it? The 40 to 49 is like the most
Don't
competitive.
F with a woman in that 40 to 49 year age range because yes.
That's Tara Wilson, 42 years old from Philly, leading the women's race in the 12 hour.
Strong.
Yeah. Always is like that. It's awesome. I love that. I love to see that too. Yeah, I'm interested to see with that 100-mile race, like where those guys out in front are, like if they're burning too many matches right away. I mean, like I said, like the top 4 of them, Vincent, Zach, Nick Schroeder, and Chris Shaw would all be in first place of the 12 hour. And
That's
they're
awesome.
the 4 of them are leading the 100-miler.
That's
so it's like,
awesome.
I mean, they're burning fast. You know what I mean? They're running fast. They're all within less than 3 minutes of each other.
I think it's safe to say that they're targeting course record.
I mean, they're on that pace right now, right? You know, we'll see. Yeah, see kind of how it comes out. And then, you start to get into this conversation too as the race goes on. It's like this is one thing I always remind myself too when I'm running these longer races. It's like any mile you ran, you don't have to run again. So it's like you could start to feel tired and be like, yeah, dude, like you're 20 miles in, like you should be tired, right?
Yes.
And guess what?
Yeah,
it's not like next lap you have to like restart.
Right.
Like you're into it.
Yeah.
And I always like remind myself that because it's like you start to have this conversation about the 100-miler. It's like, oh, these guys are burning fast. It's like, well, they've already run 20 miles. Like that's pretty solid. Like they're, so I always like think that's something I always tell myself, and it's something silly, but it makes sense in my head where I'm like, any mile you've run, you've already run.
Yeah.
Now you're just always, it's that relentless forward progress idea. So.
Yeah. Forward is a pace, always.
Yeah. So yeah, it's about 3 hours in. If you're running this race right now, Michelle, you could pick any of them. Pick the 12, 24, 100, whatever. 3 hours in, like what's your like mindset like right now, you think?
I think
because I know you've run this race before too.
Yeah. I think at 3 hours, I am like approaching more the settle in thought process. For me, it takes a while to like warm up and settle in. And so then I'm kind of like approaching like, okay, like sort of looking at that strategy, like looking at having a better feel for how things might play out. Now there's a whole lot about the race and, life in general. You cannot predict. You don't know what is going to be there for you at mile 80. But I think that's kind of like a settle in spot.
Nice.
Where you're starting to think about the using ice, like specific heat management strategies.
Shout out to our wheelchair runner that just went by too. I don't know who that is, but I'm gonna have to.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to
we should get a bib number.
And a name too, because that's really cool. I saw that athlete go by earlier as well, and I thought the same thing too. And that's such a cool thing about this. And as the day goes on, like we start to get more tidbits from the field, and there's so many cool stories in ultra running. I think that's like what draws so many people to ultra running is like just the people that are a part of it and like these sort of like everyday hero-esque stories that are cool. So yeah, we just if you're watching and following along on the screen, just had a wheelchair athlete go by, I should say. So that's really cool that someone could be out here, again, still just like pushing their limits. on the race course, which is really cool.
That's so awesome.
Yeah.
I just noticed something that made me think also about here comes Gags again. That made me think about strategies for when people come through the loop. You have different options. When you come through the loop, if you're going to take a break, you can either stop at your tent before you cross the start-finish line. Here comes John Fontana's.
Nice.
He runs all these races. I think he's doing the 24-hour this year.
Okay, cool.
But he's a steady Eddie. He'll keep going and going. But whether they cross the line like before or after when they stop, the most important thing is to not cross that line twice.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to see, like, you know, if your tent is down at the further end of the race, you're going to run across the line, then go to your tent. Otherwise, you might stop before and then cross. Either way, your stop, your pause, is part of a loop time, whether it's the loop ahead of you or the loop behind you.
Yeah, that is true. I know, like, when you get really into the nitty gritty of like tracking runners and things like that, that is something that like we always
to think
end up
about, like, where
about.
are they at? Did they stop? Are they, you know, like, are they through?
Yeah, here's a good group of runners coming through here right now too. Yeah,
and you can, and I mean, you see the way that these runners are fully exposed in the direct sun. There's a tiny, like, miniature patch of shade on the backside by that boathouse row, where you get a very slight reprieve at some points in the day, but otherwise you're out there in the full sun, all around the loop.
Yeah, it is exposed. Even when I ran here the other day, I was thinking that. So I live like right up the street from here. I run here a lot. So that was well, I was away this week, but last week when I was running here, I had those thoughts. I was like, man, like, it is hot on this loop. The asphalt starts to feel hot to the point where, like, this is crazy, but like, you may even like consider the color of your shoes.
Oh, I have.
Like,
I totally have.
I run, my daily trainers are black, and sometimes I'm like, man, I wish they weren't. Like,
exact same. I have worn black shoes for years, and the last time I ran one of the races here, I got white shoes specifically for the day.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. It can make an impact.
Yeah. My trainers right now, like, just like the pair I have happen to be black. Like, and just like in the summertime, like, they are sweaty. Like, they're always sweaty. Like, the other day I picked them up and they were like still wet from the day before.
I had like the salt ring on my black shoes.
Too,
I was like, oh shoot.
Yeah, I know. And they only have like 150 miles on them. It's like, here we go. So, but that's that's East Coast running, or this area running in this area. Like, this time of year, like, you just have to be like, you're always thinking about that kind of stuff. A fresh pair of socks today could be like a total game changer.
That could actually, absolutely game changer.
Yeah.
Especially because, so on a day like this, you're so soaking wet, and when you put more water or like ice on your body, what happens is all that water runs down into your shoes. So your socks you're going to have wet feet all day long, no matter what you do. Mm-hmm. I went for a long run yesterday, and like by the end, I had that sloshy shoe sound. Like when you're running in the rain, it was that sweaty out. Yeah,
I know.
Yeah,
it is crazy. It gets hot. One of the notes I had written down. This is like a little bit of a topic change, but something that I think is interesting to riff on.
You don't want to talk about sweaty feet more?
We can come back to sweaty feet. They're going to be more sweaty as the day goes on. We'll have plenty of opportunities to talk about sweaty feet. This is something that I've just had as like a little bit of an interesting thought about ultra running in general. And again, a little bit of a topic change, but it feels to me, and maybe it's because I've been in the sport now for, I don't know, a handful of years, that it feels like right now, like, ultra running is sort of like having a moment in terms of like national exposure. Like,
hell yeah.
National spotlight. Like, there's more people coming into the sport, I think, now than ever before. I mean, even this race, like, there's more people in it this year, it feels like, than ever before.
Rachel Entrekin's overall win at Cocodona this year was on ESPN.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Freaking ESPN. Mm-hmm. That was a first.
Yeah.
That was huge.
So, and that's like a multi-day race. Like, not even, you know what I mean? Like a race that, like, if you're not into the sport at all, is probably like not as easily understood. But the idea that like they had a female winner and she broke the course record, and like that's a national story. Like that's really cool. I don't know. I think there's something so interesting about that. Like it's really cool to see people like getting into the sport now and like finding the sport and it being like an outlet of like health and kind of like this sport that's able to like collect people. I don't know. It's cool.
It's so much fun. And I think because a lot of races, shout out Endless Endurance for having this live streamed. Like who is at home watching and listening to this? It's not the people who are here running. It's maybe people who are supporting, who are curious, who maybe they want to run but they can't make it and their best friend's running or whatever the case might be. But it gets exposure and it lets people learn and see what this kind of endurance sport is all about, and that's so freaking cool. Yeah,
it's cool. Actually, shout out Mike, this guy I just met when I was walking over here. He stopped me and he was like, we were talking about the live stream, and he was like, I ran this race last year, and he said, like, I went back and listened to the live stream from the year before, like to just
awesome.
Like pick up little things, and he's like, dude, it was awesome. Like I got like a lot of cool tidbits, so I really appreciated that he stopped me over there just to like cool. Shout it out, which was really cool. So yeah, I mean, the live streams obviously help like spread kind of like what's going on in this sport. And yeah, again, like you have brands like HOKA coming in and like sponsoring and supporting, like essentially this is a local race, right? Like obviously we have people from all over, but I mean, it is getting to the point almost where it's not a local race, but it is, put on by people from this area. And we have a lot of people from the tri-state area. And yeah, I mean, like when you have brands coming in and like recognizing what's happening, like even on like this essentially like grassroots scale, like that's really cool. And that like is what keeps the ball rolling. So I don't know, ultra running I think is definitely having a moment. It's funny, like when I told people I ran races like this 5 years ago, most people didn't know what I was talking about, and now like most people do.
Yeah, they have a little bit of a better idea. They have like
at least an idea.
Yeah, I would agree with that totally.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And it's cool to like see people like trying and like pushing their limits and seeing like, hey, like maybe I can do that, or maybe I can give it a shot and see how it goes.
That's the greatest thing, is like getting that exposure and letting people see like these are just normal people out here running. Like we're like there's nothing really all that special. Like we're not like all elite runners that do this for a living.
Yeah.
That it's approachable to literally anyone.
I think that's the coolest part, is that like there's essentially like no elite runners.
Yeah.
Like it's really like
I'm a totally unprofessional runner.
Yeah.
I like to say.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Like it's like very few if any people in this race like do this as their sole thing, which is cool. Because like, it's a race where like most people get up on Monday and go to work, right? And some people are going to have run from Saturday morning to Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
Like,
I love that.
Yeah. So that's always like a cool thing about the sport. So yeah, we're in it. We are in this thing for the long haul today.
To win it.
Yeah. I'm just checking and seeing. We don't really have like any updates on the racing front in terms of like positions or people, or changes or anything like that. So kind of still just like locked in, following along for the day. Gary's still leading the 12-hour. Tara is the first female. So
it is fun to see. I think something that's interesting about a race like this, and really anything, it's there's so much time left. You never really know what can happen. I always tell people, like when I'm talking to a runner in a race like this and they're starting to get discouraged because they feel like, Bobby's got more miles and just won't let up, and they start to think like, well, there's not really any chance I can catch them. What I always say is, don't let up. If you're trying to be competitive and you feel like you can keep going, keep pushing, because you never know when Bobby might bonk and hit the wall and decide they're done.
Yeah.
So, like I always feel like we talk about not comparing yourself to others, but even in a race like this, when you're really competitive and you're like neck and neck with somebody else, just because they're ahead of you doesn't mean you should let up. because you just never really know when that other person might stop or feel like they've had enough.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about this sport too. Like from the competitive side of things,
Yeah.
like you can lose 5 to 10 minutes like that.
Oh my
because
God,
if because when you hit the wall,
Yeah.
and you're toast.
Yep.
Like those aid station stops are just a time suck, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not
Yeah.
moving. Like you're just legitimately not
Yep.
moving. So you lose. Yeah, I mean, you could be a mile behind someone and pick that up on the track. You know
Really
what I
quick.
mean? Like it's
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is so true. Like you have to really stay in it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, because that kind of
Yeah.
stuff happens. Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. And it happens especially on days like today where we're about 80 degrees in the shade now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like where it's hot. Like so people are there's going to be some, kind of attrition at the front of this race where I think like, you hate to say it, but I think there are going to be people that like burn too close to the sun.
Like
here.
by early afternoon, there'll be folks who decide that they've done what they came to do.
Burned it a little hot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is fair. It happens, especially on these types of days. So
Yeah.
I mean, especially like just looking at some of the names like in the middle of this race, like looking at like the 12-hour race, like Chris Dodds is a name. Like he's
I know that. Yeah.
36. He's from West Deptford.
Yeah.
Like he's in 12th right now. Like he's a name that like he's been in the top parts of the leaderboard there. Gags is in 14th right now. You know what I mean? Like people that just know how to kind of plug along and keep it going.
So, right. And like Gags is a great example because he is like a metronome.
Yeah.
And that's kind of he will be consistent and smooth throughout the day. And he always likes to use that phrase, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. That's kind of where you find your sweet spot.
Yeah.
And you just stay steady and just keep rolling right along like a metronome.
Yeah, he actually just signed up for this race. He must have had it in his head that he was running one of them, but I know he signed up like this week.
I think he was a little undecided which distance he would pick up, but yeah.
I love a late sign up.
Oh my God, I do too.
Nick Schroeder did that to me in the 6 hour.
Oh.
Nick!
You
in
were
the
feeling
April
all
6
good
hour.
and then saw Nick's name
He did
pop
it. Someone
up.
texted me and they were like, and he did beat me in that race. I mean, he's a great runner. He beat me. But it was a pleasure to run with him. But and pick his brain and talk to him a little bit. But he signed up like the week of the race for the 6 hour.
When you race, do you look at the names ahead of time?
I actually, so that one someone texted me. I didn't look at it. Because that race specifically, like I had a mile goal in mind and I didn't really care like about the race itself. It was a small race too. It was like the 6 hour here. So it was small. So that one I wasn't looking as much, but sometimes like if it's a bigger race, sometimes I'll take a peek and more to see if it's like people like that. Like I know him, we're the same age. Like I know we would like, kind of be competitive with each other at some point in the race. Yeah. Until he just like dominates me.
It's like
in the
another,
second half, but I look,
strategy thing because I know some people are like, no, I don't look at all. Like I don't want to know. And I feel like that's usually when they are interested in being very competitive. They don't want to psych themselves out by getting fixated by who's running. But then like, I love looking at who signed up for a race, mostly because I'm like, oh, who do I know from Pennsylvania?
So that's how I
like,
am too.
What other names am I familiar with?
Yeah. So actually, the interesting thing about that one, if I want to get like super in the weeds about it, is I knew he was in the race, and we talked actually before the race, and then I took the race out, so like I was leading the race, and I obviously because I know him and I know he's in the race, and I knew he was behind me. Not that I had it in the back of my head, but I was like, all right, at some point, like he's probably gonna jump up and like push the pace.
Right.
So like it was actually nice knowing that. Because
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised when it happened.
That's cool.
Which is nice. Like,
Yeah.
whereas like if you think you're like having a day and then someone comes out of nowhere, you're like, that could be like a thing where you're like, oh man, like now I'm struggling, and you get in your head about it.
And I think that's another, like you really have to manage the mindset because that could be potentially really demoralizing and like really throw you off. But again, like mindset is everything. We talk about that, like how important the mental aspect and those mental strategies for handling an endurance event. It really is everything. Yeah. And for me, I like to sort of think about my approach and my mindset before the race, and I will go in like with certain intentions or with a certain framework. People talk a lot about mantras as a strategy. That's really helpful. Like a mantra can be just a short phrase that you intend to repeat over and over and over in your head when things get strong. It's usually something inspirational or motivational. But beyond just a mantra as a tool, I like to have like an overall intention. And I like when it comes to goals and setting goals, I like to make them process goals. My goals now for racing are usually to eat as much as possible, to stay present in the moment, like to stay mentally present, and to have a good time. Like to have fun. If you have crew there, like they're giving up so much of their time and energy to be with you. Enjoy that. That mindset will help you when suddenly Nick Schroeder pops up and comes like
and
tearing out.
It's so true. That is good. And that is like, I mean, that's like when people say like, there's so many phrases in our sport that you don't, but unless you like really sit down and think about them, or you have these like very specific experiences, sometimes there's phrases that just like go over your head. But that's the one where when people say like run your own race, like what we're talking about, that's what that means.
That's
right?
it. Yep.
Like it's like having these process oriented goals, right? Or being focused on like your effort versus whatever is happening. Like that's what people mean. It's this bigger conversation around that idea.
Totally.
Is run your own race. Like
you do you.
Yeah.
Don't worry about what Nick is doing right now, because he might not last. You never know.
And that's like what is I mean, and that is when you're in the competitive side of things, like that's all you can control. It's actually interesting. I've heard a bunch of pros say that recently. Like I follow like the pro side of our sport a pretty good deal, and like listen to a lot of the podcasts and things like that with the pros. And I've heard a lot of the pros say that, especially like leading up to Western States, which I thought was cool. Like they pretty much all said like, like I'm at a point where like I'm doing everything I can, and if someone just like has a better day than me, then like that's just how it falls.
That's how it falls.
Like,
And truthfully, like that's the other thing about doing a race is it's just one day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it doesn't define you. It doesn't indicate, how it certainly has not a damn thing to do with you overall and your goodness as a person. Like whether you win, whether you lose, no matter what the day brings, you're still good enough. It doesn't like affect your self-worth. Everybody's worthy.
Yeah.
But it really can help just to like shape how you experience it and keep like feeling positive and strong.
Yeah, so this just came out this week. It was like the sub 14 video from Western States that HOKA put out. Shout out HOKA. Yeah. That they just put out, that was like following like the athletes on their male team like through that race. And there's some really cool like behind the scenes stuff of like picking up some of the pros like talking at aid stations. It's really cool. I watched it the other day. It came out this week. And like even Jim Walmsley, like when Jim drops, he says it like essentially to his crew, but the camera picks it up. He's like, I just didn't have the day on the day. Like he's like, I didn't have the right day on the right day.
Right.
And like that's all it is. Like it's literally like that
day.
Snapshot. And like that is racing. Like
whether you set a course record
Yeah.
or whether you end up not finishing, it's just a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is like such an important reminder that like it's so fun to be competitive, and it's so fun to like, put up a distance PR or like, win a race or whatever it is. But like it really is like, it can't be everything.
It can't be everything.
Yeah.
I think, like we ask so much, like, well, I don't, but like, what was your pace? What was your finish time? And I'm like, well, how about asking me, how did it feel?
Yeah.
What was it like? Like, what was my favorite part?
Mm-hmm.
I think those are those like breaking down the process goals or the process aspects to get more at that subjective experience.
Yeah.
I think like that's where the gold is.
Yeah.
A number's just a stinking number.
For sure. Yeah. It's just a way to quantify it.
But
did
it's
not,
you have snacks? Did you have fun? Like,
Did you make a friend?
Yeah, I was going to say, you might have met your new best friend.
Yeah.
Like, that's my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
For sure.
I love that. Good stuff. Awesome. Yeah. So that's kind of where we're at. Yeah, right now, just with with all of the stuff going on with just process, but also, it was cool how we got there talking about this race, but also like leading it into, leading it into some of those things. So it's cool. And that's also too, like, just good advice, I think, like, for people that are new, like, coming into the sport, or people that are watching that, like, maybe are, like, interested in getting into the sport. Like, just go out there and, like, just do your thing. Like, do your own thing, and like, do the things that you think are cool, and like, run in a way that's like inspiring to you, and like, you're nailing it.
Right.
Like, that's it. You know what I mean? Like,
and I think like people at the beginning of races, they always like to chat about like, oh, what races have you done? What's your goal for today? What do you, what do you want your finish time to be? All these kinds of things. I personally often will respond like, well, my goal is to eat snacks. Like, you can decide what your goal is, and then you can find ways to like sort of stick with that mentally, even when other people, all they want to hear about is your pace or your numbers or whatever. You can,
that's sweet.
You can still handle that to keep.
Are you coaching athletes right now?
Yeah.
Nice.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. You got a little roster?
Yeah.
How many people, if you don't mind me asking, do you coach?
2.
Oh, cool. That's sweet. Yeah. That's cool.
And that's great with me. Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a cool relationship. I've never had a coach. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've gone back and forth, but for other, for reasons we don't have to totally get into.
Yeah. They're different.
But it is interesting.
I worked with a coach for like 5 years, recently stopped. But I mean, they're, it can be helpful, I think, especially if folks need like some accountability or want some guidance or newer and just learning. That can really, really be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. The mentor part of it's cool, I think, too.
Yes.
Like, I think that is like something that's so important. I've thought about this a lot too recently, like that, ultra running is like, in the grand scheme of things, a relatively new sport. Obviously, it's like been around for longer than, we've been doing it. But there is almost like, I don't want to say like a changing of the guard that's happening right now, but like as the sport gets bigger and there's more people coming into it, I do think you're seeing more people come into the sport at like, in their 20s, right?
Yeah.
Than like maybe you used to. So it's
Definitely.
nice to like have that, that coaching relationship where like you can essentially like have a mentor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So to me, I think that's something that's like the cool part about having a coach or like having a mentor is that like as you're seeing, a generation of runners that are like Trishul, for example, who's like a pioneer of the sport and is still in it, but is like in it in a different way than he was 15 years ago.
Right.
Like still be around, like they're willing to like mentor people. And
it is really fun. Cool. I think you and I touched on this last year, but like it's fun now that you see sort of multiple generations. Like now my kids are old enough that they are doing Ironman or competitive cycling, and like they can run ultras. Like they can join me at races. So it is really cool to see kind of the opportunity for mentorship. Yeah,
I think Chris Bridges, I think one of his kids is running.
Shout out to the Bridges family. There are 4 Bridges running today. So his son, Chris Bridges, is doing the 100-mile race. His son, I think his brother and his nephew are all running the 12-hour today.
That's sweet.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, so it is really cool to see like whole families, and you'll get like parent and kid or brother and sister or spouses or like whatever the case. Yeah. It's really cool.
And so this course, I think the course opens up at noon for pacers. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, I think it's noon. I think you have to run the first 5 hours by yourself, and then I think you can have a pacer.
Okay.
So then you'll see like that'll be cool too when you get like because of like the accessibility of the loop, like you'll get like parents
fresh
and
blood.
kids too, and like you get these cool little like stories with the pacers.
Yeah.
I love that too. Like when you see like, you'll see like someone with their kid running or.
Oh, it is really fun. I did a 100-mile race in December down in North Carolina, a trail race, and my son came out and did the half marathon, and it was like I got to see him on course, and that was so amazing.
That's cool.
That was really cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, right now I think this is my wife. Sneaking over.
Oh, sneaking in with the kids. Yay.
Sorry, I'm waving to my kids off camera. Yeah. So yeah, like it's a family affair here.
It really is. It really is. And that's like I talked about, like that family vibe. It's so nice. In a timed event, it really is the beauty of it. Like people can pop in and visit. They can hang out. They can go back and do their grocery shopping and come back 6 hours later.
Yeah. It is great.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is like one of my favorite parts here. Although I will say this, and I'll be honest about this on air. I don't know if you have feelings about this or have like thought about this at all. And I don't feel bad saying this because my wife and I talk about this a lot. I actually probably race better when my kids aren't there.
Yeah.
And my wife's
especially if they're young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, if my wife's there, it doesn't make a difference. But my kids, I race way better when they're not there. And my wife and I have talked about this with races before where it's like, especially if it's local and like they don't need to be there. We have like help. Like I would almost prefer them not to be there until it's like almost over because I, as a dad, start to feel like this responsibility to like stop and talk to them or like help my wife.
Makes sense.
So yeah, I don't know. I put that out there on this like because it's something that I know parents think about and experience, and it's like a totally valid thing to
and
feel.
Your kids are really
and my kids
young.
are young. Yeah.
They're really young. So when you see them, you're gonna want like it'll trigger that for you. I think maybe when they're older and they're more self-sufficient, like that'll be different.
Yeah.
But that absolutely makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So yeah, like from a competitive standpoint, like I've talked to my wife about that. Like I've like brought that up where it's like I think it's probably better if they're not there, at least until it's like almost over. Or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
And it helps. Honestly, it does. Like it's it's hard to like be. It feels like selfish in some ways, but it's also like if you have a goal for the day, like you want to try to do your best to meet whatever it is.
Right.
From a performance standpoint.
It really makes sense.
So.
And I think like that's one thing, we juggle so many different things, and this whole ultra running sport takes a lot of time.
Yeah, it does.
But it's like that's not selfish for you to have goals as a parent.
Yeah.
Like that's not selfish. That's something that you do to take care of you and to keep you sort of thriving and flourishing in a way that makes you a better parent for them.
For sure.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And for parents out there too, I hope that's something that like can resonate with you. From the crewing perspective too, to like, oh, my computer's going to die. That's all right. From the crewing perspective too, like I also do think that's like an interesting like relationship, like the relationship people have with their crew.
Yeah.
Especially like in these longer races, like specifically today, like 24-hour, 100-mile. Like you could have the same person out here for, a day, like 30 hours. Like that has to be like, a pretty tried and true, like tested relationship, I think too.
I think that's such an interesting thing to talk about because the who you choose as your crew for an event like this, it really matters. So like really think carefully about it and pay a lot of attention to it. There's a difference between crew and cheerleader. And
that's a really good point.
I think a lot of people feel like, oh, well, my spouse should come in crew.
Yeah. Or
my sister, my best friend, whoever it is. I think still you need to really think carefully because somebody can be a cheerleader for you and fully support you. Be like, Brian, yes, you are doing so good. But that's different from someone who is willing to be sort of unbiased, to look at you and read the room and be like, hey, buddy, how about we have a snack? Let's just take a minute. And when you come in crying, if someone is sort of overly emotionally connected to you, like honestly, even like a spouse, they might have a really hard time. They might want to just take care of you and relieve your pain and be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like that's the last thing that you need. You need somebody who's going to sort of stay calm, keep it together, maybe not respond with their own emotion and be able to be like, sort of manage you like a project.
No, it's true. It is true. And that is, yeah, it's interesting. Like some and everyone's relationship is different. Like you said, like you have a spouse or a significant other come and do it. Like some people are able, I think, to like separate those two things.
Yes, some people do it incredibly.
But sometimes it's not the way to do it. Everyone's different.
Erica Bash and her wife Bridget are amazing. Bridget is like the most phenomenal crew person. Like so, sometimes you do see that. I think what is really important with crew is that they are able to not take it personally.
Yeah.
If somebody comes in and they're salty, they're up, you know, like, and I mean temperament, like they're upset, they're struggling, it's not personal.
Yeah.
They're just like, you know, and so like being able to identify like what might they need in this situation? What can I quietly sit them down and pull their socks off?
Yeah,
like,
seriously.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so true.
It's so great you brought that up because
Yeah.
I think it really is important to think about, especially for longer events.
Yeah, especially like the longer it goes, the more I think it becomes
There
a part of it.
Are some really good books out there now about how to crew an ultra marathon.
That's cool.
I can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of.
Yeah.
But I've seen a couple come out. There are podcasts, but I think like that's something, if you want to crew someone and really be good support, like check out some of the resources, especially like in the podcast space. There's definitely a lot.
Definitely.
But also like just talking to your runner about like, you know, what are your goals? What are you looking for?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love crewing. It really is fun. Crewing and pacing I find so rewarding.
Pacing's cool. Pacing's similar to that though too.
It's the
like
exact same thing.
You're not just like, it's not like you're just like going for a hobby jog with your friend. Like there's it's way different.
And I think there is like an approach that you need to take. I know like I've crewed and paced for a number of different people, a number of friends that I know, and you know, to some extent, especially if it's a really long, like a multi-day race, you want to kind of protect your runner from knowing the nitty-gritty details. Like if you're crewing a really long race and the RV breaks down and you got a flat tire and the crew is like wrecked, the runner doesn't need to know any of that. Yeah, they don't need to hear about any of that. So it's kind of like being able to identify what is essential for my runner, what do they need right now, and what do I just need to handle personally on my own and deal with. So your crew needs to be willing to do that.
For sure. Yeah, it's great. It's all interesting. It's all like so interesting because it is like this true like life in a day, you know, situation.
Yeah.
And like every sort of aspect of the things that are going on like impact the effort like of running. So yeah, it's cool. So we'll so 12-hour race. I'll hop back to the race just like real quick. So yeah, we still have Gary's leading the men's race on the 12-hour side. Nathan Hawkins, I think his name was up there for second too as well. He's like right behind Gary. New name in third on the men's side. James Collette, 37 from Philadelphia, is in third place right now. Yeah, so he jumped up a little bit. Michael Hoffmaster is in fourth place in the 12-hour race as well. 57 from Voorhees, New Jersey. That's pretty cool. From second place to fourth place, we have a 30-year age gap, 27 to 57.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. Actually, in the top four for the men, it's 47, 27, 37, 57.
Okay,
That's
sevens.
So weird.
Go play the sevens today.
There you go. Yeah. So that's where we're at right now. The women's side actually hasn't changed at all. It's Tara Wilson is leading that race. She is in seventh overall. Joelle Fenton and then Jennifer Hickey in second and third. So that's the same. That hasn't moved. And the women are all within 3 minutes of each other. And then there's a little bit of a drop off to the fourth place female, Elizabeth Schuyler, 26 from Philly, which is cool. On a little bit on the younger side, which is awesome. Nice. The age gaps are awesome. Like, Jen Hickey's 55, Elizabeth's 26.
Yeah.
Like, that's just like,
it's really cool.
You just don't get that in a lot of sports, you know?
Definitely true.
And especially you don't get it in sports that are endurance space isn't the right word, but like you could get it in like an activity that's like maybe not as like physically demanding, but like in a physically demanding sport to have age gaps that are like 30 years
it's
and
incredible.
Is awesome. It's so
really
cool.
is.
Yeah. I think that's like one of the coolest things about a race like this, where it's like, obviously there's a competitive element to it, but you know, being a local race, like you're going to get like these age gaps. It's so cool. I mean, that's like, who's the one pro? Like, Ludwig Pomeray, is that his name? Ludo, they call him. Like, he just won Hard Rock. He's like in his 50s, and he just like keeps winning Hard Rock.
Jeff Browning.
Browning,
badass.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's so cool. So, yeah, that's really cool. And then the 100-mile race. 100-mile race hasn't changed at all, which is pretty cool. All those guys are still within 2 minutes of each other. Vincent, amazing. Zach, Nick, and Chris.
So they're like literally running together.
Yeah, they're all.
That's
those
really
guys
cool.
are within 2 minutes and 19 seconds of each other. They're all right there.
That's awesome.
At least like the last time they all came through. So cool. Women's side of that is exactly the same. Lisa Perry, Caitlin O'Donnell, Kimberly Delaney, Martha Victorio. The 3 women in second, third, and fourth are all from New York. Astoria, New York, Glendale, New York, Maspeth, New York.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then Lisa's from PA, from Abington.
Sweet.
So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at there. And the 24-hour, same thing, no changes there really either. Because we're kind of at the point where, like, when we're on for like an hour or so, people probably come through like once or twice.
Yeah,
so
that
there's
makes
not
sense.
a ton of changes right now. Yeah, Chris Flores, Adam Chatreer, Miguel Vera, and Andrew Linder. And then on the women's side, it's Heather Cohen, Ashley Rabel, Maddie Varley, and Cheryl Kerper. I don't know if I mentioned her name earlier. That might be a new one.
So.
She's 50 years old.
Nice.
Yeah, from Narvon, PA. Narvon, PA. I don't know if I know where that is. Narvon? Narvon, PA.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, let's look it up. Narvon, PA. It's not very often you hear a place in PA that you've never heard of. It is... Oh, yeah, not too far from Philly. Out 322. So sort of local.
Okay.
That's cool. Awesome.
Super
So, yeah,
cool.
that's where we're at with racing. Again, not much has changed, like, in terms of the grand scheme of things. We're still kind of, like, locking in to the race, and we'll see how things progress as the day goes on.
Sounds
all right,
good.
Take another break.
Yeah.
Cool.
Let's do a little break.
And we'll be back. Probably same thing, around, like, 11 or so.
Yeah.
Good deal. All right, we'll be back.
Fantastic.
You can.
Hello and welcome back. I think we are going to, as the day progresses, get better at predicting the duration of our break times.
I went to the playground with my kids and then got delayed.
And I got really distracted walking around looking at the tents because so we mentioned the tent decorating contest happening. They are phenomenal. The tents are so good. And something that I discovered is the contest, actually, you need to vote for your favorite tent. So if anybody is listening who is here at the race or who plans to stop in later, physically walk around to all the tents. There's a little QR code on a sign at each tent. So you need to, I guess, scan the code and vote for the tent. But I saw some really fun, impressive ones.
There's some great ones. I love the tent decorating contest. Listen, if you're going to have a tent here anyways, you might as well decorate it, right? That's
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I should have checked all the bib numbers at the different tents, but like we were talking about crew earlier. There's a tent down there that has little like number 50 signs, kind of like 50th birthday decorations.
Uh-huh.
There are little number 50 decorations all over the tent. And there's a fantastic sign that says, get 50 or die trying.
Nice.
And so there's a whole
That's cool.
family out to support a runner who's going after their first 50-mile distance.
miles, yeah.
And like
awesome.
they have crew shirts made. I mean, it's so fantastic.
That's cool.
It's really fun to see.
I like that. That's a good rally right there.
Yes,
a good, like,
it's
thing to
fantastic.
rally
I know.
behind.
Okay, I'm going to check on the number later and we'll
Yeah.
give that runner a shout out because that's really cool.
That's cool. So yeah, we're back here. We're a little over 4 hours into the race, which is cool. It's one of those things like it flies by, but it's also like it's a day. You know what I mean?
This is that point in the day where I think, like you and I talked about, okay, 3 hours into a race, you're starting to settle in.
Yeah.
4.5,
Yeah.
5 hours, you're kind of like, you feel this lull.
Yeah.
As the runner. And I talked earlier about like, I used to struggle with this like 60-mile low. I think it's because you're sort of approaching halfway, but you're not quite halfway. So you're just kind of like not quite over the hump, but it's easy to lose sight of the fact that you are still moving. You're making great progress. So runners, hell yeah, you're doing fantastic. Keep moving.
Yeah.
Nothing stays the same. When you start feeling that low, I like to tell myself that this doesn't last. Like nothing stays the same.
This is the kind of the part of the race too. So the way the math works out, 7 laps in or 7 loops in is like essentially the marathon mark. So yeah, we have a good amount of runners that are like through that mark, which is cool. So again, like looking at the time, like if you were to finish your 7th loop by now,
relay
it would be
change
4
happening
hours
on
and 20
this.
minutes.
Sorry, Brian.
No, you're good.
Relay change happening on the screen right now, which is so fun to see. I've always been curious how they do that.
Yeah, you have to
They pass off the bib.
Yeah, or pass something.
They
is
switch
it an
the
actual bib?
It's an actual bib.
The smart thing would be to wear the belt, right?
Yeah, so they
Yeah.
had the bib belt on, but like that's how they make sure they only have one runner at a time.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I just had that little aha too.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've seen it different ways for relays.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on with a race like this, because you go through the start finish so many times, that would make the most sense. I've seen it where like you have like something you like clip on by your ankle or whatever, and they have to like pass that off, which is kind of hard because you have to like actually stop. But I guess
Yeah.
for this one you have to stop either way. I don't know where our thermostat is, but it now says it's almost 88 degrees.
That
does feel
feels
warm.
like nearly 90.
Yeah. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there in terms of the heat. So yeah, like I was saying, so yeah, the 7 laps is like the marathon, right? So looking at the 12-hour race, we have like a good amount of people through that mark. On the men's side, Gary Samuels is still leading that race. His marathon split was right around 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Nice.
Followed by
That's a solid marathon.
yeah, it's a solid marathon.
Yeah.
For a 12-hour race too.
Yes.
Thinking about it that
Yeah.
way, like in that perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're running pretty good. And then about a minute behind him is James Collette from Philadelphia. He was his marathon was 3:41 and change. And then Michael Hoffmaster, 57 from Voorhees, it was 3 hours and 49 minutes through the marathon. those guys are kind of rounding out your top 3 on the men's side. On the women's side, Joelle Fenton moved into first place. I believe she was in like second or third the last time we checked in. She's in 6th place overall. Ran a 4:04 marathon. So 4:04 marathon.
That's great.
Yeah, great. Running really good. 6th place overall. 9th place overall. Second female is Jennifer Hickey, 55 years old, from Washington, D.C. I believe we mentioned her at some point earlier, and then maybe she fell out of like the top 4 or the top 5. Now she's kind of cemented there nicely on the women's race in 2nd place overall. And then in 3rd place overall, we have Elizabeth Schuyler, I believe is how you say her last name, 26, from Philadelphia. Their marathon splits were 4:12 and 4:16. Respectively. So, and then Tara Wilson, who was leading, is in 4th, so still kind of right there as well. Yeah, so it's cool that you have like the marathon split through 7.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the 12-hour. When we go down to some of the races a little bit farther down, the 100-mile races where you have some people already through 8 laps, which is closer to like your 50K. That would be your 30-mile mark, so a little bit under the 50K. We have a little bit of a change there. We have Zachary Rutherford is leading that race. He's 4 hours and 2 minutes through 30 miles. So I don't have his marathon split, but I would assume, yeah, I don't have his marathon split. But he's running really well, really consistent so far. So that's Zach Rutherford, 30 years old, from Nottingham, Maryland. Followed by Nick Schroeder in 2nd. He's about 2 minutes behind him. And then Chris Shaw is about 7.5 minutes behind Zach. So the top 3 there in the 100 miles separated by about 7.5 minutes. Vincent, who was leading that race, is in 4th. So again, still kind of right there. He was through the marathon in about 3:40, 3:41 as well. So we actually, some of those people that were through the marathon in that like 3:40-ish range are probably going to be coming through soon, I would assume, just looking at the time.
And it's interesting. We were talking about it this time of day. This is when like maybe people might take the opportunity to take a little bit of a longer break. Mm-hmm. Maybe like, I feel like every 20 miles you need a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I love when you say that. You told me that once years ago, and I've never forgotten it.
That's awesome.
I don't always follow it. Like I try to, but I remember you said that once, and I was like, "That's great! Like that's so easy to remember. It's so simple, and it's so useful."
Yeah, that's oh my gosh, I love that
I remember
connected for you. That landed.
The other thing that you said that I never forget was about like ducks and geese in the water with the feet kicking.
Oh, that's one of my
favorite
things to think about. I think, when you're doing a race like this, you look at other people, you think like they look so smooth, they look so strong. I'm a hot mess. I feel like crap. And it's really easy to get caught up in that comparison trap and to compare ourselves to other people. My response to that is always like, think about the most picturesque, beautiful, peaceful pond, and there's a swan gliding gracefully across the water. You see the swan, but what you don't see is that below the water, they're kicking like hell just to stay afloat. And so I think staying in touch mentally with the idea that everybody is struggling. If you are out there on this course and you're feeling like a hot mess and you're feeling like struggle, you know what? So is everybody else. Yep. And so you can look at everybody and be like, oh, just like me, they're overheating right now. Just like me, their foot probably is bothering them. Just like me, they need a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Yeah.
I love that. I heard you say that on a podcast, I think, and I was like, that's such
awesome.
a cool. That one's so cool. Yeah, I love that idea because it's so true, and it like applies to. I tell it to people too, like if I've, again, like friends or family that's like getting into running, I've like shared that with people before because I think sometimes people look at maybe people like ourselves that like run these long distances and they're like, how do you do it? It's like, I go through the same feelings you do.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes the first mile for me sucks too. You know what I mean?
It's like, I struggle.
It takes a while.
It takes me like 5 miles to settle in. Yeah.
So I tell that to people all the time too. It's like, yeah, it might look like someone's doing something like amazing, but like they're kicking like hell. I love that analogy.
I love that you remember that.
Yeah, it's a good one. I remember a good analogy.
It's so important to keep in mind because I think ultra running, like we've talked about several times today, it really is something that anyone can do, any human being could do if they want to. It's really easy to look at other people and to create this us versus them kind of mentality, or me versus them, like, oh, but I'm not like them, I couldn't do that, my body doesn't look like that, whatever the case may be. But to keep in mind, like, anyone can do it, and it feels hard for anyone. You don't have to be a super elite athlete. You don't have to be any particular anything. You just have to be willing. Mm-hmm. All it takes is willingness.
Yeah.
Just be willing to get uncomfortable and give yourself a chance to see what happens. On the screen right now, we see runners coming through. This is one of my favorite things about Loopy Looper, is how well we talked about managing the heat. So we've got a couple of volunteers there with misters, and you'll see also there'll be people out with like water guns. So if runners want, they can get sprayed down and cooled down with a nice shot of cold water. I think we have a couple of kids on screen right now who are volunteering as part of the skeleton crew.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's really great. And so people feel differently. Like, a lot of times I might not want to get doused with water all over. Like this guy, he just wants his hands. So, you know, whatever you need, they'll be able to do it. You want to spray your whole self, go for it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I'm like either way about the water. I'll dump some on my head sometimes, but
sometimes even just like soaking your hat in water and putting it back on your head can be so refreshing.
So I'm going through the names on the list, you know, in the race results and things like that. There is, and this, I don't know if this is like a father-son situation. There is someone, Bose Hall, maybe. I don't know if that's how you say the first name. 12 years old. In the 100 miler.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Are you
Looks
kidding?
like running maybe with their dad, Justin Hall, who's 39, from Indiana.
Okay, we need more info.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, their lap times are like the same, and they have the same last name. Age gap makes sense. They're from the same place.
They have to be.
So it seems like it's maybe a father-son team, but yeah, 12 years old. I think registered in the 100 mile. Need more info.
Yeah, I'm currently gathering info.
So cool. So, yeah, the Halls, Justin Hall and Bose, I think is how you say it, maybe. Or Boz, I'm not sure. I apologize for the mispronunciation.
Cool either way. I think names with Z's are cool.
Yeah. So that was like, we were talking a little bit about age earlier. 12 years old, it looks like.
All right.
That's going to be tough to beat
Hall.
for someone younger. Yeah.
How old is?
Justin's 39.
Okay, not that one.
Yeah. Oh, I have their bib numbers too on here. I don't know if that helps or makes a difference, but yeah, that's pretty cool. That's like a really cool one to kind of shout out.
That's amazing.
Yeah, a lot of family. Well, we've talked about that earlier. Michelle brought it up. It's so true. Like just the family connection. So this is Justin.
Yep.
So Justin's
39.
run a fair amount of races, run a couple races.
It looks like it might be.
Yeah, that's the same person.
Yeah.
Yeah, Indiana Trail. So it looks like they're from Indiana too on the.
Go Hall family. That's amazing. Really amazing.
Is his son on here anywhere? Oh no, that's just Justin. Yeah.
I didn't even think to look up. Maybe maybe this is not his first.
That's so cool. Yeah, I don't know. Lisa Perry. So I'll just as we're looking a couple other notes. So Lisa Perry's still leading the women's race in the 100 miler. Currently 20th overall. Not quite through the marathon mark yet, but I would have to assume based on time probably through the marathon in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. Lisa, I called Lisa Michelle. Lisa is, it looks like a lap up or so on the next handful of women in that race who are all within like 2 minutes of each other. Caitlin O'Donnell, Martha Victorio, and Kimberly Delaney, all from New York, are second, third, and fourth in the 100 miler. They're all right near each other. It looks like Lisa is like about a lap up on them. So Lisa's running really well. It looked like you had a chance to talk to her.
Yeah,
real quick.
we were chatting for a bit. Lisa's the best. She's a good
Yeah.
friend. And she was telling me that she feels really tired. and
Oh.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I said,
Take
yes,
it
of
with a
course
grain
you
of
do.
salt.
This is
Yeah.
really hard. But I think that's the thing. I didn't even tell her. I don't. Sometimes people don't want to know their placement because it really doesn't matter. So I didn't mention it, but I'm like, you can feel really tired and really worn out, even feel like crap, and still be doing fantastic.
Yeah.
So that's kind of one of those like mental things again. It's like, yes, you are tired. This is hard.
Yeah.
And keep going.
People are really going for it in that 100 miler. Though. They're like
Yeah.
way out there. I mean, like
That's so cool.
significantly. And then even in the 24 hour. Oh, in the 24 hour, there's someone through 8 loops too. Chris Flores is
Nice.
through 8 loops as well. He was through about 20 minutes behind the guys in the top of the 100, so he was through at 4 hours and 23 minutes. So he's through 8 loops as well. And then Adam Chatreer and Andrew Linder, kind of right behind him. On the women's side of that race, it's Heather Cohen. Oh, she's from Florida. We shouted her out earlier. Yeah. Heather Cohen, 43 years old from Florida. Ashley Rabel, 25 from Harrisburg. And Cheryl Kerper, 50 years old from Narvon, PA. So a little bit of changes. You have some people kind of like getting into that marathon distance. A couple of people selectively past the marathon distance. You looking for someone specific, or I was looking? This is the 12-hour. I was just looking. So down to 17th place, everyone's through the marathon, which is cool. But again, like heat management on a day like today.
Heather Cohen ran the Loopy 12-hour in 2024.
Okay, cool.
So now she's doing the 24, right?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes. Yeah, and leading it from Florida.
Amazing. So this January, Heather did her first 100 miler. It was actually a 110-mile race.
Oh, nice.
And she was
What race is 110
first female.
miles?
It was called the Donna 110 Finnish Breast Cancer 110 miler.
Oh.
So I wonder
Nice.
if that number might be something significant to that the race event.
That's cool. I was gonna say that's such
super
like
cool.
a.
It is an unusual number. Yeah.
I'm a fan of that. What are your feelings about races like that? Like they do it. I feel like they do it way more in Europe than they do here, where it's like they just like have a cool, more in trail, but like they have a cool like loop or a cool like course, and it's just like, yeah, this race is just like a 57K because like that's what the trail is.
Or
So, like,
72 miles.
Yeah. I like that. I think
do
that's
too.
cool.
I think, again, we talk about these race distances. They're so arbitrary.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Like this 100 milers, like obviously, it ends up being like a little bit longer.
Okay, I had a conversation with a friend about this yesterday. Most of the trail races, for example, Cocodona 250 is not a 250-mile race.
Yeah.
It's a 200. This year the course reportedly measured 257.
Yeah.
Last year it was supposed to be like 260-ish.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Both
That's a lot
years I
longer.
had 263 on my watch.
Yeah.
So now, like obviously trail math, you're running back and forth to the bathroom or whatever, but neither is actually a clean 250. There's a race I'm doing in the fall that's supposed to be a 200.
Yeah.
I'm doing air quotes because it's actually 214.
Yeah.
Or how many hundred? Like I don't know if there are a number of hundreds that I've done that are actually 104.
Yeah.
So I think people like to package up clean round numbers, and that's the way to kind of sell it.
Yeah.
Is like, oh, here's this clean round number.
No, I like the. Give me like the exact.
Yeah, yeah.
Put it on there as
Call
like a
it
little
what it
awkward
is.
and like
Yeah.
I like that more. What are you doing in the fall? What race?
Mammoth 200.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Have you done that yet? That was
No,
kind
that
of like a
it was
newer race,
brand
right?
new last,
That's what I thought.
last fall.
Yeah.
Last year
cool.
was the inaugural race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
You always have like so many races on the calendar.
There's always
Yeah,
something.
that's great. I love that.
There's always something
That's
coming.
cool. I'm the opposite.
Yeah.
I race like twice a year, and it's like short and fast, and that's it. But I
Yeah.
love it. I'm in
healthy.
awe of the people that can keep the calendar going like that. It's great.
It's fun.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, very exciting.
When
That'll
is
be
that
a
race?
different challenge. Starts October 2nd.
Okay.
Rachel Bambrick right there walking by. She's going to be there too. Yep.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
October 2nd. Oh,
October.
nice.
Yeah, it's October 2nd to the 6th.
Are you doing anything before then?
No.
Wow.
Well, I mean, not officially.
Oh, all right.
I might just for fun, because I am a big believer in doing ultra distance stuff just for fun.
Yeah, definitely.
I will fairly often do like a 50K just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
But I might do like a 100-miler for fun.
Yeah.
In a couple weeks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to share more than that. If you don't
Yeah.
want to.
Yeah. Sometimes, just like, and that's the other thing about ultra, like, yes, do the races, support your race directors, do all that stuff,
Yeah.
but you can just run far because you want to.
Definitely.
You can make up your own thing. You can set up your own, leave some supplies in your car or whatever the case might be. You can choose your own adventure.
I like doing that kind of stuff
I
too.
love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think sometimes that stuff's like the most motivating.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm with that. I like that. Well, that's awesome. Yeah, 200 miler.
And now that it's
guys-
August, I will leave for that in September. So
Yeah.
that's coming quick.
It sneaks up. I know.
Yeah.
That's how I felt like when I was like thinking about something for the fall, because I usually like do something in the fall and something in the spring, and then I was like thinking about the fall, and I was like, I'm still thinking Pine Creek, the 50 miler.
Yeah, it's a great race.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, that race
That
is like
was my
September
first
12th.
100-miler.
Oh yeah,
was Pine
it?
Creek,
Nice.
yeah.
And that's I was like, yeah, the race is September 12th. I'm like, oh, it's in like 5 weeks. Yeah.
That's soon. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's still the plan. I just have to like
That would be
lock in
awesome.
the details, but looks like
Pine
super
Creek
runnable.
was the first race where I had s'mores during a race.
Nice.
Mile 80 at the Tyadotten aid station. Oh my God, literally saved my
That's
life.
cool that you remember it still too.
I
Yeah, that's
vividly remember s'mores off the campfire. It just
Yeah.
made me so happy.
awesome. So it's rail trail, right?
Yeah.
It's like all gravel.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I wear like carbon plated shoes?
Honestly, I think you could.
Yeah.
Like if you would on any regular rail trail, I totally
Yeah.
think you could.
Or like the Ultra Fly or something.
Yeah.
That has like
Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, gotta get the insights on races.
You might. I'm trying to remember how crushed the gravel was.
Yeah.
I feel like when it is gravelly, even though it's relatively smooth and road shoes are fine,
Yeah.
you might still benefit from gaiters just to keep
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
out of your shoes.
Yeah, that's not a bad
Because those
idea.
little bitty rocks.
Yeah.
But it's fairly smooth.
Yeah, it's like pretty. There's like not a lot of elevation change really. Like at
No,
all. Yeah,
no.
it's like flat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's
the
a
kind.
nice rail trail.
Cool.
There are different types of rail trail surfaces.
Yeah,
Yeti 100 is another really popular rail trail race. The rocks in that race are unique.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard that actually.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I've never seen so much blood on a course.
yeah. I've heard that. It's like
yeah.
the footing can be hard,
Oh yeah,
but that like makes it what it is.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's sweet.
I'm looking at my scars. I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah. Those races are cool though.
Oh, this is so much
I've never
fun.
done one, but
So much fun.
they have like a cool community down
And it's
there.
like it's beautiful. You see the creek.
Yeah.
Like it's really nice.
Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, so I gotta like lock in the logistics of that, but I think that's the goal, to do that race in the fall.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. A little bit of change at the top of the 12-hour race. It looks like, again, this could be like, oh no, this is a significant change actually. So in the 12-hour race, a little bit of change at the top of the men's field. Women's field, I'll start with the women's field because it looks like it hasn't changed. It's the same. We have Joelle Fenton in first, Jennifer Hickey in second, Elizabeth Schuyler in third. Those women now are all inside the top 10 overall. We talked about this earlier. Women just moving up into the top 10 overall. So Joelle's in 6th overall, Jen Hickey's in 9th overall, Elizabeth Schuyler's in 10th overall.
Awesome.
So yeah, And when we had started, I think at some point when we started talking about places, it wasn't Joelle at the time, but the first female was like 7th overall.
Yeah.
And the next 2 were outside the top 10. Now
That's
it's
gonna
6, 9, 10.
That's gonna tick up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It feels like that type of day too. The men's side, we've had a little bit of change. James Collette is leading the men's race, 37 years old from Philadelphia, followed by Michael Hoffmaster, 57 years old from Voorhees. Charles, I think he goes by Charlie DeFalco, 41 from New York. He's in 3rd now. I mentioned him earlier as like a name that I think is going to be in the mix as this thing gets going. He's now moved up into 3rd. Nate Hawkins is in 4th. We talked about him earlier. Gary's down to 5th now. So Gary was 1st through the last lap, it looks like. Now he's kind of bumped down into 5th place. He's 7 minutes off the lead.
I was going to say, what's the time difference? Because, see, all that means is that Gary might have stopped for a sandwich.
Yep, probably.
Like, and that can change so
and
quick.
That changes a bunch, yeah. And then, so it's 7 minutes between the top 5 guys. So they're all pretty close. It's only 4 minutes between the top 4. So they're all right there.
That's like nothing.
That's nothing.
I mean, that is literally a stop at the porta potty.
Seriously.
That's so quick.
That's nothing. So, those guys are all in the mix. I think, I don't know much about the top 2 runners. Maybe we'll look in a second and see like what kind of, see if we can get any like.
Let's
do you want to look and see if you can get race results? Yeah.
James Kellett?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Charlie DeFalco, that's a name, like I said, like if I had to like pick someone coming into today, he might have been the guy I picked. And again, that's not knowing a lot of the field. Like I feel like this year, maybe more so than years in the past, I knew less of the field coming into the race. Whereas like last year coming into the race, like I felt like I had a pretty strong prediction. So,
I mean, that's okay. So I am looking at race results. They're not all available on the same platform, but that's kind of not much.
Yeah, it's wild. So
yeah.
Yeah.
And
again, this is just
just
races. Ultra sign up. It's so random. The 2 that James has, I wonder if this is, it's probably the same person.
They're
has
same age.
The only 2 results are from Ultra Trail Snowdonia by UTMB, which is like, isn't that race in Europe?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it is.
Yeah.
So 2 results from the 50K and the 100K. But again, there could be other results. I know like I fall victim of that a little bit because I run a lot of the endless endurance races, which are on Run Sign Up now.
But they're on Run Sign Up, but typically the race results are still imported into Ultra Sign Up. So usually you can find their
people
comprehensive.
Still?
Yeah, like if like somebody else we mentioned earlier, like Loopy stuff was be
on
in
there.
Here.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, one of them's not. I think Hot Mess might not be.
But it like, and for any runner, like if you wanted to, you could import the data.
Oh. Okay, cool. Yeah. So, and then Michael Hoffmaster is the other one. 57 years old in 2nd. I like that. 57 hanging in there. That's awesome. And then.
Wow.
A bunch?
No.
Oh, really?
One race, Dirty German 50 miler.
Yeah.
In 2018.
Awesome.
Badass.
I love that.
I mean, again, like we said,
you don't
what
know.
we're looking at is not all races. However, it is kind of telling. It's not like somebody who's got 40 races on Ultra Sign Up.
Yeah. It does give you enough of a pick. Like, it gives you something.
Yeah, it tells you something.
Last night I tried to take the race roster. I emailed Jen and Pete for like it wasn't an Excel sheet. It was a like a PDF of all the names, and I tried to put it into like an AI system to like generate results for everyone,
which would have been brilliant.
And it just didn't work. Like it only gave me, I guess, because like I don't know, I'm not like a really tech savvy guy, but I guess AI like didn't want to be wrong. Like so, it only gave me verified results.
Yes,
so I only got results for like
this.
10 people.
I've done this too, and now that I think about it, I don't remember which race it was, but so I was trying to figure out how many women over the age of 50 have completed Cocodona more than 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
And it was giving me totally inaccurate results, completely inaccurate.
That was my issue. So my wife and I were trying last night, like before we went to bed. I was like, because I was trying to like generate some results and like find some, you know, some good storylines for some of these things. And yeah, we kept putting them in. Like I did it first with the 100 miler, and it only gave me, there's like, I don't know, almost 60 people registered. It gave me like 12 people.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, like maybe there's that many new people first time. And then I did it for the 12 hour. There's like 200 people. It gave me like 10n people. I was like, okay, this
like,
just
that's
isn't
wrong.
right. Yeah. So then I like threw that idea out the window.
That's
but that
funny.
was my plan, was to try to like
Smart.
have it. I know. I got to give credit to my wife. That was not my idea. It was her idea. She was like, why don't you try to do that? I was like, oh, that's a good idea.
That's a great
but yeah,
idea.
it didn't work. So we'll keep doing it this way. Keep searching them this way. So yeah. Like I said, a little bit of change there at the top. But yeah, again, still relatively early, but also almost 5 hours in. So it's like, you know, there's a picture at least starting to form a little bit. Gags is in 8th.
Nice.
Kind of just plugging away. He's like down, he's like not on the same lap, so it's hard to know with splits like exactly where he's at. So but yeah, he's in 8th. Adam Mascaro
No, I think he's
is in 7th. 35 from West Deptford. That's cool. Joelle's in 6th. We've talked about her a little bit from New York. Does she have any results? I'd be interested.
Yeah,
we should
let's
look.
See.
Yeah, Gags, and then Jen Hickey in 9th, Elizabeth Schuyler in 10th. That rounds out your top 10. Our guy, Johnny Meehan, who ran the fastest first lap, is down to 13th.
Ooh, Joelle Fenton. Notably.
Yeah.
She's definitely... She has some Backyard Ultra experience, which
cool.
is a whole other really fun race format that we've seen. We haven't talked about yet, but
we can certainly talk about
Joelle
that.
did the Capital Backyard Ultra, which is a kind of tough race to get into. This March 2026, and made it to 200 miles.
Whoa. All right.
First female, 3rd overall.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That is super badass.
That's really impressive. Have you ever done a Backyard Ultra?
No, it's the only format that I haven't done. I'd be kind of curious, but I'm not really drawn to it.
Yeah, I'm not
curious,
either. I'm very interested in it, but not as a runner. Like, I don't think I would ever do it. It doesn't suit what I'm good at at all. I'd be I would do it like solely for my own personal, like, to see what I could do.
Exactly.
But from a competitive standpoint, it doesn't suit the things I'm good at, like, really at all.
But like, this is really interesting. So yeah, I mean, that is a really stout result.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Backyard formats. That backyard format is so interesting.
And yeah, they've previously done 48 out. Did 195 miles in a 48-hour race. At
195 miles.
At FatOx 48-hour. First overall, first female.
Whoa.
Okay, so what this like looking at the results for someone with that kind of results background, Joelle knows how to pace, how to stay steady, how to manage time, and how to last over a long period of time. So that's really interesting. So that's super cool.
Joelle is 17 and a half minutes back of the lead. Let me get a first overall female in this race.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm pulling for it hard
that'd be
now.
So awesome.
That would be so cool. It's never happened. I'm trying to think of like who the highest was in the 12-hour. Has it happened in the 24-hour? That year with like you and Erica and Vanessa, did any of you win that race? No.
Vanessa was first female, but was not
Kellen,
first male.
That might have been the year
was
Kellen
Kellen's year.
won.
That was definitely Kellen's year.
Yeah. Because it was like the three of you were all in the top 5.
Yeah.
In the
that was fun.
hour.
That was really fun. So Joelle is also registered for Tunnel Hill 100 miler in November. So I feel like Tunnel Hill, if you got like unless it's your very first, and it's not their very first, people run Tunnel Hill because they want to go fast.
Yeah.
So
I looked into running the 50 miler
really interesting. There. Yeah.
But it's really hard to get to.
Yes.
It's in the middle of nowhere. The closest like real airport's like 4 hours away.
Oh wow.
Yeah, something like weird like that. I looked into it for trying to run like a fast 50 miler or like something like that. Yeah. But it's hard. It's very hard to get to.
Interesting.
Too hard to get to with 2 kids, so I'm not doing it. But yeah. But Joelle, that's awesome. Really cool. 37
Super
from New
cool.
York. Glad we
Badass.
looked, actually.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm pulling for Joelle to beat all the boys.
Yeah, let's go. That'd
be really cool. I actually think like it could get. I think it could. I think she
well,
could
if you
be
look
close.
at how close and tight the times are, like that's pretty.
She's 17
incredible.
minutes, 17 and a half minutes back. But again, like looking at some of the people that are above her, like I would say, as far as we can tell, like clearly has the most experience.
Yeah.
Right? Like as far as we can tell, again, like
I mean,
it's hard to know.
we took a peek at like a handful.
Yeah.
I want to shout out something else because we're talking about a lot of people up at the top.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier that I believe the oldest runner in the race today is Al Emma.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Al is doing the 12?
He
is he doing the 24?
I'll find him, yeah. Right here.
Yeah, okay. So Al is doing the 12-hour race. Al Emma in Ultra Sign Up has 154 races.
Oh my God.
And like Al loves the 24-hour format. So he's already registered for 2 different 24 hours in November. He's got 2, okay. He's doing Pine Creek 50 miler.
That's my God. We're going to run together.
And he's got 2 different 24-hour races in October and then 2 more in November to round out his year, which is already, good Lord, Al has already.
That's amazing.
Al has already done 12 races this year, racing today, and has 5 more on the calendar before the end of the year. 86 years old.
86
so, folks,
years
if
young.
you feel like you're too old to get out there, no.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's so cool.
So cool. Yay. And he's the sweetest. Al is so nice.
Yeah, that's really cool. I'll shout out some people too as I'm just like scrolling through the
Yeah.
list. So kind of like right in the middle of the pack, Patrick Rodeo. I think that's how you say his last name. I
Yeah.
always mispronounce
Yeah.
it. Goes by Pat. He's 54 from Collingswood, local guy. Big part of the local run community here in
Yes.
South Jersey. He's one of the guys that kind of like runs overseas a lot of the things that go on with Run 856. He's very heavily involved with South Jersey Running Company. He works there, does a lot of the social media for them. So if you've interacted with the social media account for South Jersey Running Company, you've probably interacted with Pat. He came out here today to kind of, to support, to see what he could do in terms of like distance wise. I talked to him like a couple weeks ago when I ran into him, just like I saw he was signed up. So I was picking his brain about what his goals were and stuff. And we were just talking, and yeah, really, really good guy. Just like a staple of the run community. Again, like not someone we're talking about sort of in this like competitive light, but like someone that's like vital to the community.
But like
and that's so important.
He is absolutely like a beacon of light
That's what I
in
mean,
the community. Yeah. And he's a great photographer too.
Yeah, he is an awesome photographer. Yeah, he does race photography, but also
he
like
puts out
family
the
portraits
best
and stuff.
energy.
Yeah, he's such a good guy.
Patrick is great.
Yeah, I met him when I was working at the running store. Like that's how I met Pat.
That's cool.
Yeah, so we've like worked together for a while. Yeah, really, really good dude. So glad he's out here, like still plugging along. Last lap, he was like about 19 miles in. It looks like the last lap he recorded, which is cool. So, yeah, I mean, he's another just like really great guy for the community. So, love to see it. Love to see it. And yeah, like so many people out there just like chasing their own kind of like personal goals too. That again, we don't have all of those stories, but for those people that are out there like doing it on a day like today, it's hot. It's August. It's a tough day to do it. You're not running in 50 degrees. Like this is not what you would consider quote unquote ideal conditions for running far, but people are willingly putting themselves out there. Like I think it's so cool.
What's your ideal conditions?
Temp wise?
Yeah.
Probably like 50, 55.
Yeah.
Like not much warmer than that.
Oh,
I run hot,
would say like 40,
so yeah,
45.
I'm good with. You know what's funny? I ran I was talking to Aunt DeAndrea about this actually.
Yep.
He was here. I was
I saw
talking to him on like one of my breaks. We were talking about like winter races because he said he's like never done one. This was a while ago. I ran the 25K shorter at the Naked Nick race.
Oh
like
yeah,
one of
I
those.
love Naked Nick.
And it was like during COVID, so it was like originally in December. They like bumped it back a couple weeks. It snowed for the 50Kers, but I loved it. It was like 20 degrees, and I was like, I loved it. That was like one of the better races I've ever had.
Was that the year they did the 50K on like the Naked Nick ended up being on the same day as the Prussian?
Oh, I don't think it was.
Okay.
I don't think they were the same.
There was one year when stuff got moved around, and two of them were ended up on the same exact day.
I don't think it was. I remember the start was so goofy though because of COVID. They did like they did like one person. It was like one person every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was only like my second or third race, so I had like I started like still like in the top third, but I remember the first like 8 miles I just had to run through like 100 people. It felt like
Well, I remember my first Loopy Looper, we had to start in masks.
Oh yeah.
And then like
my first
by
race
the time
ever,
you got out into the loop, you could take the mask off. But like coming through here, we were all masked.
I think I had to do that for Boulder Field.
Yeah.
I had to.
Yeah.
Or it was like you had to have one with you. I forget. There was something like that. Yeah.
That's
I
wild.
mean, races were still happening though. At least. Yeah. So. Yeah, wild times.
So wild.
Yeah, so same deal. That was like a staggered start race. But anyways, that was like back to the winter like temperature thing.
Yeah.
I ran that race. It was freezing, but I like loved it. It was a 25K. I ran it with one bottle.
Do you run outside year round?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
The only time, it's funny, people ask me this a lot. The only time I ever really run on the treadmill is like when there's like these smoke issues from wildfires.
Okay.
That's the only time I'll be like, you know what, I'll like hop on the treadmill.
Yeah.
The cold doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
But that's like the only time I ever really will.
That smoke was a challenge.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. It's like, I mean, I get it. It's like an environmental thing that's like, whatever, but bigger than us. But that's when I'll jump on a treadmill then and try to stay out of the smoke, I guess. But it's brutal because I don't have a treadmill, so I have to go to the gym. The treadmill shuts off at an hour, so I have to restart it. And I'm like, if I want to do more.
Oh, that would be awful.
Yeah,
that sucks.
But you're the same way, like 40s, 50s.
Yeah. I would love like in the mid 40s, unless it's okay. So in the middle of a like overnight or multi-day kind of thing, or 100-miler, 40 degrees in the desert is very, very cold. Yeah, I think just at nighttime, if you're doing a 100-mile race, like even folks who are out here, your body has a harder time regulating temperature. So your perception of 45 degrees is a lot different than what it normally would feel like if you were like fully functioning.
I got caught at Javelina just pacing.
Yeah.
I did an overnight loop there one year with Erica Bash, who works for Endless Endurance and is here helping out now.
Oh, what year was that? Because she and I were out there together in 24.
It was the year before. It was 23.
Okay.
Because my son wasn't born yet, and we took our daughter, and she was like 7 months old. Yeah. So it was. Yeah, I guess it was 23 then, because my daughter was born in the beginning of 23. So. Yeah, so we went that year. So I did an overnight loop with her that year. And, I got caught where I thought I had a long sleeve. I thought I had, an extra thing in my pack. And it was, a short sleeve shirt. It just, wasn't what I thought. And it was, 45 degrees.
And
it was cold.
Feels
I was cold.
In the desert, when the sun goes away, it's like all the heat in the world turns off.
Yeah.
And it's so cold.
Yeah.
So
it was
cold.
crazy. That was the first time I ever, experienced. Because same thing. I was there all day crewing and, hanging out and helping out, and it's hot during the day, obviously.
Oh my gosh,
you're in the desert, and then it drops 40 degrees when the sun goes down. And I got caught because that overnight loop, it was
and there's zero humidity, so it just doesn't retain any feel of warmth.
That's a cool course though.
Oh my god, I love that.
It's funny
course.
how there's so many East Coasters that go do that race.
It's a blast.
Yeah, that is true.
I've done it
a
twice.
Blast. Yeah, that is a cool course, and it's looped, and it's but approachable.
it's a 20-mile loop.
Yeah,
it's different.
Yeah. I think it's still I would consider it approachable for.
Oh yeah,
you could train on any terrain and run that race.
You actually you totally can, and you can do it without crew or pacers.
Oh, for sure.
You could totally do it.
Yeah, it's easy to get to.
I've done it without crew. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that far from the airport.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, we were there in 23. We were there. which is sweet.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Any change? Nope. Kind of all the same here. Yeah, I don't know. Summer racing is hard. Like this time of year, like I get why. Let me see how I can phrase this. I get why professional marathoners like to race in the fall.
Yeah,
because like you
for sure.
train all summer in the
Yep.
heat, and then it's like the heat dies off a little. You know, you could train at heat and altitude, and then you race at sea level in the fall, and you like rip.
Yeah.
And that's like kind of what happened in this race last year, right? Like where it was like people were training all summer, and then they like got a day where it was like 75 degrees, and like
Yeah.
every course record fell. So if you can get out and train in the summer, like you'll rip in the fall.
Yep.
Which I like. But racing in the summer is hard.
Yeah.
It's just like
It can be
adds this
tough.
element.
Yeah. Like at the extreme of the weather.
Yeah.
But I think that's one of the fun things
Puzzle
that makes
piece
this.
things.
Yeah, it's a puzzle piece. It makes this race so unique.
Yeah.
We've got a bib change happening for relay runners right
nice.
now. That's really cool. So what I'm noticing is they do each have an individual bib, but then the relay bib is a different color and is on a belt that
Got
they
it.
exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, the relay is cool. I know. We'll shout them out in a second. It looks like Charlie DeFalco, or I'll call him Charles. I don't know if he goes by Charlie. Took the lead in the 12-hour on the last loop. He's the only person through 9 loops so far.
Nice.
So just did at noon. It looked like he went through. So he's your current leader right now in the 12-hour. 41 years old from East. I don't know how to say that. Somewhere in New York that I'm assuming is like on Long Island. East Q. I don't know. I'll have to look it
Okay,
up.
somebody needs to teach us how to say this.
Yeah. I feel like that's got to be on Long Island. though.
Uogue. Quogue.
Yeah. So yeah, he's fast. Like I said, he's done well in this race before, and I know he runs like he runs a lot of races kind of in the same distance that I like to run, like that 50K to 50 mile range. And he's like pretty quick. So
You called it. It's right in the middle of Long Island.
yeah, I had a
Yeah.
feeling, just like the name felt like that area.
It's a
yeah.
tiny little area.
Yeah. Yeah, so he just took the lead. He's the only one through 9
Sweet.
loops, so that's pretty cool. And then if we scroll back down, dang, the 100 milers are still running hot, man. Those top 3 guys are through 9 loops still. Zach Rutherford, Nick Schroeder, and Chris Shaw. Zach Rutherford is leading that race. Was through 9 loops. He was about a minute ahead of Nick Schroeder, and then he was about 10 minutes ahead of Chris Shaw. So
That's
a
awesome.
long way to go, but those guys they're ripping. And then there's a bunch of people in that race, a bunch of guys in that race through 30 miles already as well, which is, I mean, impressive. That's like pretty close to your 50K-ish
Yeah.
mark, but there's a bunch of people through that.
How?
Burning fast out of the gate. I mean,
So something interesting is and he's getting lots of shout
Yeah.
outs. In a timed race, there's no DNF. And that's why I
Correct.
think it is so approachable, and why that's why I personally encourage people who are ultra curious to go for it. 'Cause
Yeah.
you got nothing to lose. Like, just go do whatever you want, and it's great. In the 100-mile distance, that's the one race out here where, and somebody already
someone has one off, yeah.
where you know, there's the potential for a DNF, for
Correct.
a did not finish.
Yep.
So if that person decides it's not their day, or something happens, or whatever the case might be, that's considered a DNF.
Yeah. We can. Should we talk about DNFing?
Oh
in
yeah,
the sport?
I had a whole podcast about that
I know.
for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys don't do it anymore? I
Well,
didn't know.
we unofficially we're on a prolonged break.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's life.
Got it. Yeah.
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 We didn't officially decide to. We actually very much want to keep recording.
Cool. Right
Yeah.
on. Yeah, that is an like. What's your take on like? I think I know what your take is on this. Like the whole like mentality of like death before DNF take, where people are like, I'll do anything except DNF. Like, which I think there's a lot of talk online about people that like have that mentality. I have my own feelings about it.
Yeah.
I'll
like
let you
the
share
Goggins,
yours first if you want.
The Goggins, like,
yeah.
you know, finish with your broken ankle.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that in general, that's a shame.
Yeah.
To limit yourself in that way. Not finishing something or so, and this should all be understood in context. Like, I am an extremely, I have a strong work ethic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm strongly committed. I will probably keep going. However, I think that's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much freaking stigma about a DNF. So, like, we talked earlier about how a day is just a day, and sometimes things don't go your way. Sometimes, you know, you have competing priorities. I don't think that that the finish line is magic.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that if you are out there focusing on process goals, you're focusing on those smaller pieces, those really more important higher level things than just the outcome or the finish line, you have so much to gain from participating in a race, even if you don't finish. And I think every single time we put ourselves out there, we take a chance, we get uncomfortable, that's an opportunity to learn, that's an opportunity to grow. And if you are approaching it like, look, we need to go for goals that have question marks.
Yeah.
Or what
Nice.
the F is the point?
Yeah.
You know, like, you have to go after something. I was talking to a runner earlier this morning who said, you know, I really kind of want to do this, but it scares me. I don't know. What do you think? And I said, that is exactly what you need to do. Because if it intrigues you, it's like picking at your mind, it's talking to you, but you're scared and you get that butterfly kind of feeling. To me, that is how I decide what to do. It's got to scare me a little. It's got, you know,
sweet.
like, if it's too easy and you don't get excited about it, forget it. Like, go do something else. So a DNF is a day that didn't go the way you expected. Typically, that's assuming most of us start races we plan to finish.
Yeah.
Not everybody does.
Yeah.
Some people just want to see what happens. But I think there's too much emphasis in our culture on the bright and shiny buckle. And, you know, you look at social media and it's everybody like, look at me. I'm doing the pose. I'm doing like the yay.
Yeah.
That should not be the emphasis.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, yes, but how did you feel? Like, what was it like? How many snacks did you have? Like, what was your favorite thing that you ate? There's so much that we can learn about ourselves from taking a risk and taking a chance.
Yeah.
And one of the possibilities is you might not finish.
Yeah.
Stuff might go wrong. You might blow up. It might, you know, you never know. Nothing in life is guaranteed.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of it. That's what makes it so incredible. So I think there should not be so much negative stigma toward, you know, the DNF.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which also, you know, comes along with that do or die mentality.
Yeah.
Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go for it.
I
Do
love
whatever
that.
you need to do. But is it worth dying over? I mean,
Yeah,
if
no.
you are literally injured, you're broken, something is, for me, it's like, will this cost you your season? Will
That's
you
a good
be
way to
able
think- that is a good way to
will you
look
be
at
able
it.
to race again this year?
Yeah.
If you keep going, because sometimes, you know, you can get a serious injury
Yeah.
and you could potentially grind it out. You could walk the rest of the way, whatever the case might be. What's that recovery going to be like?
I know.
What are the, you know, what's going to be the downside or the potential for further injury?
Yeah.
That's not worth the
Yeah.
risk. Like, what are you trying to prove? That
Yep.
you're good enough? No, and I think that comes back to knowing every single person is always good enough. That finish line, it doesn't change who you are. It might change the way you feel about the world, but you are just as worthy as anyone who didn't finish. So your worthiness, your validness as a human doesn't depend on it. So why would you? Like, we don't have to be suicidal.
Yeah.
Like, you've got stuff to live for.
Yeah, that was really well said. It comes back, the process goal piece has come up a lot. I think that's super cool.
100%.
That's like one thing I think, people listening, people that go back and listen to this, when you think about these types of races or getting into it, like I think process goals is like a big thing to take away from our conversation, and like this, just like idea of running, to maybe look at running differently than you might look at it now.
And it can be literally anything. It could be like, I want to get through the day without crying.
Yeah.
And that's a really good goal, because you know what that means? That means you're going to have fueled well. You're going to be managing the temperature. You're going to keep your mindset strong. Like, that's a great goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love that. I feel like I had something else to add to that, but it's slipping my mind right now, so I'll leave it at that. But that is a great, a lot of really great insight. Oh, this is what I was going to say about it. The DNF, because it's interesting too, like, because I think a lot of times when people look at the sport, they look at it through like the lens of the professionals. Yeah. Because it's just like the way that we observe sport.
And it's what is like out there and promoted and all over social media.
And the DNF side of the sport for pros, I think, is different than the way that like amateurs approach it, in that like what you were saying, like, will this like end your season? I think pros like have that mentality much more so than like the amateur, where it's like they might pull out of a race like and still be in the top 10 and be like, I'm just
not having a day, or I'm not gonna. But see, that's another thing.
That's
where
the
they're
flip
like,
side.
I'm not gonna win, so let me stop.
Yeah.
I also have an issue with that, because
I'm glad
again,
you said that, because that's where I was going.
It's focused on the finish line. It's focused on that arbitrary outcome.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, why not continue with this learning opportunity?
Yeah.
And see what happens.
There's a couple of things, like I'll mention a couple that I have like so much respect for, and like I hope I don't know, maybe people take this and apply it to their own running. I try to. And there's a million examples of this in the professional ranks. I'm just gonna give the two that I can like think of immediately. Last year's Western States, Adam Peterman, who had won the race before, walked it in and finished in like 23 hours. I have tremendous amount of respect for when pros do that, because he was not hurt, right? He wasn't injured. He just, things fell apart for him at some point, but he knew he could keep going, and he finished. And I have so much respect for pros.
If you or I went to Western States, we're not going to friggin' finish in 23 hours. Like, that is still a phenomenal time on that course.
So I have so much respect for that. Whereas he could have been like at Forest Hill and been like, my day's falling apart, I'm done.
Yeah.
For no other reason than like he's not.
I totally agree. That's a really good example.
The other type of thing that I have a tremendous amount of respect for is like what Hans Troyer did this year at Western States, which is like, some people might look at that and be like, oh, like he went out too fast, he ran reckless, but it's like, that's how you push the sport, and that's how you like bring people along too. Like what he did, and that's why like what some of these guys in the 100-mile race right now are kind of doing, like I respect that so much, where he was like, I'm just gonna go for it, and like if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, like I'm not defined by this DNF. And he made it a long way, and he ended up not finishing, but it's like, dude, like,
but it was phenomenal what he pulled off.
Yeah.
And I think that's
so
the thing,
much
is
respect for that.
You don't know until you know.
Yeah.
And how are you, like, if you aren't willing to get really uncomfortable and test yourself, then
I mean, I think about that with my own, like my own running, and like anyone that runs can think about it as it relates to themselves. Like to be like, I'm gonna go out at a pace that like I don't know if I can do this, but I'm gonna see, and I'm gonna like really see, like to the point where like I'm either gonna nail it or like this might not work. Right. I respect that. Like just like watching someone do that, like that's putting all your chips in the middle, Oh,
absolutely.
And that's so cool.
Here's the thing, like why sell yourself short? Why limit yourself? Like self-limiting beliefs, that's something that I could also talk about for hours and hours, but like why limit yourself when there's a chance that it might work? Yeah. It might just work out for you, and you might actually be able to fly.
Yeah. What if it all goes right? Like that's the mantra. Like that's my favorite. I love that. Yeah. I forget who I heard say that. Maybe Stephanie Case, who's like a pro too. Yeah, I heard someone say that, and I was like, love it, stealing it, using it. Yeah. What if it all goes right? Like people say all the time, like, oh, like this could go wrong, this could go wrong. Like,
yeah, of course it could, but what if
it doesn't? What if it goes right? Yeah. And that's like, I think a really cool
And like
mentality
this
to have.
stuff we're talking about is really like mentality that I think can lead to successful life stuff.
Yeah.
Like this absolutely applies to day-to-day life.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. So yeah, love it. All right, back to the race quickly. Couple updates. Nick Schroeder took the lead in the 100-miler. He is through 10 laps. He's got a 2.5-minute lead through 10 laps. So he kind of snuck above Zach, it looked like there. Him and Zach Rutherford are both through 10 laps. 37.5 miles they're at. So
Nice.
moving nice. And then Chris Shaw is still in third behind them. I would assume he's probably going to finish the lap he's on, his 10th lap. I'm assuming he's going to probably finish that pretty soon just based on the time. And then no one else is on their 9th yet. So those three guys are kind of like pushing out in the 100-miler, at least to start. And then, there's a bunch of names kind of in the mix there. Women's side of that race has not changed yet. Still have Lisa Perry's leading that race for the female side of things. Followed by Caitlin O'Donnell, Kimberly Delaney, and Martha Victorio are second through fourth.
That's awesome.
They're all kind of still in the same mix. They're all running within like 2 minutes of each other. Lisa Perry is kind of out there by herself, it looks like, in the women's race.
Heck yeah.
20th overall. That race is burning hot, just like as a whole.
Steve Zakal is another really experienced loopy runner. He runs out here all the time.
Yeah, he lives here now, right up the street.
Yeah.
Still says Mount Royal, but he lives in Collingswood now. Yeah. So he runs here all the time. This is like his kind of like home base now. Really, really strong runner.
Oh my gosh,
big yoga guy.
Yeah, he teaches a lot of yoga. Yeah, Steve is awesome.
So Steve, he's in 11th place right now.
Nice.
Right above him is Matt Rahill, 27 from Philadelphia. Matt's a name that's like been in the 12-hour mix before too. So there has been kind of like this sort of like graduatedness to the 100-mile.
I think it's so fun to see that. Like people who first go for the 12-hour and then, move to the different distances.
Yeah. There's a lot of people in the 100-mile now that like at some point like had a fair amount of success in the 12-hour.
Yeah.
That breeze feels nice. Do you
It's
feel that
wonderful.
breeze? It feels like the sun just might have tucked away for a little bit too. That's got to be some nice
fingers.
reprieve for the runners. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, just like a couple. I mean, some other names we haven't shouted out. 8th place in the 100-mile right now is KJ Mazurek, 37 years old from New Jersey. I remember he's got a cool story. I remember he was going for, I think, I might mess this story up, but I had a chance to meet him when we did this with the ultra running guys.
Oh, yeah.
When they were in from North Carolina, that I guess was 2 years ago, maybe. He was running, I think, the 24-hour,
more than that.
or he was running the 100-miler, and he like didn't quite meet whatever his goal was, and then he came back last year and accomplished it, like finished the 100-miler. He knew the ultra running guys when they were here, and they had talked, and now he's doing really great today. He's in 8th place right now in the 100-miler, so he's having a pretty good day, which is
awesome.
cool to see. So I mean it's cool, and you start to see some of the same names over and over again. Chris Bridges, we talked a little bit about him. He's kind of right in the mix there, 17th place. Probably running, he's running like within 4 minutes of Lisa Perry, so he's like,
I know
right
they were sharing some miles. Yeah, Chris has done. He's done a lot on this course. He was at the 6-day.
So he won the 48 hour.
I know.
Or was it the 72 hour? 40. One of them he won. Yeah,
he had
like
a
48 hour.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry, but it was like 170-ish miles.
Him and Steve were like back and forth until the end, and Steve finished in second, and Chris ended up like edging him out at the end. Yeah, Chris ran great.
Chris and I just ran the Warriors Ultra Run.
He was telling me that.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
so cool. He before they started, he was giving me a little rundown of it. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, Chris is awesome.
And
he's a tough guy.
He's got a bunch of family here.
Yeah, that's
too.
what you were saying.
164 miles in the 48-hour at the old 6-day. Yeah, he was first overall in the 48-hour and first male.
Yeah, awesome, so cool. That was a cool race. That was cool to like be on the track with those people like at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, I like that when you're like. That's the cool thing about track ultras. I get why some people might not want to do a track ultra. Like I totally get it. I actually don't love track ultras myself. I
think
necessity calls sometimes.
I think we started to talk about that, but I think I failed to actually finish that. So the old 6-day that is also an endless endurance race that happens in April each year. It takes place in this same location that we're currently sitting in and on the track that you see in front of you. However, it stays on the track. It does not go out around the 3.75 mile loop. It stays on this almost 1 mile. How long is this?
It's a quarter-mile track.
Okay.
Yeah. It might be like a touch under, like technically or whatever. It's
a little track.
Yeah.
And so for up to 6 days, runners are only on the track. Round and round they go.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's amazing.
It's cool.
Yeah.
And the way it's set up so that every race ends at the same time. So like your 6-day runners start and then like your 72-hour runners start like 2 days later. The only one that didn't was the 6-hour because again, I asked Pete to add it.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to start it. We would have had to start at like 3 a.m. I think to make it work or 2. Some like weird time. So we just started it. We started the 6-hour at the same time the 24-hour started.
Okay.
So so we started it like Saturday morning essentially.
That's cool.
Yeah. So so that's a cool race, like for people looking for multi-day practice but it's cool. Yeah, that was cool. Like, so we'd be running and, you get into a quick conversation with someone that's been there for like half the week.
That's
it's like,
wild.
Yeah.
And then that person who's been there half the week gets like new blood and gets to chat with you. Yeah,
it was cool
because
we started, Saturday morning and then I like hung out for most of the rest of the day, and the 24 hours had started at that point. And then there's a 12-hour for that starts at night. That's like like a 10 p.m. start, I think. And then they run through the night and finish at the same time as everyone else. So
have you ever done a night start race?
No, I never have. I was talking to Chris about that. That's how the Warriors thing came up because we were talking about night starts.
Yeah.
No, I never have. That is cool.
It's fun. Yeah. It's interesting, like
it's like another element.
It's
like
another element. It's like one of these fun variables. But it's like you have to manage your sleep leading up to it, but also like think about like what you eat.
I know.
Like you've got all day like to figure out like your food and what you eat, and then you start at nighttime. I've done races like that a few times.
What's the one isn't there one in Virginia like that? Is it Hellgate? That one's like really hard to get into, I think. That might be a night start.
I think Grindstone.
I don't know if it does now because it's a UTMB race.
I'm pretty sure Grindstone is still like a 4 p.m. start.
Really?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
I don't know. I feel like because it's UTMB, they might have moved it. There is one down there. I think it's Hellgate. There's one that's like a midnight start.
Oh, they're not. Okay.
Oh, and isn't World's End? No, one of those PA ones is a nighttime start, I think, too.
It might be World's End.
Yeah, one of them's a nighttime start. I know that. Yeah, that is a whole nother thing.
Yeah, Grindstone starts at 6 p.m.
Dang.
Yep.
I don't think I knew that. The 100-miler?
The 100-miler.
Okay.
So the really interesting thing about a start like that for a 100-miler is you have to go through 2 nights. You're guaranteed to be through 2 nights, and that is talk about a new variable. That's like a whole different challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang. Have you done Grindstone?
Nope.
Yeah.
I haven't.
I was like toying with the 50K.
Yeah.
But it's like I feel like way more technical than the kind of races I'm like better at. And it's also like not close at all. Like I didn't realize it. Like you hear Virginia and you're like, oh, it's not bad. I think it's like 7 hours away.
Yeah.
It's like not in a close part of Virginia. Yeah. But that race is coming up. It's in October.
It is.
Yeah.
Actually, it's September.
Oh,
September
is it?
18.
Yeah. Okay, then it's even sooner. Yep. Yeah, I think at one point I was between that and Pine Creek, and I could wait longer to sign up for Pine Creek.
That makes
I
sense.
think Grindstone.
Yeah, I
might
think
be
Grindstone's sold out.
Yeah. But maybe at some point I'll do that race. It's a by the UTMB race, which if like you're into that is cool. That it's on the East Coast.
Yes.
And then did you see they have Rothrock too?
Yeah, I saw that one. That actually looked really
is
interesting.
like the farthest distance.
Yeah.
Which I don't even think there was a 50K before UTMB got it. I think it was like a 30K maybe. It was a shorter race, and then UTMB got it and they made it a 50. They got it like up to 50K. Yeah.
Sell more stuff.
Yeah, and it like gives you entries to OCC. They can like do that.
I was trying to remember the name of the race that I did in December, and for the life of me, I just had to literally look it up. Beast of the East 100.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that race.
Is a really tough, really technical.
Yeah.
Race. It was down in North Carolina, but
I think is it only 100 or is there a
super technical? No, they actually had a 50 mile.
Yeah.
They had a marathon distance, and they had a half.
Oh wow!
Half marathon.
I think I know someone that did the 50. Maybe.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but that sounds familiar. Yeah.
That was a really tough technical course.
Yeah.
Like
I know people don't think about
climbing.
Yeah. People don't think about it with East Coast races. They should. I mean, like the climbs aren't as like long so much as like they are just like technical and like dense, and it's like it's just a different type of running. Like it's very rocky and rooty, and the races take forever. Yeah, it's not like yeah.
Right. So you look at a race like that and you see a 36-hour cutoff.
Yeah.
Again, that is telling you something about the race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like Hard Rock's like 48
We need to
hours,
get a
I
bib
think.
number on our
I know.
chair athlete.
Hold on. I actually can maybe do it
Trying
this
to
way.
see.
Hold on. If I do results and I do last seen.
I can't see.
Let me see if how this updates. There might be too many people for this to update that quickly.
Yeah, because like so many people just came through.
Yeah.
We're going to find out.
All right. Sweet.
We're getting some intel.
Awesome. Right on.
There goes Pat Rodeo.
Let's check in on
There's a runner coming in right now in like longs and longs. So another strategy for managing the heat and the sun can be, there's our 12-year-old runner. That has to be right
Yes,
there.
let's
Heck
go.
yeah. That is incredible. Absolutely amazing. But sometimes you'll see people in like long pants, long shirts. These are typically, hopefully, very technical, breathable fabrics that are meant to have SPF protection. So, sometimes people are like, oh my God, what's that person doing? But usually it's like a sun protection material.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
The running monks in the 12-hour relay, they're ripping. Their lap times are all like under 24 minutes.
Wow.
Some of them are like in the
That's
21s
awesome.
even. Dang, they're moving. They're through 14 laps.
4 people?
Yeah, I would
That's
assume.
really
It doesn't
amazing.
tell us, but I would assume so. They're ripping. What's the record on that? 108?
That's a good question.
Oh,
We
so
looked at
they're
it earlier.
Probably close to that. They're already through over 50 miles. They're ripping. And then the 24-hour, it's still the gender-neutral baby girl mob boss.
It's the best name.
Yeah. That's pretty sweet. There's always good names.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, Screamin' Chicken has a phenomenal tent. They have a
Nice.
really good tent. Yeah.
They're here to party. They're
Yeah.
through 6 laps.
Yeah,
So
that's
they're
awesome.
just partying. I love that. Yeah, that's cool. I'm seeing if there's any other ones that I like a lot. Loop, there it is. I like that. All right, back to the...
404.
Okay.
Probably the 12-hour.
Bib number, what was the bib number? I think they might have been in the 24. Yeah,
yeah.
I think 24.
Wow.
Where?
Is that Heather Cohen?
That's what Jen told me.
No way. That's what we think?
That's what Jen told me. So
Maybe we is that first
Yeah.
female in the
What-
24?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We should verify.
Yeah, we'll verify. Sorry, we're having a conversation off
Hi, right here
microphone.
we are.
Yeah. Dude, yeah.
Dang. amazing. Oh my gosh. I am so, that's amazing.
I mean, I think, unless.
So we were just trying to look up who our chair athlete is. They are badass.
Yeah, so we think our wheelchair athlete, we think is Heather Cohen, who is leading the 24-hour race for the women. Yeah, that's what we think. We again, if we are off in that, I apologize, but just checking
strong
bib numbers and past results and things of that nature, it seems like that's Heather Cohen, which is really a really cool story to follow as the day keeps going and progresses. But yeah, shout out Heather, wheelchair adaptive athlete, absolutely crushing right now. So yeah, that seems like that's the case. So really cool, and really excited to see how Heather does the rest of the day. So awesome, so cool. 5.5 hours into the day, almost at the halfway point, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
For a lot of our runners. Let's see. Joelle Fenton, our female lead in the 12-hour, still in the same spot through 9 loops. Looks like went through 9 loops around 12:18. So out there on the same loop as all the men ahead of her, which is really cool. About 17 minutes back of the lead. But yeah, running really well so far, which is cool to see. Looks like Gags has moved up into 7th overall. He'll probably be done the loop that he is on, I would say, fairly quickly. One of the things that I will say that I'm noticing from the men at the front of that race is lap times that breeze feels so good.
Yeah.
Lap times have dropped off a little bit.
Like gotten longer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Aside from Charles DeFalco, who's in the lead, his have been like pretty consistent. But like our second place male, his most recent one was like about 8 to 10 minutes slower.
Okay.
Maybe that was a break time.
Yeah,
Same with the guy in third. It looks like maybe that was like their first like longer break, around the 50K-ish mark. Looks like we've had some slower ones there. And
Did you say people can pick up pacers at noon?
At noon, yeah. So I'm pretty sure
For
it was
all
noon
distances?
the course opens, yeah.
Wow.
I know. Very pacer-friendly race, if that's what
Yeah,
you're
that
into.
is
Yeah.
extraordinarily. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Gags's have been like pretty consistent.
Speaking
since the
of,
beginning.
there he is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Showing
giving
love.
out hugs.
Yeah. So he's been pretty consistent. He's through 9 now. Yeah, running really
Those
good.
are the ladies who loop
Yep.
right there doing their switch out.
Let's check on those 100-mile guys and see what theirs look like. Like
Yeah.
Nick Schroeder's have been exactly the same. This is like
Metronome.
this is the way he runs, and this is how he was last year too. Like his
Yeah.
paces were like
Yeah.
so dialed. Yeah, that's what I was so impressed with. Like for when we ran together in the 6-hour, I actually think he was running faster at the end of the race than he was at the beginning, because we went out.
We're
like,
gonna see that
around-
today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like we went out like essentially 8-minute pace, like maybe
Yeah.
a touch under, but his pace at the end, and I took the lead. Like I went out,
Yeah.
and he was running behind me, and then by the end, his like finishing pace for the miles that he ran was like under 8-minute pace.
Great.
So and like we went out like at 8-minute pace.
Yeah.
So like he
Yeah.
essentially like made up time on himself.
That's amazing.
Like,
and
on
that
his own
says
pace.
so much
Such
about
a strong
somebody's
runner.
endurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like his are all right in there. I mean, essentially, like yeah. So he's running really good, and it's good to see. Yeah, he got third. I think we talked about this just off camera. I think like a year ago, he got third at the Saddles 100,
Which is really
which
impressive.
is like I mean like there's pros in that race.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a race out in Arizona. I mean, trail.
Yeah.
So he's
Michael Versteeg does that event.
Yeah, that's his race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, big Satisfy race.
Yeah.
So yeah, he got third in that race. I mean, he's he can hang with anyone. So it's him, Zach Rutherford, Chris Shaw, all through 10 loops. Kind of the same time difference. Zach Rutherford's 2.5 minutes behind him, and then Chris Shaw's about 11 minutes behind Nick. So yeah, a lot of time to go, but they're also through like probably about 38 miles now. So Yeah, cool to see and great to have these guys pushing each other at the front. I mean, that's how you get good races.
Yes,
You got to have people to push you,
absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. I think that, and we talked about briefly the backyard ultra format,
Yeah.
but I think that is something really unique to that race format is your performance literally depends on the person next to you. So, like the second runner up in a backyard format is just as important because they're going to be like driving you forward.
Yeah. Yeah, you need that.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, especially in the backyard. But yeah, I think today you need that too, though, even in a race like this. I wonder how many people in the race like today, like if you're competing at the front, like I'll use Charles DeFalco, for example. Like he's like 5.5 minutes up last split on second place. Like he probably realistically has no idea. Like the way the course is set up, and it's like
to know.
I know.
And yeah, I don't want to know until like the very end.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, don't tell me.
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
And especially with the loop format, it's like you see so many people, so it's like you kind of lose track of like where you are.
It's really hard to know.
Yeah. I remember, I forget what year it was. It was 2024, I guess. It was Vin Kennedy and Chris Shaw, or maybe someone else. There were a couple people going back and forth at the front. And Vin would ask us, like in the booth, like because we were set up by the track, and he would run by and he would ask us. He'd be like, "Am I in first? Am I in second?" Like he didn't even know.
Yeah.
And they were on the same loop the whole time.
Yeah,
like so,
that's wild.
you kind of like lose track of where you are out there.
And some, it's different approaches, different mindsets. Some people want to know exactly where they're at in the placement.
But if you have process goals,
and
totally, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't. It wouldn't matter as much, which is cool.
Yeah.
So, so that's kind of where we're at. Things haven't really like moved a ton. Liz Schuyler for the women, second place, female, 8th overall, which I love to see. She's a Philly runner. Yeah, we do have a ton of runners that come over from Philadelphia, which is cool, which is always awesome. Any others that jump out right away? There's a fair amount of like North Carolina contingent too.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, really cool. See, checking on the 24-hour. We haven't really checked in much on that. The 24-hour is really the slow burn race of them, right? Like it's Chris Flores is leading that race. Chris Flores, Adam Chat. Yeah, this hasn't moved at all. Adam Chatreer and then Andrew Linder. Chris Flores is 12 minutes ahead of Adam on their last split and 21 minutes ahead of Andrew Linder. And then on the women's side, I think it's essentially the same. Heather Cohen and then Ashley Rabel and Cheryl Kerper are our women there in the 24-hour race as well. So that race hasn't really moved much. But again, like I don't know if I necessarily would have expected a ton of movement because that race is really way more focused on, time, right? Like you're out there for 24 hours regardless. So it's really about finding like a comforting spot. Whereas the 100-mile like is going to burn a little hot.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're done, right?
Right. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. I think course record-wise, that would be the one I would keep an eye on the most. I don't think, unless one of the relay ones maybe. I guess like that 12-hour relay could maybe go down, but I don't think either 12-hour goes down. That 86.25 miles feels like
a lot.
Yeah. The next loop, if you did even one more loop, you'd be at 9. It would be 90 miles. You're starting to get into like serious.
In 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's intense.
And then, the 71.25 from last year on the female side, I don't think that one goes down either.
Well, the record before that kind of stayed steady for a little bit.
They
I
all
could see
did.
that 71 staying for a bit.
Yeah. They all did. On the men's side, it might have been one higher or it was 70, I forget. But it was like right around there too. And then Nick and Chris put 2 loops on that.
That's right.
Yeah, it was like 77
That
and change.
was wild
or
exciting.
Yeah.
So something that I don't think we've mentioned in talking about the race today is that if you and I were out running,
Yeah.
and we both did the same, say we both did 9 loops,
Yeah.
and that was, you know, the longest distance of everybody. It's not a tie.
Yeah.
Because if we've done the same amount of loops,
Yeah.
then what matters is who was done first.
Yeah.
So if you did 9 loops and I did 9 loops, but you came in 9 minutes before me,
Yep.
you win.
Yeah.
And then so that's how you figure out, like, you know, if everybody's doing X loops, it's who did it in the least amount of time.
And that was actually that's what it was last year with Nick. Him and Chris were on the same.
Yes.
Chris did not go out for a last loop.
Right.
Nick did and finished it with like under a minute left.
Yeah.
So he actually was the only one that ran 86.25 miles because
Yeah.
he finished with like just in the nick of
That's
time.
right. 'Cause yeah.
Yeah, that was it.
Well done.
Cool. So yeah, I don't think those records are going to be. I mean, I just think the way the temperature was.
If it were a 72-degree day, maybe.
Oh, record watch for sure. I do think that 100-mile record on the men's side has a chance to go
That
down.
could.
Just with kind of where things stand right now and the way that race is burning. But
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see if those guys can keep it up at the front. So, all right, cool. What do you think? Take another
Sweet.
little break?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. We'll be back on 1:15-ish, half hour or so.
Yeah.
And then, then we'll be in the second
See
half
where
of the
we're
race.
at. Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
Awesome.
All right, we'll be back.
All right.
Woo!
Welcome back to the Loopy Looper 1224 100-mile glow race.
With relays.
With relays. With relay options as well.
We're back.
We are back.
Programming note right away at the top. Yeah, so just a quick programming note for those of you watching at home, following along at home, kind of keeping tuned in. So 2 o'clock is when the stream is going to switch. So yeah, so we'll be on right now till about 2. So we'll be on for about 30 minutes. On YouTube, you'll have to, I guess, click out of this window and click into the new window at 2 o'clock. I also think at 2 o'clock when we come back, so when that stream kind of, you have to switch over, we'll go right into like the tent contest. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, we're gonna have a camera on the course with some live footage of the extraordinary crew tents that have been set up participating in HOKA's best tent contest. They're so much fun to see. They're so really, really awesome. So we're going to show you some of that, and what we have found, or what we learned, is that for each of the tents, the contest actually, people vote for their favorite tent. So each tent here physically around the course or along this start-finish area has a QR code on a little sign at the tent. So what we're hoping is that our camera person will be able to go by, put the camera on the sign.
Oh, geez.
And this is what we're going to attempt. We're going to try it to see if folks who are watching video at home, you might be able to scan the QR code and vote for that tent. Right? How fun is that?
That's pretty cool.
We're going to try it.
That's technology
fancy.
Inception.
That's fancy.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we'll see if it works. And you'll get to see all the cool tents too.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. So that'll be again, that's a programming note. That'll be at 2 o'clock when the stream switches on YouTube. If you're watching at home or you got it up at home, we appreciate you following along. Just make sure again you close the window, reopen the one at 2 o'clock. Vote for your favorite tent. There's some cool tents out there. And there's some prizes involved. Like I said, I think some shoes are getting given away. Given away. Yeah. So that'll be cool. Now I gotta be honest, Michelle, people should be jealous of our setup right now.
It's pretty sweet.
We're in the shade. We're looking at the beautiful lake.
We're quite comfortable.
There's a little breeze.
Yeah.
We are living the luxurious life over here, while I think everyone else, it's like 10 degrees hotter, I feel like, when we walk out onto the track.
It really is. We're
there
watching
we are.
sailboats go by. Hi.
We got our lawn chairs. I mean, this is great. We're much cooler, I think, than everyone else is out there on the race course. On the breaks, I always get up and I just walk down essentially the start-finish chute, and just kind of like try to get a feel for what's going on, like see how people are looking. It is significantly hotter than it is where we're sitting right now.
And these runners are feeling it for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're over the halfway point, right?
Yeah.
So we're 5.5 hours, or we're 6.5 hours in.
Yep.
5.5 hours left. So we're past the halfway point of the race for the 12-hour runners. Again, 24-hour. You still got a long time for the 24-hour. But that race, I would almost think of that race as like different. We've actually, I think, talked about this in the past. Like the 24-hour race, like I would probably personally think about it as like almost like 2 races. Mm-hmm. Like, because once the 12 hours done, like you essentially like over half the field leaves.
Yeah.
Right? So it is like a total vibe change kind of.
I love that time.
Yeah.
Like for me, that's a time when everything gets quiet, like all the daytime folks go, and you really mentally, like, that's your opportunity to re-engage with the race, to lock in, to sort of settle in mentally, like we talked about earlier. Just really settle in and commit to, okay, here I am. I'm here for the long haul.
Yeah. For the night, right?
Yeah.
Like for like the next the next time through. And then by the time you finish, the sun will have come up too for the 24 hours. So it's like that's the second, kind of like the second chapter, if you will, or the back half. It's like a totally different experience. I've never done the 24-hour here. I've been here through the night crewing, and it is totally different. Like, it's a total change.
It really is.
The glow loop is nice. When I was here overnight was pre-glow loop.
Okay.
So all the glow loop people weren't here. But even still, that's at 10, and then you still have, a bunch of hours in the
So
dark.
the funny thing, I think the last time I ran this course, I was doing the race during the glow loop, but this course is kind of unique because if you are like, you and I could be at the same pace, but like on opposite sides of the river, and we'll never see each other like the whole time. So I didn't see a single person from the whole glow loop just by the way that I was from where it started. It's so funny.
Dang. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah. So that could, I mean, that'll be tonight, but yeah, that is interesting how that course shakes out. That's why, like, when we were saying earlier, how it's like sometimes, like, if you think you're in the hunt competitively, but you like don't really know where you are, like that's totally could be the case. Like, you could get like a little gap on someone, like they stop for 8, and then, you know, you get like 6 minutes or whatever, and then you could essentially run the same pace and like never see that person again
for like 8 hours.
Yeah. Just like
it's really funny
the way the whole thing shakes out. So, yeah. All right, let's kind of update where we are with the race. I think there's been like a couple little changes here, just in terms of. Let me refresh this. In terms of the race, so for the 12-hour, it's Charles DeFalco's out in front. He was out in front last time when we had signed off, so he's still out in front. He's got a little bit more of a gap, I think, than he had last time. He's got about 11 and a half minutes up on second place, which is Michael Hoffmaster, 57 years old, from Voorhees, New Jersey. He's hanging in there, running nice. And then Gary Samuels, 47, from Martinsburg, West Virginia. He's still in the mix. I actually saw him when I was walking. I gave him a little fist pump, told him he looked good. He was like, you could tell he was like taking the heat super serious. He had like he was like in all white. He was covered in water.
Nice.
Like, you could tell he was like really like had a plan for cooling, you know, things of that nature. So yeah, he's dialed. He looked really good. He's in third right now, a lap behind those guys, or he just like he's not on the same lap as them right now, but running really good. And then Joelle Fenton's in 4th place, female. So
awesome.
4th place overall, first female.
Awesome.
So she's kind of like climbing her way up there a little bit, which is pretty cool to see. I think that's a cool kind of story to keep our eye on.
Yeah.
I don't want to make too many predictions too early, but I think she'll end up on the overall podium. That's my guess, if I had to guess. So she's running really good. And then Elizabeth Schuyler in 2nd place, 7th overall. Jennifer Hickey is in 3rd place for the women, 55 years old, from Washington, D.C. She's in 10th place overall. Some of the other names in the top 10, Nathan Hawkins, Michael Gagliardi, Gags, Chris Dodds, James Kellett, rounds out your top 10. So yeah, that's kind of where things stand right now, just in terms of like the top 10, which is pretty cool. A lot of people running really good in that 12-hour race, kind of through the halfway point now. You know, you're in it, and then it's funny because all morning we talk about like settling in, and then you hit the halfway point, and then honestly, like, for me, once I hit like the 8-hour point, even though you still have like 4 hours to go, that's when I would probably be like, all right, here we go. And kind of like wind it up a little, like whatever you got left, so to speak, even though it's still 4 hours, like once you're in it for that long.
It's the tricky part because you can have that realization. You're like, all right, I got this.
Yeah.
We're getting toward. But then, like an hour later,
you
you're like,
could be
oh
smoked.
my gosh, there's still 3 hours left.
Yeah. At that point, I might start trying to figure out loops. Like, how many loops do I think I could get in?
So I used to have it memorized.
Did you? Like,
yeah,
your
where I
times
would
and
know
stuff?
the distances, like how many miles is 6 loops versus 9 loops versus, you know. I
Makes
used to
sense.
memorize it like a chart.
I mean, once you run it a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Because you've run this numerous times, right?
Yeah.
This race? Yeah. Yeah, once you do it a bunch, you kind of, like, figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. And then, all right, on the other side,
100 miles.
Yeah, 100 miles. So Nick Schroeder's in the lead there. Nick Schroeder is through. So the top 3 guys in that race are all through 12 laps. They're a lap ahead of the 12-hour runners, which is crazy in a longer race. Essentially, the top 3 are a lap ahead. So yeah, that's Nick Schroeder is leading that race. He is through 45 miles, so through 12 laps. He's got a almost 8-minute lead over second place Zach Rutherford. So Zach Rutherford is in second place from Nottingham, Maryland, and then in third place is Chris Shaw. He's about almost 16 minutes behind Nick Schroeder. But they're all through 12 laps, so they're all through 45 miles, running really, really strong.
That's a lot. 6.5 hours in.
Yeah, I know.
That's a lot.
That's a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're running good.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they're all running really strong. So, yeah, I mean, Nick's not that far off the pace. So, like in April, when he ran the 6 hour in April, he ran 45 miles in 6 hours. And he was at 45 miles at 6 hours and 14 minutes. So, not a
Pretty
huge
darn
difference
close.
when you're thinking
Yeah.
you're thinking like a set finish time versus like 100 miler. So
Yeah.
he's probably feels pretty good, I have to imagine. And then Zach Rutherford, interesting. I was trying to like find out a little bit more about Zach. I don't know Zach. He's from Maryland. Couldn't find a ton of results about him. I found a marathon result for him from last year. Looks like he was like right around 250. I think he was like a 251 marathoner.
That's
so
fantastic.
definitely, like has the leg speed. I don't know like I don't really know like what his background with ultra running is, but he's 45 miles in and like competing at the front. So more power to you. Like, right.
Yeah.
He's running really
Yeah.
good. So but again, like I don't know a ton about like his resume or his background. He's got just some cool comments in here. It looks like from his family, just which is cool. So people at home, if you're listening, like if you leave comments for runners on the My Race Result page, I can see them. I have to click specifically on runners to see them, but we can see them, which is pretty cool.
Was it Chris who had opened up Chris's
Yeah. That was
So Chris
awesome.
Shaw is currently 3rd place male and has a great shout out from
Nick Schroeder's mother.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
That's what
shout out.
We're pretty sure. It says Nick's mom. Stay steady.
Yeah. Linda
Yeah.
Cruz, I believe. Linda, if you're watching, we appreciate it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's so cool. And that's awesome because those two guys, like, they do have kind of like they have that history from last year of racing in the 12 hour and showed like a lot of love for each other at the end. Like, Chris waited at the finish line to see if Nick was going to catch him.
Yeah.
And now they're back together running against each other in the 100 mile, which I don't know if that was planned. I don't know how close they are, but I mean they're from the same town in New Jersey, which is kind of interesting. Even though I know Nick's from the Midwest, but when I talked to Nick in April, he was like, I think I'm going to do the 100, but I don't know how many. I don't know how public he was with it, so. Yeah, it's cool that they're kind of back both racing each other again. And then on the women's side of that for the 100 mile, Lisa Perry's still in the lead. She's in 17th overall, so she's kind of been working her way up the board a little bit. Yeah, she was like 20th, 21st, 22nd. Now she's 17th, so she's kind of picking them off as the day goes.
That's how she does.
Is the story for her. She's running good. Actually, are these her splits? Let me look. So like. Yeah, her most recent lap that she finished was like her 2nd or 3rd fastest lap.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's just like setting it up. Setting it up for a good day. That's really solid. So yeah, she's in 1st place there. And then and then we have a little bit of a change here to round out the women's podium. We have Caitlin O'Donnell, who's been in the mix right there. She's in 2nd place in the 100 mile right now for the women. And then we have Elizabeth Spadafino, 26 years old, from Hillsdale, New Jersey. That's a name we haven't mentioned at all. She's moved up into 3rd place for the 100 mile right now for the women.
Awesome.
Those two women are both 30 miles in, or through 30 miles. They're out there on the course right now. Lisa Perry is 1 lap ahead of them. She's through 33 3/4. So, yeah, and then I would assume the 24-hour, really no changes at all in the 24-hour. It's been essentially the same people. Chris Flores is at least right now a lap ahead of everyone. He is through 11 laps, 41.25 miles, and then we have Adam Chatreer and Andrew Linder kind of right behind him. Through 37.5 miles, so haven't gotten on to that next lap yet.
What about the attrition rate for 100 mile?
There was like 2 DNFs, I think. Yeah, there's 2 DNFs so far.
Yeah.
So nothing crazy, which is good to see. I mean, like you have the time. Like you talked about this earlier. Like it's a 30-hour cutoff. Like. Mm-hmm. If you have the goal to do it, you got the time to do it. You certainly can.
Absolutely.
If that's the way you kind of like attack things, and you are not, if your goal is to get a buckle, you can do it today.
Yes. Yeah,
So
it's very
just
forgiving.
gotta-
Here's Treacle Churns coming across the line.
Nice. Snacking.
Yeah, appropriately.
Yeah, seriously. He's got great stories.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
He's the best. The first time I met him was on a track ultra, and it's like having a low patch, and was kind of like walking a little, and I didn't want to be walking. And he's like, "Well, you know, this is what you signed up for. Time to punch the ticket, get back to work." I was like, "You're right. Let's go." Yeah, like ain't no
That's
use,
so
ain't no
perfect.
point in complaining now.
Yeah.
It's like he was just so honest about it.
Yeah.
And, like I'd never met him before. I actually like didn't even really know who he was. This was like a couple years ago before I like knew a ton about his backstory and stuff, but he kind of like, you can kind of tell he's someone that's obviously like been around. He's a little bit older. He knows everybody. You know?
Yeah.
So you could tell like, yeah, so that was great.
I'm going to mess up that. Have you ever seen the documentary, the 3100?
Yeah, the Transcendence thing, the Shreechamoy thing.
The
lap
Shreechamoy
and
Transcendental 3100 mile race.
Yeah.
Treacle has done that.
Yeah.
Like multiple
It's
times.
crazy. That's the one in New York that's around like a
Yep.
city block. Yeah.
Yep.
It's going on right now, I think, isn't it?
Oh,
Like
it could be.
I
It's
think
definitely
it's in the
summertime.
summer.
Yeah.
It could be. Yeah, I don't know when it like finishes or how long that takes or whatever, but yeah, he's done that. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that is really, really cool. That's like next level, like
Yeah, it's incredible.
transcendence, honestly, is like a great word for it.
It's incredible. Yeah, people like set up an RV camper on this city block, and literally every day you line up, you go for as long as you can, and
Yeah.
it is hours. They're like a
Yeah, isn't it 18
couple,
hours or something?
Yeah,
20?
they're a couple of
Yeah.
hours at night when they're not moving.
Yeah.
But you literally keep going around this city block until you reach 3,100 miles.
It's crazy.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that is really cool. So we had on our last split, which just happened less than 10 minutes ago, Joelle Fenton moved into third place for the
Nice.
for the 12-hour. Yeah, so that's cool. So she jumped ahead of Gary. So current overall podium is Charles DeFalco, Michael Hoffmaster, and Joelle Fenton, which is really cool. I don't know Joelle at all. Do you know
No,
Joelle? Yeah.
I don't. I don't
Yeah.
even know the name. That's
Bib
great.
255 from New York,
Awesome.
37 years old. Really cool. I was trying to find her on Instagram. I think I found her, but she's private, so I got nothing good. Yeah, nothing good. So I know we were going through her ultra sign up a little bit earlier and had some really impressive results. So it looks like that experience is starting to pay off here, at least right now. Kind of climbing up the leaderboard. Like I said, I have to imagine, especially at this point, I said it 5 minutes ago, that she'll finish on the overall podium if things continue to go the way that they're going. It's
I
hard
think
to
based on
imagine
her
she doesn't.
backyard experience, yeah, that's a good.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
which is sweet. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Nice job, Joel. Keep it up. Doing
Yeah.
really good. Bib 255 too. So if we see her come across, that's like a good thing to kind of look out for or keep in mind. Yeah, and that's kind of where we are with the race. So I'm interested to see what our first like 50-mile split's going to be, which I guess would be in the 100-mile.
Well,
they would have.
I mean, it would be within the next 2 laps
Yeah.
because you don't hit an even 50. It's more like 52 or 3.
Yeah, it's actually
Yeah.
like not even close. Yeah,
Yeah.
because this one will be 45 and then 48, and yeah, it's 52 and a half.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's not even close. Dang. Yeah, because those guys are going to be pretty fast to do that. Jeez.
What are we seeing on camera? We're getting thumbs up from number. Oh, I just saw the 24.
I know. Yeah, we actually didn't even mention that at the top for people watching at home. Like, there's different bibs for different
Yes,
races.
good point.
I don't know, like, off the top of my head, which ones are for which event, but yeah, if you can see at home, and people might know better if they're like following a specific runner, but yeah, there's different bib colors for the different events, which is like another kind of easy way or way to track and see what's going on. Especially with the relay runners, that's always something that's interesting.
Yes.
Like when you see later in the day, like
Because
you see
they
someone
go
come
so
flying.
fast, right? And it can be like so disheartening when somebody blows past you. But I'm pretty sure the relay runners, the background of their bib is black.
Yeah.
So if you see that, don't be disheartened that the person is cruising so quickly.
Yeah, running so good. Let's
Yeah.
check out the relays and see where we're at. team relay results. The running monks are still in first. They're 17 laps in. They're like
holy
significantly ahead of everybody else.
That's
Their
amazing.
splits are super fast. Yeah, their splits like tend to. You can kind of tell like whoever is running, like they correspond every fourth, basically.
That's
like.
interesting.
Yeah, and they don't seem to be slowing down. Like,
Is that say 21 minutes? 22?
Yeah.
Wow.
21.
They are each running really, really fast.
Yeah, so the running monks are definitely running.
That is seriously impressive.
And then the gender neutral baby girl mob bosses are still in first place for the 24-hour team relay with 14 loops in. So they're through 50, over 50 miles. The running monks are over 100K. They're at 67 and a half
I want to find them. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Bib 172. So.
Do you think maybe we could like grab one of them to come and talk to
like
us?
while they're going?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean you
they're
have
taking
like
turns.
a while. Yeah, you have like an hour basically.
Let's try that. When we come back this afternoon after we show the tents, let's try and do that.
Okay.
Let's find out what their
I'm
strategy
down.
is.
Yeah. Run fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That is, I would like, I don't know. Have you ever done a relay like that?
No.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I have either. It's the idea of it's cool. It's fun.
Yeah.
I feel like I would have a hard time eventually, like getting back up to like run
that's
fast.
the tricky part, especially for like the 24-hour, like
know.
to be on and off like that. Like they have a sleeping tent over there. Like I think that would be a little bit tricky to manage yourself and manage your time while you're not running. That is a unique format in itself.
I feel like I would want to like change my outfit all the time. Like I feel like every time I ran, I'd be like, "Oh, I'm done a run." I would want to change, but then I'd go through like 17 pairs of shorts or something. Like it just wouldn't work.
And the interesting thing, what I remember from previous years, like I know there was one team, just because I knew the runners, they had a plan for their format, but like one runner was injured and couldn't keep going. So then somebody else had to pick up that extra time. So sometimes you can't really predict. You have it set up to be really structured and formatted, but then that might go sideways and you have to shift.
Yeah, dang. Yeah, I don't know. The relay is cool. The closest thing I've done to that, I did like 1 mile every hour for like a day, like 24 hours, just to kind of like do some stuff through the night and stuff. I did that once, which isn't like that similar, but I changed a bunch when I did that too. I don't know, something about being able to put on fresh clothes makes you feel like so much better.
It can be a real like a reset, like you said.
Oh my gosh, I'm sure for the sorry, what were you gonna say? And then
I was gonna say on my long run yesterday, I changed my shirt because I was so soaking wet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's brutal. I was gonna say like for the multi-day stuff that you do.
Oh yeah.
That has to be like one of the biggest. Well, for me, I'm like putting my own feelings into your races, but like I would have to imagine like being able to like get a fresh outfit.
Yeah,
like,
it can be really exciting.
This is kind of a weird question. Do you like shower during those races or not really?
Not typically.
Yeah.
I did have. It depends. Sometimes there is an opportunity.
Yeah.
They might have an aid station. Typically, where there's a sleep station, they might have a shower available.
Okay.
The first year I did it, I didn't shower at all.
Yeah, that's not odd. No, I don't mean it from that way. I was just curious.
It's 5
like,
days.
From like a refreshing standpoint. I would,
This year it worked out that I did have the opportunity and decided like screw it, I'm taking the time, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
And took that like extra 10 minutes, and it was definitely like a game changer.
Yeah.
It felt really nice.
That's cool. Yeah.
But even just changing your clothing is a big deal in a multi-day.
Yeah. That's what I could see. I know. That's what I would see is like being something that could just totally like reset my race. And again, I've even done it like in the shorter races where I talked about it earlier. Like I'll like put a hat on or like mix something up, and it's like,
as crazy as it might sound, like it can be really, really like a reset or refreshing to put on fresh clothes in a multi-day. You also can get sort of emotionally attached to a certain article of clothing and like not want to change it.
I could see that too.
That's kind of a thing too.
Yeah, dang, I've never thought about that.
Yeah,
man, the multi-day stuff is so interesting.
It's fascinating. It really is.
It's so interesting.
Yep.
I feel like I could ask questions about it all day.
Oh, I could probably talk about it all day.
That's cool. Have you like done any of miles on like the Mammoth course, like where it is?
No,
by
I've
any
never
chance?
been on
Okay.
that course, so that's going to be totally brand new.
Yeah.
Most races you can at least see like race videos.
Yeah.
And see some footage of the course to get an idea for it. There are typically race reports out there.
Yeah.
But I mean, for a long time, a lot of the 100-milers that I did, I had never been on the course before. So Mammoth, I have not. Cocodona was unique because in 2024, I went out and crewed and paced, and then I ran it. And so I saw a lot of the course, and then I ran at 25 and again in 26.
Nice. Who'd you crew for?
My friend Kumi.
Oh, okay.
Kumi Shibata Redpath. Yeah.
I think I know the name. but I
Yeah.
don't- yeah. That's cool.
She just set the Long Trail FKT.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Super cool.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Supported, unsupported, self-supported.
So I think it would be supported category.
Yeah.
I think that's only been done supported.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So it's like a few hundred miles.
Yeah. No, I know. I didn't know if it was like even,
Yeah.
That's sweet.
That would be tricky to
dang.
even self-support.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So you've gone out there 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Plans to do it a fourth year?
Yes, I will
Nice.
be going out in 2027, but now that it's shifted to lottery, I didn't get into the 250 lottery.
Okay.
So I'm doing the Bradshaw Brute 100
Oh, cool.
instead, which follows a lot of shares, like much of the same first almost 100 miles of the 250 with some deviations that
Okay.
are actually rockier, more rugged sections.
Got it.
And a shorter time cutoff.
Got it.
So it's and you can have no crew, no pacers for the Bradshaw Brute.
Is it the same like
Little bit
time
tough.
of year?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it actually starts like an hour after the 250.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, the
Oh, all
exact
right,
same
cool.
time.
And
Yeah.
then isn't there a 125
There
too?
is the
Yeah.
Sedona Canyons
That's it,
125.
Sedona Canyons,
yeah, which has a very, very generous cutoff.
Yeah.
It's got like a 70-hour
Oh, wow.
cutoff. The 100 has like a 34 or 36-hour
Okay.
cutoff. It's pretty tight
Mhm.
for as friggin' technical and as much climbing as it is. This is pretty rough.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
That
I'm
part of
gonna
the
do
country
that.
is really cool for me.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. I definitely intend to go back for the 250 because I mentioned earlier, I think there's very, very few. I know of one woman over 50
Mhm.
who's done it more than a couple times.
Dang.
So I want to
Yeah.
do it because I was 50 the first year I ran it.
Uh-huh.
So to be like a female over 50 multiple years
That's cool.
would be really fun.
Yeah, that's sweet. That's awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, I want to travel a little bit more for races. It's hard with young kids, but I have
It
like
is, yeah.
for next year I have a couple in mind that like I want to try to do that are like in the shorter realm. Like I want to try to run Desert Rats, I think, the 50K I think it's in Salida, Colorado.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I've heard the most amazing things about that
I
town.
think that's where it is.
Yeah.
I
I've
could be
heard
wrong. It's like somewhere out there.
fantastic things about that town.
Yeah, that's on my list, and then depending on what the North American major is for UTMB, I might try to run it. If it's been Kodiak the last couple years, which would be cool to do.
Yeah.
See how you stack
What about
up.
like Gorges in Oregon?
Yeah, they'd be sweet.
Yeah.
They'd be cool.
Yeah.
They're like totally races I would think to do. Gorge Waterfalls
Yeah.
and that other Daybreak race that Free Trail does.
Yep.
Yeah, those
Yep.
races seem really cool too. Yeah. To be honest with you, I didn't look that much at them, but I should probably.
Yeah,
Because
you should
one of
check
them's in
that out.
April. One's like a similar
Yes.
time of year.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's that. Maybe next year I'll do that. I'll travel for at least like one cool race.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It really is.
All right, cool. Let's see where we're at. So again, programming note, we're gonna
Oh, yeah.
hop off in a minute
Few
or
minutes,
two.
yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll switch back over. No changes here. Charles DeFalco in the 12-hour. Through 12 laps, 45 miles, only one so far through 12 laps. Looks like he came through about 9 minutes ago. So he's running really good, running out in front of that thing. I think he has a pacer. I could be totally wrong in this, but I think they're from the same area. I think his pacer is Nikki Dupkin, who ran
know that
last
name.
year.
Yeah,
He's younger.
yeah.
He's like in his early 20s. He ran last year and was like finished in the top 10. He finished.
Nice.
He ran well.
I definitely remember the name.
Yeah, I think that's his pacer. I think they're
Okay.
like from the same part of New York. I saw him over there, and I think he's pacing him. So, yeah, helping him out, like crewing, pacing, doing the thing.
You said the 12-hour folks can have a pacer too?
Yeah,
That's wild.
yeah. I think starting at noon. I think
Yeah.
the course opens at noon, and like anyone can have a pacer. Yeah, you do end up with a lot of people out there sometimes, which is like,
And
it's cool,
because
but-
this is such a fun, like festive environment, like people just come and hang out. They come
Yeah.
and visit. They're checking out tents. They're doing whatever. So you will get like, I think there are a lot of people who casually, you know, I'll be like, hey, Brian, I'll stop by.
Yeah.
And like, hey, let me join you for some miles.
for sure.
So as long as it's within that like pacer allowed time, you could have a friend just like pop in
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and sign up as a pacer. So hey, anybody sitting at home, you want to get some miles, you're going to be running a few miles anyway, come on out, get a pacer bib and join your friend for a few miles.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife's done it before. I know
Yeah.
she's like ran with our friends like overnight or
That's
at night
super
or
cool.
whatever. Yeah, so it is cool. All right, we'll hop off right now because again at 2:00 we got to switch the stream, but I
Yep.
think we're gonna come back on pretty quickly. I don't think we're like really taking a break, so we'll the stream will switch. We'll pop back on and try to do
We'll get some
the
footage of the tents.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then maybe try to get some interviews too. Mix it
Yeah.
up. Grab some
Yeah.
people. Grab some homies.
We're going to get Rachel from Women in Ultra Running to
Yeah,
chat with
for
us
sure.
at some point this afternoon. Yeah.
All right, cool. We'll be back. Switch the
All
stream.
right.
Thank you.